It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the Master and Lord of Dignity, Adam
What's up?
Crendon.
I like that. Master and Lord of Dignity. Wow.
Yes, yes, Adam's a very dignified gentleman.
That's true. Thank you. Let's get into it. Professor Dignity.
Today we're watching. There was a big debate that happened between Cenk, Uygur, and David Smith on the same side. We had a progressive and a libertarian on the same side of the debate, arguing against Dennis Prager and Batya. How do you say her name? Batyar Ungar? Am I saying it correctly?
Batya.
Batya Ungar on the Israel-Palestine conversation.
Yeah.
That.
I am a bit of a fan of Batya. She comes off as an enlightened centrist to me. So just to give you my bias up front. So
there you go. And this is on the heels of, I don't know if you saw over the weekend, all this crazy stuff was going on Columbia University campus, which we talked about during the week. You know, the president got dragged before Congress, and she was all like, we take anti-Semitism very seriously, but, you know, all this stuff. And then as soon as she leaves Congress, a bunch of the students are like, hey, let's start, chanting, to get rid of Israel and get rid of America. And let's, they like literally had some, I guess he was like a rabbi or Jewish faculty member or something on campus who sent out a message like telling Jewish students that, they're probably not safe on campus and they should, go home. And I think the university is like, oh, if you're Jewish, you can take your classes on Zoom. It's just like insane what's going on.
I think law enforcement was involved too. Somebody was saying that law enforcement was across the street from the campus or
yes. So and a bunch of
insanity.
A bunch of kids got arrested, I believe, and they're gonna probably be suspended, including possibly. I read an article that Ilhan Omar's daughter was among them.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
So, we'll see. Very interesting stuff.
Oof.
So anyway, let's get into this very interesting debate.
Right. Yeah.
Prager University and the host of the Dennis Prager radio show. On the topic, is Israel's invasion of Gaza morally justified? Let's start there, which is the stated topic. Go ahead, sir.
So thank you very much. Thank you all who are watching. By the way, which is my camera? Because I want to talk to the audience.
Go ahead. I think it's
Is that it over there? Hi, everybody.
All right.
Thank you for having me. The dilemma in the Middle East has always been the same from the beginning of Israel's creation in 1948, and that is that its neighbors do not want there to be a Jewish state in their midst. That is the entire problem. One side, as I have put it all of my life, one side wants the other side dead. And in case you were in doubt about it, October 7th should have made that clear. If you really want to have a serious moral debate, and one should, and you're not already committed to the anti-Israel side, I have a question. And I think this question more or less clarifies everything. If Israel announced, we are disarming and we will fight no longer, what would happen? If the Palestinians said, we are disarming and we will fight no longer, what would happen? If you are intellectually honest, you know the answer to the question. The day after Israel announced it disarmed, you would have an October 7th of the entire population of Israel. There would be finally an actual genocide, not the false accusation of Israeli genocide in Gaza. If the Palestinians announced that, the next day, or perhaps the next week, there would be peace. This is the only time, as the little excerpt I saw when I spoke at Oxford and debated this issue, this is the only case in modern history where people believe the democracy, the free state, the state with an opposition press, an opposition party, civil rights for all its citizens, including its 2 million Arab citizens, the peace-loving state, the democracy, is the aggressor, and the police state that tortures its opponents, they're the good guys.
Okay, so I want to go back to this point that he brought up, this question about, if Israel disarmed, what would happen? And if the Palestinians disarmed, what would happen? And even though I don't necessarily believe or agree with him, that's like, the second Israel announced they would disarm, like, there'd be another October 7th or something to that effect, but it would definitely wouldn't cause peace in the region. It would cause more violence because it would definitely just be a signal to various groups that want, Israel gone to essentially attack. Where if the Palestinian groups, if the Hamas and these sorts of groups said that they were going to disarm, there would be movements, for, settlers and all that stuff to basically take over the West Bank and things of that nature, which they're already doing anyway. But it wouldn't be like Israel wouldn't just like march in with the tanks and the bulldozers and just take over the rest of the West Bank and take over the rest of Gaza and all that stuff. They would have to actually come to some sort of peaceful agreement with the Palestinians in the region. And there'd be massive pressure from America and from global forces to do that, where there's zero pressure really on the Palestinian groups to basically make peace. It's actually the opposite. There's always pressure to basically keep up the conflict. And I do think this is an important point and an important question that Dennis poses. And I don't believe at any point in the conversation does this get addressed or even talked about or answered.
Right. Yeah. What could Cenk possibly answer to this? Other than that?
I mean, that's up for him to say, right? Like,
yeah, I accept this thesis as well, just because the Jewish population has been driven out of all of these Arab countries. So, I mean, the facts on the ground show that, yeah, I mean, obviously it wouldn't happen overnight, but hostility would break out. And if someone in the Palestinian Authority or, some thought leader of the Palestinian people said, we are going to try to work out some peace deal. First of all, a lot of people would rebel against that. The West would rejoice at the idea of it, and Israel would say, prove it. Right. They're not going to, all the checkpoints are not going to come down the next day, right?
Of course,
okay, you said peace. Oh, it's all okay, fine. So it's going to be a work in progress over time. You're just definitely going to have to move in that direction. Like, you need some sort of campaign from the Palestinian people that is like, don't, give peace a try. Don't throw rocks. Don't do, don't plan terrorist attacks. I mean, that sounds right. Ridiculous. That's like, yeah, I don't know. How do you do a campaign like this? What's your advertising pitch, Sitch? Don't plan terrorist attacks.
No, it would be, build the future for your children.
That's good. Look at that right there. Sitch just out of the gate. Yeah, build a future. Let's build a future together. How about that?
Right. Yeah, build a future for your children together instead of sacrificing them,
Yes. Think of the future. That's it. Yeah. Just think of the future.
Yeah. Because and yeah, like I understand, like logistically, obviously it wouldn't play out exactly the way that Dennis is talking about, because he's kind of talking in the realm of, easily conceptualized hypotheticals. I think a better way, like a more pragmatic or more logistically correct way to think about it is, if Israel disarmed, the future would be more violence and conflict. And if the Palestinians, quote, or these organizations within, the Palestinian regions disarmed, it would definitely be more lead to peace in the future.
Of course.
And I don't feel like a lot of people, again, this doesn't mean that Israel has, carte blanche to do whatever they want, obviously, but you have to acknowledge that. And I think one of the things that people don't conceptualize is that even if Israel right now has a government that's very pro, the settlers, very pro kind of, being, let's say, laissez-faire or not really giving a shit about, collateral damage in some of the Palestinian areas, even if that's the case with the Israeli government right now, because Israel is a democracy and Bibi Netanyahu is incredibly unpopular, we can foresee of an outcome where you can get a government in charge that is far more willing to work peacefully with the Palestinians, especially if in this hypothetical scenario, the Palestinians said that they're disarming, where we can't really, like the systems are in place in Israel for that peace to be able to be accomplished and exist.
Great point. Yeah.
There aren't any systems in the West Bank or Gaza that really exist already that we could just see, there's going to be an election. you're going to have new people and suddenly peace can exist. Like we don't even see, like those things need to be built from the ground up first. And that's kind of like the big problem here.
Yeah, they don't have the institutional infrastructure to make this happen. One of my favorite authors, Francis Fukuyama, likes to separate nation building from statecraft, where statecraft is like the institutions it takes to sustain a society. And nation building is kind of the cultural ethos of the people. And maybe the Palestinian people do have, that cultural ethos. Like they have kind of a nation built, but they don't have a state. They don't have the technical on the ground infrastructure to make any sort of lasting progress, because you do need institutions in place that are going to keep people in line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Keelan Naryanaswamy for $100.
That's
Thank you so much.
Very generous super chat. Thank you so much.
Says, haven't been around the live stream in a while. Unfortunately, can't catch it again. So I just want to drop in and say that Bill Maher literally said wokeness is the opposite of liberal on his last New Rules segment. And as always, S-Class is the best class.
Yeah, look, that's awesome. That's awesome. People, that's the message we've been trying to wake people up to, right, Sitch? That
yes,
a lot of people think wokeness is an extension of liberalism. And we're like, what? Yeah. Like, it's the opposite of liberalism. You can't shut down speakers on college campus and say, look, we're in favor of individual rights and free speech, right? Like,
of course.
What?
Yeah, no. That segment was great that Bill Maher had. And we really need, Bill Maher, even if you don't agree with everything he says, you have to acknowledge that he's a great service in America, because we need more people, on the left who are willing to call out very vocally and consistently, this kind of toxic, radical far left socialist thing that's like, taking over a lot of these young movement groups on college campuses and other things, to kind of extract it, and extract it from DEI and all the business and all the stuff. And Bill Maher is one of the few voices that will call that out. So that's wonderful.
Yeah, and still broadly perceived of as
on the left.
On the left, yeah. Right. Where a lot of these people, I mean, look, you're calling Joe Rogan right wing. How's that even like how's that compute, Sitch?
Right.
Joe Rogan.
That's like a key thing, is that you need people on the left that call out this weird anti-liberal leftism. Because if the right calls it out, the people on the left just ignore it. They don't, they think it's just the wolf crying again.
Right. Yeah. And if they can paint him as a right winger, which Bill Maher just has a lengthy, I mean, he's got the anti-religion stuff in his back pocket.
He hates Donald Trump with like a burning passion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's got a lot of street cred on the left that
Right.
He's spending now, and thank goodness he is.
And it's interesting because, Bill Maher, he had a show called Politically Incorrect in the 90s. So he's always been very hip to this political correctness left crap and always disliked it. And I think that's because he was aware of it back then. It's like allowed him to just see what it is, see it for what it is right now, and kind of be immune to it, not get sucked into it the way that like Jon Stewart and some of these other people have.
Yeah.
Derek Cantrell, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Derek. Derek says, y'all should see if you can get, quote, literally anybody else, the Texan who changed his name and who is running independent for president, on as a guest. Yeah, I've never heard of this. There's a guy who literally changed his name to literally anybody else who's running for president.
No way. That's awesome. Yes. That is awesome.
That is hilarious.
So you can vote for literally...
Dustin. Yeah.
You can vote for literally anyone else.
Yes. Yeah. His name was Dustin Ebby, and he changed his name to literally anybody else. That's hilarious. So
that is great. Shout out to Sean in the chat too. Actual Justice Warrior. So
okay.
Fan of the show. You should check out his channel if you haven't already.
There you go.
Great content creator.
That is how inverted it is. I have a theory as to why everything is inverted, and I believe it is because it is the one Jewish state in the world. There are 22 Arab states. There are 52 Muslim states. There are 200 states around about that number all over the world. Only one is targeted for extinction. There is no other state targeted for extinction, only the one Jewish state the size of New Jersey. And so that is the issue. One side wants the other side dead, and it has been true since 1948.
All right, Dennis.
How do you argue with those numbers that there are like so many other Arab states and there's only
Yeah.
one Jewish state? To me, I mean, that seems relevant. It does seem relevant to me.
Well, I think it's like a lot of people today, it doesn't seem relevant because we don't conceptualize countries based on like those demographics, right?
Right.
Or at least we're not supposed to.
I mean, there's a
But
number of states that are predominantly Christian. Like a lot of European states are predominantly Christian.
right.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I think it's important because back when these countries, the lines for these countries were kind of drawn up, a lot of these countries didn't exist as independent countries. So it made more sense that you're like, oh, well, you have, all these Arab countries and you have this like one Jewish country because they're literally were trying to craft countries for various regions. So it kind of made more sense in that line of thinking.
Right.
Thank you very much. Cenk, why don't we go to you, founder of the Young Turks? Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, we should clarify the question, because if we're saying, hey, was Israel right to go in the first place after October 7th? I say yes, but it depends on how and how long do you stay, how do you conduct affairs, etc. If we're talking about how Israel has conducted this war and whether they should still be in there, that's a hard no. It's not even close. It's been absolutely atrocious what they've done. And not only has it killed over 33,000 Palestinians, with probably a lot more than that inside the rubble, 76,000 wounded, 1.1 million people starving. If you think that that is good for Israel, I think that you ought to have a sanity check. So not only is it devastating for the Palestinians, potentially devastating for the world, as Netanyahu now agitates for a broader war with Iran engulfing the entire Middle East, which will be catastrophic for America and the world. But for Israel itself, if you want a safe haven for Jews, you must stop the occupation. 75 long, brutal years. So it's one thing to say, hey.
So Cenk does this really weird thing that's kind of confusing. And he really needs to define his terms because he says in the beginning that he thinks it's justified for Israel to go into the West Bank. I'm sorry, into Gaza, right after, October 7th, which, that's good. I'm glad to hear him say that, especially because, Hassan is so kind of insane. And a lot of people now on the left have become so completely insane on this issue, though, Cenk isn't a socialist, to my understanding. So, it makes sense why he's not that insane. But then he talks about like, well, they need to end the occupation that's been going on for 75 years. It's like, well, what does that mean? Because that makes it sound like he's saying that they shouldn't even, it's like Israel should never have existed. Like, what does he mean when he, like, what is the occupation going back 75 years? Is he saying like going back to the original, pre-1948 war borders that were suggested? Like, he needs to define what he's talking about here.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. That's the implication there. And I believe Prager calls him out on it too, the 75 years thing.
Yeah, he does. I don't know if it's here, but he does at some point in the conversation when he keeps talking about like 75 years of occupation. Because I think there's an argument people can make that I would agree with that, Israel is definitely wrong for pushing settlers into the West Bank. But when you say 75 years, that's a whole nother bag of worms right there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Theoretically, Hamas would do this. And by the way, I'm then going to say all Palestinians would do that, or all Muslims would do that. That's a dangerous area to go to, right? It's another thing to say, yes, well, while they theoretically don't want our state to exist, we are actually preventing their state from existing. I mean, it's such an ironic argument. Hey, we prevented their state for 75 long years. We prevented them from having freedom for 75 long years. We brutalized them in every possible way. We've humiliated them in every possible way. Number one, we can't believe they're fighting back. Are you serious? We'll talk a lot about this in the debate. But so
all this just screams, yeah, they had it coming for October 7th. Like, I don't know how you can make these arguments. All these arguments are justifications for October 7th.
Well,
how are they not?
I mean, that's the way it comes off, even though Cenk doesn't believe that. At least he states he doesn't believe that. And I don't think he's lying. He doesn't support October 7th or anything.
Right.
But the argument just doesn't it's really annoying when people talk about this in this way, because it's like, it kind of assumes that the Israeli government from the beginning was just some kind of evil fantasy government that was, intent on just bullying and wiping out the Palestinians for no reason, or just because they just wanted the land themselves, which obviously, if that was the case, things would have looked very different over history. When in reality, it's like, no, you have, the surrounding countries for many, many, many years, and the Palestinians for many, many, many years since the beginning have been continually attacking Israel and basically creating a culture, an idea, a set of policies that Israel has created over time to deal with the constant attacks and security issues and security threats. And that's always the big problem. There's always this constant security threat. And if you ignore it and you pretend like the security threat will go away if Israel just was nice, I mean, that's insane. That's completely detached from reality.
Yeah. And a lot of the gains made by Israel were made literally during wars that were started by other people
Yeah.
against
Yes.
Israel. So
Yeah.
I mean, you got to take that into consideration, right?
And I mean, a lot of this also falls apart or like sort of this historical look at things when it's like, okay, so in, the early 2000s, Israel pulled out all of its people, all the Israeli people from Gaza, and they said, okay, you can just run Gaza however you want. And what happens? The people maybe elect Hamas. Obviously, it was a very contentious like election, but Hamas basically gets in the power, and then they just start to try to, use all these resources to build weapons and tunnels and do all those things instead of just building up infrastructure and saying, you know what, you just stay where you are, Israel. We're gonna just try to improve ourselves. And that's obviously like if Hamas had spent the last 20 years doing that, the situation would be 100 times different and 100 times better, obviously.
Yeah. Imagine if they competed in a capitalist framework, creating
Yes.
products and services that people will love and want to
Yes.
buy.
Right. I mean, and it's even so, people were criticizing Bibi Netanyahu because he was actually increasing work permits for people in Gaza to come to Israel. And it turned out that I don't know the exact number, but there was, a substantial number of people that were using those work permits that were Hamas spies essentially, and using that to just get intel on, soft targets to attack on October 7th.
Ouch. That's so bad.
Would people have been surprised if Jews fought back against the Germans during World War II? Would that have been terrorism? Is that what it would have been? That's outrageous to say that. Of course, Jews should have been able to fight back against the Germans. Any occupied people should be able to fight back. We can go to Armenians fighting back against the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so those are my original people. I'm Turk.
People just really got to stop comparing this
I
Palestinian
know.
Israel situation, the Holocaust. It's so gross.
How is that? How horrible is that?
Yeah.
How horrible
I mean,
is that?
you look at pictures of Gaza, you look at videos of Gaza, before October 7th, and it's like, yeah, it was a poor area, but it wasn't a concentration camp. Okay. It wasn't, people were not being shuttled into camps to be worked to death, to die. And, the people that couldn't work were shuttled into, pits to dig their own graves and then killed, or showers to be gassed. Like, it's just so ludicrous to compare these things.
We watched a video on this channel of a guy who was showing like the top 10 places in Gaza, and he went to like a mall, a shopping mall in Gaza.
He went to a university.
And a university, exactly.
It's like, remember all the college universities and malls that existed in the concentration camps the Nazis let the Jews,
Look,
partake in? It's like, come on.
People are so brain dead on this because they talk about how Auschwitz had a swimming pool, and they make the comparison to we're basically saying, oh, just because they had a swimming pool doesn't mean it's a concentration camp. That's what they'll say. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They're like, oh yeah, they have a shopping mall at a concentration camp and a university. I think it's a little more than just a swimming pool, right?
There you go.
Turkish descent, and if you said, "Oh, the Armenians, how dare they? They should have loved the Turks, and they should have said the Turks are the greatest people on earth, and they should have been occupied and accepted their occupation." I can't believe they fought back. And you know what? When the Turks moved them and killed them, they were just defending themselves. They have a right to defend themselves, guys. If you're in that camp, I don't think you understand how biased you sound, and how it does not sound to anyone outside of your camp that you're in a rational world. So if you want Israel to be safe,
I just look. I like Cenk, and Cenk's been on our show a couple of times. He's been very magnanimous, sharing his time with us. So, but just it's not good to, in the very beginning of the debate, call your interlocutors irrational. It's not a good starting point, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, look, if you don't accept my position, you're irrational. I have the irrational, unbiased position.
Mm-hmm.
Cenk, come on, do a little good faith Gary here in the beginning, at least. At least let's get off on the right foot, right?
Or just state your position as opposed to stating the other person.
Yeah, there you go. That's
Right.
that's solid advice. That's good advice, Sitch.
At least wait for like the conversation to get heated before you start calling. The other
Yeah,
person
irrational and biased, right?
Right.
you must end the occupation. It is not optional. So is the goal here to say, as Netanyahu is
Look,
clear?
I don't. How do you end the occupation now, Sitch? Like
What do you mean?
I'm in agreement, Cenk. It's full on. Gaza is going to be occupied for a
Yeah,
long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I don't necessarily know how you end the occupation now, but none of this. All this started with October 7th.
Clearly saying now, he's saying, I do not want a two-state solution. Permanent occupation means permanent war, permanent terrorism, and a disaster for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
Got it. Batya, why don't you go ahead? Batya Ungar Sargon, she is opinion editor at Newsweek, and she's the author of Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, which we have a...
Is that not just a warrior name right there? Batya Ungar Sargon. I feel like it's Klingon or something. What's going on here?
There you go. That's
Batya
pretty nice.
Ungar Sargon.
I mean, that's very racist if you had him.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
To like and point out a non European white name.
I mean, I'm saying it's badass. I like it.
I know. I know you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
I feel like she might have like throwing stars in her purse, to be honest with you. I think it's amazing.
Copy of on the desk right over there. She was so kind to give us one. Go ahead, Batya. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here with this panel. Are we all in agreement that Israel was just to invade after October 7th? Cenk, you agreed with that. Dennis, you obviously agreed with that. I agree with that. Dave, are you in agreement that that was a just...
I would.
And then I have to interject here just because it's so awesome. Okay, the difference, like Cenk calling everyone names, and then the conciliatory Batya over here, like let me just feel out everyone's position here, make sure we're all on the same page with her opening statement. I was like night and day.
Say like Cenk, it depends on what you mean by
what
invade.
followed.
Sure.
But the
What you did
initial
with that.
invasion itself, you could see that from a just point, that that would have been justified based on October 7th, based on had they conducted themselves. There was a way that Israel could have conducted itself that you would have felt comfortable with that as a reaction to October 7th. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, look, if you're spending your opening asking me a question, it's a fairly complex question, but I would certainly say that Israel was more than justified in pursuing and killing anybody who was involved in October 7th.
Why don't we cut the questions there? Continue with your opening statement. We'll get to
well,
that.
Yeah, Dave actually does a really nice thing there too by saying, "This is your opening. Don't you want to like make your statement?"
I think that's very important because then we can narrow the scope of the debate. It doesn't have to be about whether the war is just, but whether Israel's behavior since invading was just and the way that it has carried it out. And I think the answer to that is very clearly yes, because first of all, the measures that Israel has taken, obviously, we look at the destruction and it is horrifying. We see these children, we see women, we see people being impacted in the most horrific way. And it looks horrible. But the reality is that war is horrible. And the thing that we have to determine is Israel engaged in a war or in war crimes? Right? Is Israel engaged in a justified response to a heinous attack? Or is it going and doing things that are beyond the pale? And the evidence seems to suggest that Israel is not only behaving in a way that every other army has behaved in a very similar situation, but in a much more careful way, despite the massive destruction. And the evidence for that is in the efforts that they have made, the millions and millions of phone calls they make. You understand that Israel telegraphs to the enemy before every single thing that it does in Gaza. They're literally giving away the plan in order to get civilians out of harm's way. Now, can more be done? More can always be done. But have they gone further than any army in human history? The answer is yes. The number 33,000. Last week, Hamas put out a statement on Telegram in which they said they cannot account for 11,000 of those. So Hamas itself reduced the number to 22,000, which means that if you take the number of Hamas soldiers who have been killed, right? Israel says 13,000. Hamas itself in February admitted to 6,000. We're talking about a ratio of combatants to non-combatants that, again, simply has not been seen in urban warfare. All of these things, I think, come together to suggest that despite the enormous devastation, and I'm with you on that emotionally, we have to analyze this objectively and conclude that if you are saying 33,000 as the number of dead, you are mourning the butchers. And I think that's shameful. I think it's really important that people who are mourning the civilians make sure that they are careful, that they are not mourning exactly what we all have agreed on, which is that the butchers, Israel had every right, not just every right, but a moral right and a moral obligation to kill them.
Got it. Thank you, Batya. Dave, you can go ahead. Comedian, and he's host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Go ahead, Dave.
Sure. Well, since we have a short opening here, I think I'll just respond to a couple things that I've heard you guys say so far. So one of the things that I notice almost in every war is that it kind of drives people down to this most base collectivist understanding of what's going on here. You know, this side is bad, this side is good, and no one really sees the nuance that there are individuals involved. So, for example, in the war between Ukraine and Russia, you see people who have the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio, and they celebrate when there's a Russian defeat, never really considering the fact that many of these Russian young boys were conscripted into this army, and that they're victims too. And, you know, when Mr. Prager says one side wants peace and the other side wants to kill all of these people, it's a very convenient collectivist way to look at things. But the objective reality of the situation here is that there have been atrocities on both sides committed against the other side. This is true throughout the history of the existence of Israel. This is true before the existence of the state of Israel, with the Zionist settlers, the British, the Arabs. There were atrocities committed on all sides. And to say that everybody, as if, or to imply that everybody on the Israeli side just wants peace, and everybody on the Palestinian side just wants, that is just not true. There are lots of Palestinians who just want peace, and there are lots of Israelis who want their land and are quite willing and will openly, explicitly say they're willing to do whatever it takes to take their land. Now, to your point about how...
He said something interesting that I've said about, I don't like so much when I see on Twitter, there'll be videos and I'll show a drone like killing a bunch of Russian soldiers. And people are like, oh, so base, they're kind of plotting it. And I look at these videos and I'm like, well, I support, Ukraine fighting off Russia. Like Dave Smith said, I understand that, a lot of these Russian soldiers, not most of them or all of them, they're not really there by choice. They're conscripted and they're kind of just forced there by their government. They've been heavily propagandized and all this stuff. So I completely agree with that and I acknowledge that. But I also understand, and this is why, like, part of why war is so kind of fucked up in the first place, is that, like, that attitude makes sense for my perspective as an American who's living, on the other side of the world, who's not in the war. But if you're a Ukrainian soldier in that war, you shouldn't necessarily view Russians that way. You should view them like you would probably do better in the war psychologically and actually perform better in the war, physically, if you're kind of viewing them as like, these are evil aggressors that I need to just take out. Like if you have this, like, moral weight on your shoulders, it's going to make you like not be able to actually perform these war duties in the situation.
That's so brutal, Sitch.
It is, but that's sort of the way, like, when he talks about this, like things boil down into this tribal mentality, that's why it's like this is an evolved psychological trait that humans do in order for them to go to war. Because if humans couldn't do this, if humans, we're all like the very individualistic, libertarian minded people, they literally probably couldn't ever go to war because everyone would be too morally conflicted to do it.
Wouldn't that be a great world, though?
It would be, but obviously that's not the world we live in.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And so that is kind of like the dark, I don't know what it is, the dark Kafka-esque dilemma of war is that like on one level it's completely true, and on the other level you kind of have to ignore it to do war. It's the same thing with like, the bombings of Japan and Germany during World War II. Like the amount of innocent people that got wiped out were just citizens of the Japanese of Japan or Germany who didn't have any control over the politics. I'm sure it was super high and horrifying and horrible, but you kind of had to do it because that's the only way to get the governments to stop. And so this is like the dark nature, the fucked up nature, the dark, horrible quality of war is that so many innocent people on both sides essentially have to die in order to get the war to stop one way or the other.
Yeah, it's horrible. That's obviously why they say war is hell, right? Because so many innocent people die. But yeah, even in the context of the Russia-Ukraine thing, I mean, it is self-defense to some extent, and I agree they will perform better if they just, don't empathize with the enemy in any way, shape, or form. I mean, that's
right.
That is the tragedy of it. And sure, there are, it's basically Putin's set up a meat grinder for a lot of these conscripted people. But that doesn't change the fact that they have to kill them to defend their land.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It's brutal.
That's why it's so horrible.
Totally brutal. Yeah. You can't, this is why this isolationism approach just never really works.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work in terms of actual policy. Because no one else is it's kind of like it's the same way like when you're talking to someone who's advocating for everything to be a worker co-op socialist system, it's like, okay, well, you can do that, but you understand you're going to get completely outcompeted by every other business and suck, and you'll never perform. Yeah. Same thing with like the isolationism is like, yeah, that'd be great if everyone did it, but they don't. So you need the American monster. If it leaves the world stage, all the other countries' monsters, rise to power and start taking over everything, and then America gets, shit canned.
Yeah, you can be isolationist until the war stumbles onto your doorsteps. And if you are isolationist, sooner or later it does.
Yeah, because unfortunately, the way humans seem to operate is, when you leave the power situation, people don't just play nice. It creates a power vacuum and everyone fights over power to try to take that slot. So, Cameraman 502 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I read what Dennis Prager as pointing out is that the Arab states literally call themselves Arab states, like the Arab Republic of Egypt, or in their constitutions, but only Israel is condemned for being a quote Jewish state. I mean, I think that's a fair point. I definitely agree with that. That is definitely a fair point. There was an interesting question, and I was curious about how you feel about it. So apparently Hassan who is atheist, has been referring to himself as like a cultural Muslim.
Right.
And people were saying that this is like a preposterous identity, a cultural Muslim. And I tend to agree that it seems like a preposterous identity. But, you kind of call yourself a cultural Christian, and a lot of other people call themselves a cultural Christian. So I don't know, is it like a different thing? Is it similar? Like what exactly, how do you feel about this cultural Muslim identity?
I'm not sure because there's two different things. We talked a little bit about this before the show began. Like I conceptualize identity politics as kind of a fight for the dignity of groups. And a lot of times people are members of those groups. And I think Hassan probably thinks of himself as a member of the Arab group. And Cenk, I'm sure, thinks of himself in the same way, a member of the Muslim group. Cenk himself has said, he was raised Muslim. He's an atheist now, but you can listen throughout this debate. You can tell he definitely has a lot of empathy with the Palestinian people. And if you kind of read between the lines, it seems as though he thinks Israel's treatment of the Palestinian people is disrespecting the Palestinian people, and by proxy kind of disrespecting him because he empathizes with that culture and sees himself as a part of that culture. So there's that aspect of it, which I don't possess at all. Like, I think Christians can be egotistical pieces of shit. Like, and you know, when people call it out, like when people call it the Westboro Baptist Church, I don't look at them and think, oh, you know, they're Christians, they're giving me, a cultural Christian, a bad name, right? They're making Christians look bad, and that makes me look bad. I don't think that way, because I don't tend to think collectivist. But I do think, as far as Christianity goes, and I've talked about this on the show, you know, quite a bit, I do think the heart of Christianity is forgiveness, the idea of forgiveness. Like the whole idea of, you know, the Jesus on the cross is, you know, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son to forgive them for being such terrible pieces of shit all the time, right? So I do think there are these ideas, these memes, this philosophy, this that I think is good for society. So when I think of cultural Christian, I think turning the other cheek, you know, thinking about the future and forgiving people for the past, not getting in these cycles of revenge and blood feuds. Like the whole Middle East seems like it's just like a blood feud that goes back for 10,000 years, right? Or 3,000 years, whatever it is. So I do, there's that, separating it into like the cultural ideas and then the identity politics. I don't subscribe to the identity politics. I do subscribe to the cultural ideas. And I don't know enough about Islam or Cenk's views on Islam or Hassan's views on Islam to know. Like, my gut tells me it's just them playing into the identity politics and not into the ideas behind Islam.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct in terms of like Cenk and Hassan, other people viewing some association with Palestinian people or other people in the Middle East, and so an attack on them on people in Palestine feels like an attack on their identity and themselves as well.
Yes.
I definitely think that is going on, 100%. In terms of like Hassan calling himself a cultural Muslim or whatever term he uses, to me, I think it's 100% bullshit. It's just a way for him to sort of seek oppression points when you're talking about Israel, because like when you say you're like cultural Christian, or even when Richard Dawkins said this, when we talked about that in that clip that we watched, what to me that signals is basically someone is saying that they agree with living in a Western liberal democracy. That's what that means, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're saying, you know, we had these European Western liberal democracies that, you know, had majority Christian populations, and they created these various cultures. And that's kind of what they're talking about when they say, you know, they're cultural Christian. They like these various attitudes that exist in these countries. They probably like what you're saying. They like the idea of like forgiveness and, you know, things of that nature. And that's fine. But like when Hassan says he's a cultural Muslim, to me, the reason I say it's bullshit is like, well, first of all, he's a fucking socialist. Okay. Like if he was a guy who was like super conservative, but was atheist, but he was socially conservative, and he said he was culturally Muslim, I'd say, oh, I guess that makes sense, right? But he's not. He's a fucking socialist who's the far away from the, you know, of the social conservative Islamic religion than you can get, basically. You know, he doesn't subscribe to any of the values, cultural values that seem to exist in Muslim majority countries. So when he says he's a cultural Muslim, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. This view of identity politics as, you know, certain groups are denigrating my group that I'm a part of is 100% collectivist thinking, right? So that actually goes with his collectivist mindset in the socialism realm, right? But I want to say just on the Christianity thing too, because a lot of it, when you describe it as like, you know, Western European values, it's really Protestantism that brought in this idea of individualism, because before that, Christianity was really Like, the elites basically were the only ones that read the Bible and interpreted it for the masses. And Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King Jr., the original Martin Luther, he's the one that went to the Vatican, I think it was the Vatican, and he penned his gripes with the church on the door, and one of them that became turned into Protestantism was anyone could read the Bible, right? And there was this huge wave of people reading the Bible and interpreting it for themselves. And of course, you got a bunch of different Protestant sects out of that. But I mean, isn't that the heart of individualism, that we can examine the facts, the situation, and kind of come to our own conclusions about culture and life and those kinds of things? Isn't that kind of the root of individualism?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I do and I don't know that there's a similar kind of idea like that in Islam. I don't know that there was this switch from the collectivist mindset where, it's very hierarchical. The elites are the ones that are interpreting everything and keeping everyone in line and setting the rules, and everyone just kind of falls in line and does, goes along to get along. And this idea that, look, we're a chaotic society of individuals trying to figure it out, which just seems like a ultimately Protestant outlook. Yeah, that goes well with capitalism, democracy, all the things in the West that we think are nice. Yeah, there's like a cultural synergy there that I don't know that it even can exist with Islam. But I don't know much about Islam. Maybe it can. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know enough about the comment. But...
I mean, you said every single strike they're warned. No, that is just not true. That's objectively not true. They do warn sometimes, but then that also leads to the question of, does that mean that whatever you do is just okay? The reality is that this is not just a war like any other war. And that doesn't mean other wars are justified necessarily, but there's a very big difference in this war compared to almost any other war we could think of. And the major difference that I see is that Israel has dominated the Palestinian people since at least 1967, and we could probably go back before that. Let me just say this. If we look at things in not a collectivist way, and we recognize that there are individuals, and these individuals make up different groups.
How can you? Israel has dominated the Palestinian people. Like, wow. Like, what's that? What's that even mean?
I don't know what he means by that. Yeah.
Israel has dominated the Palestinian people. Like they were slaves and working in salt mines. Like, what do you mean dominated them? I don't know. That's a big. Obviously, Dave's been on the show before too. Dave Smith does not like government. He sees government as an institution that is like the boot on the neck of the individual. Look, I'm very individualist as well. So, but I don't necessarily. I mean, he would probably say America has dominated the American people as well.
Right. Right.
I don't think. I mean, that doesn't sound like in the context of our culture. I mean, that's his view of America, but I wouldn't say that was like, that's not okay. Yeah, we have a government we're being dominated by. Thanks.
Let's say we have the group that is Hamas, made up of individuals, but that's Hamas. Within that group, we have the militant Hamas and we have the political arm of Hamas. They are different. We also have Israel, which is made up of its citizens. We have different political parties within Israel. Okay, let's take this one group for a second, the innocent Palestinians. I hope both of you would concede that such a group does exist. There are some people on the pro-Israel side who will explicitly tell you that that group does not exist. I think if we're being honest with ourselves, there is no group that has been more victimized than the innocent Palestinians. And at a certain point, maybe we ought to think about that group. Nobody has been through it worse than that group, the innocent Palestinians. And at a certain point, I think the question needs to be asked.
I don't know how you can make that statement too if you're like one of these people that was brutalized at the music festival. Like, how are those innocent people How do they have it less worse?
Well, he's kind of making a weird argument because he's saying, like, let's look at people as individuals, but then he's like, well, let's look at people as a group.
Yeah.
He's saying, like, well, let's look at individuals, and like, yeah, there are definitely individual people in, who live in Gaza or the West Bank who, want to just live in peace with Israel. And as a group, and then if we're going to go to a group again, they kind of, they have suffered. But again, like, this just feels very, it feels like idealistic to the point of almost a fantasy in terms of like not acknowledging what's going on. Like Israel and no one, we don't have like a magic gun that you can like target and say, like, I want you to kill all the
Only
people
guilty people.
who, yeah, all the guilty people who I want you to kill all the Hamas terrorists, right? And you just fire it, and then all the bullets fly off, and they just magically kill Hamas people. Like they're trying to get rid of the Hamas people, and they're trying to get rid of the people that are attacking Israel. And obviously, there's lots of innocent people that are involved, because it's a very, small country, and everyone's on top of each other. And there's like this weird calculation that no one wants to talk about when you're making these decisions, which is like, okay, so is the Israeli government going to make the mathematical calculation where they say, well, in order to protect the lives of possibly innocent Palestinians, we're going to sacrifice innocent Israelis by sending in ground troops who will die in these skirmishes in order to protect innocent Palestinians. Like there's a weird calculation that's being, had here. And in most cases, most governments are going to say that they're going to protect their own citizens first and foremost before they protect another country's citizens, right?
Of course, and they should. Obviously. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
look, the whole innocent thing, it's just I don't like the Palestinian people had it worse than some potential hostage that was likely tortured. I mean, okay, sure. What?
yes, right. Sure. Well, he saw, yeah, again. Yeah, I mean, if you're to say like, terms of groups that have had it worse, obviously the group of people that have been kidnapped and murdered on, October 7th had it worse.
Yeah,
And
who
like,
had it worse? The innocent people. Okay. There's innocent
right,
people on both sides. Yes, obviously.
right.
What's the point?
Well, and this kind of goes back to the sort of horrible darkness of the human condition and war they're talking about with like with the Russian, conscripts, is that like the way these governments calculate this, and people don't really acknowledge this, is that they say, like, okay, like we're trying to kill the Hamas people, and we're trying to take out like the militants in order to protect our citizens. Like that's the thought process. They say, okay, well, and we know that by doing these actions, there will be innocent Palestinians that die. So you say, okay, well, then what's the moral justification for that? And they say, well, the moral justification is that for every innocent Palestinian that dies, there's essentially a trade going on. It's a trade for the potential saving of an Israeli citizen's life in the future. Because they're basically thinking, oh, well, if we kill like one Hamas people and it kills 5 innocent people, that one Hamas person is going to, potentially do another terrorist attack that's going to kill X number of Israeli citizens.
Yeah.
And
No.
and that's sort of and now obviously everyone fights about what is like the appropriate level of math, and you can say it's all like that's all horrible, and I agree with you, it is fucking horrible. But that is the reality of war, and that is the reality of this conflict, especially when you have essentially what is the de facto government, or more than de facto, what is essentially the government of Gaza is basically a terrorist organization and is hiding among the population after they commit this terrorist attack that no country could ever live next to a country that engages in that behavior. Like that's the weird, fucked up mental calculation that these countries have to make in these conflicts. And that's not saying that's good or that it's right or that even Israel is engaging in the correct way. But I feel like when people have these conversations, like the real conversation should be on what is the military logistics of how to basically get rid of Hamas and create peace without, doing it a different way that Israel's doing it. And no one really talks about that because people don't have an answer for that. All they do is they just say ceasefire now, stop it now, horrible now, it's a concentration camp, blah, blah, blah. It's all this kind of like high-minded philosophical rhetoric when in reality we're talking about a complicated, pragmatic military problem.
Right. There are no good answers. That's why they don't. There's none to proffer.
Yeah.
Does Israel have a right to do what it's been doing to the innocent Palestinians for many, many decades now?
Thank you guys very much. You all stayed within the time limit, which is actually incredible. And Batya, you did steal a little bit of my thunder because, and I'm big glad that you answered that question. Dave and Cenk both responded in that way about how exactly what the question and the superimposed upon that is that do we agree that Israel at least either had a right or was justified in taking some action as a result of October 7th? So my question, I think, to both of you, and both of you can feel free to chime in after both of them has responded, is if we look at the original statements for the war and for the invasion, is that the Israeli military was supposed to accomplish a few objectives. Number one, they had to destroy Hamas, the militant terrorist organization. Two, they had to lead to the release of the hostages. And three, they had to make sure that an October 7th could never happen again. So in the conduct of the war so far, do you believe that they have been successful with those objectives? Dennis, why don't you go ahead and go first?
None of us knows yet. Israel is being prevented by much of the world, and it's. I feel that on this entire issue, I'm living in a make-believe world. Every analogy could have been applied to Nazi Germany. There were innocent Germans who were killed by the Allies in the bombing and in invasions and so on. No one denies that. But to point out that there were innocent Germans while the Nazis were in charge is a morally idiotic point. It means nothing. It only means that every innocent German's life that was taken is the responsibility of the Nazis. Every innocent Palestinian life that has been taken is the responsibility of Hamas or Hezbollah. That's it. The analogy is perfect. There is one difference between Hamas and the Nazis. And I never called any group in my 40 years of radio Nazi. I never called an individual that other than the Nazis of the 1940s. But there is only one difference between Hamas and the real Nazis of Germany. The Germans hid their atrocities. Hamas boasts and videos them.
Batya, go ahead.
I can't stand Dennis Prager, and it's probably just because everything he says sounds like it came from a bumper sticker. It's just, it's not, I don't know. It's just, we've heard, maybe it's just me. I like, some unique take on things, and everything is just very, I've heard this a million times before. So,
Right.
Yeah. He believes it though.
I think that they have, I would say, destroying Hamas, definitely. They're not going to get every single one, but the idea that Yahya Sinwar will ever breathe open air again seems to me very far-fetched. I think they have driven him underground forever. And, they've cut off the head. And the idea that Hamas will be able to regroup at this point seems to me very unlikely. The release of the hostages, no, they failed on that front. I think they tried. Maybe they could have tried harder. I think, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I think a lot of them are dead. There's a lot to say about that, but I think on that they've obviously failed. And as to another October 7th, I think a lot of that has to do with what we're seeing now in terms of the realignment happening in the Middle East, to where you see Saudi Arabia clinging to the idea that they too will be able to join the Abraham Accords at some point. The moderate Sunni and Gulf states rush to Israel's defense, amazingly, to protect them from these Iranian rockets. And to me, that is, I don't think this is a moral question so much as a strategic one. And I'm sure we're going to get into where does the United States fit into all this? Where do we want the United States to fit into all this? But from that point of view, and an Iran-backed October 7th, should it happen again, is going to happen in a very different Middle East, one in which Israel has a lot of support from the Arab nations, and that makes it less likely as well, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, I'm blown away by the state.
Before we get to Dave being blown away, in terms of the question of what is the effectiveness of, Israel being able to prevent another October 7th attack? There's an argument, I think they're about to talk about it, about, that, this action will cause more, Palestinian people that survive to be angry at Israel, essentially do another one in the future. But I think it's really more an issue that kind of came up when we were, that video that we made during the week, where Emma in the Majority Report chuckled dummies were attacking Sam Harris, because one of the big problems is if you had a culture that was not, or I guess a cultural meme, a religious meme, an idea that wasn't kind of based around suicide, essentially, you could have a situation where it's like, okay, we shouldn't attack this country because when we attack them, it like creates such horrible conditions for ourselves. But I think that's what Sam Harris was alluding to when or talking about specifically when he was saying like, this is the problem in these, under this religious idea, is that if you believe in, that you have to fight this holy war, and if you die, you can get rewarded, that normal self-preservation of just, we can't attack this group of people because they'll just create such bad living conditions for us, that just doesn't come into play. And that won't come into play until the religious idea or the cultural idea changes.
Right.
Statement that Mr. Prager just made, that the only difference he can see between the Nazis and Hamas is that the Nazis hid their atrocities. So if that's the only difference you can see, I have a few others that pop to mind. The Nazis were a government. The Nazis had an army. The Nazis had an air force. The Nazis had submarines. The Nazis controlled from France to Poland in all of Europe, whereas Hamas can't even control Gaza effectively. I mean, I find the statement that you can't see any differences between.
I think this is kind of really dumb for Dave to do this. And I don't know, maybe it's just an honest mistake on his part. To me, I think it seems very incredibly bad faith, because when Dennis made his point about that, to me, it seemed very clear. And he says it afterwards. It seemed incredibly clear that he was talking about, not obviously there's a logistic difference between Hamas and Nazis in terms of like their position in reality. He was talking about like the moral consideration in terms of like how these people acted morally. And that seems so obviously clear to me that it just seems incredibly bad faith for David to go off on this tangent about, well, one, the Germans were obviously, the Nazi government was obviously far more powerful than Hamas is. Like, well, duh, we all know that. Why, like, what is the point of wasting everyone's time talking about this?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, he's talking about the moral considerations. And the Nazis hid it because they realized what they were doing others would see as morally repugnant. The Hamas thinks others will find it morally exhilarating what they're doing.
Right,
so
right.
it's like complete. Yeah, he's talking specifically in the moral realm, not in the pragmatic realm.
Right.
And then Dave has kind of switched it over to that, which, yeah, I guess it is. I mean, Dave probably just doesn't even recognize. I mean, it's probably just miscommunication.
Maybe. Equishodox for $20 says it's a religious conflict and has been since the beginning. They want nothing less than to wipe out Israel as a state and as a people. They stated this in their own speeches. Changed my mind. I mean, that's definitely the case from the beginning. It has always been this sort of weird, religious, bigoted, racist, Jewish perspective, which is why it's kind of absurd that so many of the leftists have been so sympathetic or so on the Palestinian side, if they're supposed to be the very anti-racist side, pro-immigration side, because that's then they should be defending Israel essentially, but they don't, because the number one thing driving them is in my opinion, the number one driving the socialists in America right now is not even class consciousness, it's race consciousness. And they just view the Israelis as white Europeans, and they view the Palestinians as, underprivileged brown people. And that's basically how they perceive this whole entire situation.
Well, and the colonialist dynamic. They see Israel as settlers that have stolen the land from the indigenous people.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
But that's part of their racism, is to view it like, oh, well, because I view the Jews as like white and European, therefore that means they're colonizers.
Yeah. I guess
when it's like, okay, like obviously they're not. Like a colonizer, like colonies is literally a country sending its citizens to go to an area to basically live in that area to conquer it for the name of their motherland, right back home.
Right.
That's what it is to be a colonizer, literally.
Yeah. I think of colonialism as, I think you can't have a colonial institution completely devoid of race, like the same race colonizing another of the same race. But I mean, I guess that situation has never really happened. So,
Well, no, I mean that it had. I mean that's you. You totally could. I mean that was the
yeah,
Roman Empire was was built on.
yeah, exactly,
Was built on
exactly,
that.
yeah,
So yeah.
look,
Angry Bell Sprout for $20 says, when do we treat this like the Balkans and have the UN NATO occupation along the lines of Bosnia? Use force against Hamas and Zionists to impose a single state solution where ethnic cleansing supremacy isn't tolerated. I mean, I don't know enough about Bosnia to directly comment on it in terms of like how that worked logistically. I don't think that situation will ever happen because Israel is too established as a country. I'm guessing Bosnia wasn't, because wasn't that like right after, like, around the time that they left the Soviet Union, all that stuff. And Israel and America's too much on Israel's side. So I think like Israel would have to become significantly more fucked up in its policies, I think, for that kind of solution to be implemented.
yeah.
The Nazis
Do
killed
you see a
over.
moral difference?
Well, okay, but hold on. But you said that wasn't what you said. What you said is that you can't see a
That's
difference.
what
The
every-
Nazis, okay, but yes, I see a moral difference. The Nazis killed over 10 million people outside of the war conflict, just in terms of people that they killed, let alone the tens of millions of people who you might hold them responsible for. So yes, I do see a moral difference between the two. I'm not saying October 7th was horrifically immoral, but if you're going to say, do you see a moral difference, that would be like if somebody had.
Did he just say I'm not saying October 7th was horrifically immoral? I think he misspoke, obviously.
Yeah,
so.
but
murdered.
But I mean, even he's making a dumb point here too, because it's like, okay, well, so the Nazis are different morally than Hamas because the Nazis killed more people. Well, that's not what that means when you say morally. The question
Right.
is like, what was their moral operating system? Would if Hamas had the power of the Nazi government back, today, would they behave similar?
No.
Obviously, they would, if not worse.
Well, no, they
And
would be open about it. That's
yes,
that's
right,
Dennis
but they would.
Prager's claim. Yeah,
Right. If Hamas had the power of the Nazi government, they would be throwing Jews and whoever else they didn't like
Yeah.
into concentration camps just
and
as much.
televising it. Yeah,
Yeah, right. So like this is like I think it's a really silly debate brain, move that Dave is kind of operating under right now.
right.
Two people, and you went, I see no difference between that and the Nazis. Okay, yes, they're both immoral, but there's enormous differences between the two. Now, to the other point of the idea of can Israel eliminate Hamas, even if they were, which I don't think is feasibly possible, that they eliminated everybody who is a member of Hamas. I mean, in order to do this, you would have to look at, if the images of Gaza City aren't enough, you would have to look at images 5 times over of that, and this is going to result in just slaughtering innocent people, not to mention the excess mortality where hundreds of thousands of people are going to die as a result of this in the future. But even then, you would just be dealing with another Hamas-like group. Because if you don't understand what creates this problem to begin with, look, this is the problem. This happens all throughout history, all throughout the world. If you want, there's a reason why the Nazis only rose. First, it was after we imposed Versailles. But then, as you know, it was after the Great Depression, when there was hyperinflation. When things go terrible, that's when the worst, most violent extremist groups rise.
Dennis,
and that's what the future is going to be, unfortunately.
Can I respond just very briefly
Sure,
to that?
and then Dennis can go.
Something really staggering has happened in Gaza since October 7th, which is there have been protests against Hamas. For the first time there were protests actually recently in 2019, but they were quashed by Hamas in a very aggressive, violent way. But the people of Gaza, the innocent people of Gaza, yes, who you mentioned, are speaking out against Hamas because Hamas is stealing their food and their aid, and they are seeing, they've known all along the role Hamas plays in their oppression. But the fact that Hamas has lost support in Gaza since October 7th, while gaining support massively in the West Bank, right? Which speaks to how different the Palestinian populations are in the different areas. I just don't buy it that Israel is creating more and more Hamases and Hamases and Hamases. I think that there's evidence that actually the opposite is happening, that the people of Gaza are seeing we have to get out of this cycle.
Go ahead, Dennis.
That's insane, by the way.
I'll come to you next.
I hate to put it this way, but I mean it sincerely, so I will. You are on record now, because the internet has a permanent memory.
I'm aware.
Of saying that there's no comparison morally between Hamas and the Nazis.
No,
you changed.
Yes, he's on the
well,
record.
for the record,
That is correct.
you changed what I said a little bit, but sure.
No.
Yeah.
Wait. So
No, I didn't say that.
Wait. All right, you don't. So you think morally they are similar? Yes or no?
You said I can't see anything different about them
Yes,
except
and I was
that the Nazis.
everyone knows I was
listen,
talking morally. Of course, Hamas does not control the same number of countries.
Mr. Prager, what's beautiful about the internet is what you just said. It is on record, so people can see what
That's
I said,
correct.
and then they can see what you
That's
said.
demagogic.
That's right.
Go ahead, sir.
There is no moral difference between the Nazis and Hamas. Both want to exterminate Jews. That is what we're talking about, not whether or not the Hamas has taken over Czechoslovakia. That's an irrelevant point to what I made. There is no moral distinction. Hamas would like to butcher every Jew in Israel, maybe in the world, I don't know, but certainly in Israel. It's in their charter, and that's what they announced. They're proud of October 7th. They are proud of rape. They are proud of burning Jewish families, and the Nazis were proud, but the Nazis hid it, and Hamas boasts about it. That's the one difference.
Cenk, go ahead.
Again,
So we have a situation where, they've either through miscommunication or just debate tactics sort of, obviously misinterpreted Dennis Prager's position to a very stupid place. And I don't think that Dennis Prager's counter tactic to misinterpret David's position intentionally is a good counterattack. I'm not sure that's a good counterattack.
Well, Dave's goal is to drag this into the realm of the state is responsible for this.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, the party that has a big state is obviously the oppressive party here. So that's why he's trying to drag it into the realm of, well, you're missing this giant difference. Gaza, the Palestinian people, they don't have a state, and obviously the Nazis, they had a big giant state, and we have to be afraid of a big giant state because that big giant state can do terrible things like Israel is doing to the Gazan people. Like, that's where he's trying to drag the debate. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, no, that is a good point.
Yeah.
And that's the one difference. See,
Yes.
you make the point again. That's not the one difference. There's other differences also. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Alice in Wonderland. If anybody watched this debate and they didn't know what was happening in the world, they would think, oh my God, I guess Hamas is this giant power and it's been abusing Israel this entire time. Poor little tiny Israel. And Hamas is this gigantic power crushing Israel. What are you guys talking about? Hamas has got pea shooters. They did terrible damage on October 7th. Now Israel's done 30 times worse to the civilians. They've massacred civilians after civilians after civilians.
See, this is so important because I do agree with, I think it was Dennis Prager. No, it was Batya that said this. Like, it's just very easy for me to think, okay, the people who are embedding themselves in the civilian population so the civilian population will be killed, they're the guilty party, right?
Yes.
But Cenk just cannot see it that way. Like, if Israel did the bombing, if Israel shot the shot, it doesn't matter what Hamas did. If they killed some Palestinian person that was innocent, it was Israel's fault. Like, what is Israel supposed to do? They're just supposed to, like, oh, look, we got all these innocent civilians. Let's just, I guess Hamas wins. Let's just go home. Like,
Yeah,
what's supposed to happen there?
I guess, and I remember we asked Cenk this when he was on, and he basically just gave the answer that, like, oh, well, Israel should just kind of like go in. And it's like, okay, but what does that look like? What does that mean? Why would that even lead to less death? Or would it be the same number? Or would it just be, you're just spreading the death to both sides? And that would essentially lead to the same thing that Cenk doesn't want, which is, Israel to occupy the area. And
the occupier thing. Yeah.
Right,
exactly.
right. Which, he got very, very upset about, whenever you even broach the subject. But, his argument here is a very, very bad argument. And I've heard a lot of other people make this argument. They say, oh, well, Hamas is weak. They have, these pea shooters, they shoot these little rockets and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, so your argument is that these people are morally horrible who want to enact, the worst kind of moral genocide that you acknowledge is the worst kind of moral genocide. However, they lack the resources to do it.
I know.
So
It's
therefore,
so bad.
right. So therefore, Israel's bad. But you say, well, wait a minute. Part of your complaint against Israel is that they've, imposed this embargo and trade restriction on Gaza, preventing them from getting resources. But you acknowledge that that Hamas wants to do horrible things, but they don't have the resources to do it. So aren't you essentially just justifying Israel's embargo of Gaza and
That's
blockade
funny.
of Gaza? You're like, because you acknowledge they would do it if they could, they just can't because Israel's stopping them from doing it. And then even then, they still are able to do because of all the fuck ups from Israel's the Israeli government. They're still able to basically do this horrifying attack on October 7th.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's a terrible, terrible, terrible argument, especially when you're talking about like the moral position of what Israel or any country is supposed to do when it lives next to an area that has this kind of terrorist government in control of the region.
Yeah.
And it is another thing I just want to say before we get back into this, and this is very frustrating. There's like this weird human reaction where you can notice this not just in global politics, you can notice this in your workplace, or when you have someone insane at your workplace. And I said this before, and it's very, very true. When you have someone that's completely insane and irrational at the workplace, people stop treating them as if they have agency. They just treat them as like a wild animal that you have to
To
work
be
around.
micromanaged. Yeah.
Yeah, like you just have to
Exactly.
work around them because you can't control them. They're just going to do whatever they're going to do. And so if someone who you view as like a moral, rational agent does something that's disruptive or bad, in reaction to the crazy person, it's like the person who's not the crazy person gets in trouble. Like, well, why did
Right.
Johnny, we all know that Timmy's going to act like a fucking crazy asshole. Johnny, why did you act crazy in response? And you're like, well, everyone knows Timmy's out of control. What are you doing? Like, he's the one that you should be chastising. It's like, no, 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 Johnny, we all expect Timmy to act crazy. Like, you chastise him at first, but then you just kind of, get over it in your mind. And it's kind of the same thing with Hamas. And that's what's kind of weird too, is that for all the global condemnation and all the protesters that are yelling at Israel to do ceasefire and all this other stuff, like you can do all that stuff. You can criticize Israel, you can call for a ceasefire, you can do all that stuff. But it's super fucking weird that like 99% of those people, none of them are demanding that Hamas release, the hostages. None of them are demanding that Hamas surrender. Why is it like, it's just because like they just view Hamas as basically wild, evil animals that are just going to do what they're going to do and have no agency. They don't even like talk about like, what the fuck should Hamas do to end the conflict?
Yeah. Well, Hamas is never going to release those hostages, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Exactly. But that's why it's so crazy. It's like, because they accept that the Hamas people are just literally either evil, just completely psychotically evil, or you have the weirdo socialists who are actually in support of them. Because those are the two perceptions of Hamas. It's like Hamas just is able to escape by under the radar in terms of like people trying to get them to do anything. Like, why is there not why is there zero global pressure on making Hamas surrender?
Right. It's all, most people on the Palestinian side are just looking at this through the oppressor-oppressed lens, and Hamas has less power, so they're oppressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Israel is Goliath. It is not David. It is the Germans in terms of military power.
Hence the David and Goliath.
It is not the Jews. The Palestinians are the equivalent of the Jews during the Holocaust. They have been put into ghettos, and they have said, you have no freedom. You will serve us and serve us only. And right now they're saying, we're going to have permanent occupation. And so were the Jews not supposed to fight back against the Germans?
Here's what I'm talking about the identity politics stuff, the dignity stuff.
Mm-hmm.
See how animated Cenk is when he talks about the Palestinian people being oppressed? You will serve us. You will be our slaves. Like he's
Right.
just he's so animated about it. He's so, it's just so insulting to him. He feels so insulted on their behalf.
Right.
Yeah.
Do the Palestinians, hold on. Do the Palestinians not have a right to defend themselves? Does it only go one way, where Israel can crush? And how dare you lowly Palestinians fight back?
How dare you lowly Palestinians? Look, it's all here, Sitch. Is this not obvious?
Oh yeah, no, I agree 100%.
He thinks Israel is subjugating these people and
Yes.
subjugating him by proxy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he makes this argument. I've heard him make it before. This is a terrible. I think he made it on our show. This is such a bad argument because it's hard to interpret the language he's using, where he's saying very specifically, like, "Oh, are they not allowed to fight back?" Like, I believe
That's
Cenk,
justification. Yeah.
right? I believe Cenk that is sincere when he doesn't support October 7th. But then when you turn around and you say the words like you're saying they can't fight back, it's like, how else are you supposed to interpret that except for a justification for October 7th? It's so weird. It's such a fucking terrible messaging from him.
It is. Yeah. It can definitely be spun that way by people who with bad intentions. But it's hard. It's hard to deny.
Yeah.
Look how Dave is like laughing his ass off.
Well, everyone, it's hard not to laugh when Cenk starts going on
Cenk is
crazy,
on
banging the
Cenk is on a
table.
tirade.
Yeah.
How dare you get beneath my boot,
Right.
Palestinian people?
How dare you! Now we'll kill 30 times more of you and we'll occupy you forever and ever and ever. And we're supposed to accept that? Are you guys nuts? They're never going to accept it. Never ever. Batya, I love you, but if you think that the Palestinians are now more anti-Hamas and more pro-Israel, you have lost your mind. They despise Israel and they will fight. And hold on, this is the most important point. They are going to
Like she brought up demonstrations and stuff like that. Why is Cenk just denying that?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
fight Israel forever, not because they hate the Jews. Oh my God, they're Nazis. Oh, for no reason at all. They were just walking by and all these Jews came by and they hate them. No, they took their land and they still have it. They have them under their thumb. They can cut off the water, the power, the food, and they have, and they're starving them to death. And you think that, what, they just coincidentally hate the Jews and that's their driving ideology? No, they're fighting you because you're occupying them. This is the most obvious thing in the world. Why did the Armenians fight the Turks? Why did the Greeks fight the Turks? Why did everyone fight the Turks at the end of World War I and the end of the Ottoman Empire? Not because they hate the Turks, but because we were occupying them. And if the Greeks said we want to kill them all, which they did, that did not give us a right to go back into Greece, occupy Greece for 75 years and go, how dare you defend yourself? You hate Turks. We get to kill you forever.
All right, well, we'll pick up on that because this is a legitimate
I hate this argument just because it's like, by this argument, you have to justify Native Americans being able to like suicide bomb federal buildings. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or Native Americans, enacting horrifying, things back in the day on settlers, right?
Of course.
Evil settlers, and killing all the, men, women, and children. And, obviously we like to think, in modern morality systems that no, that shouldn't be the way that things should go. And I mean, I think it comes up later. I don't remember if Cenk responds to it, but he keeps saying you're occupying them. Like, what does he mean by that? Because he said that, he brought back the 75 years of occupation. So when he says occupying them, does he mean like from the beginning that Israel shouldn't have been a state that you're occupying them? Does he mean the blockade? Does he mean the 1960s borders or whatever? Like, what does he mean by these statements?
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't remember. Actual Justice Warrior in the chat was saying Cenk used to say 57 years of occupation. Now he's saying 75 years of occupation, which is much worse. I don't know if that's true or not. Actual Justice Warrior said that in the chat, but he's like a TYT lifetime watcher, so maybe he knows. You can let us know if that's accurate information or not. But yeah, this is just, I mean, it would be nice just to get like a clear, rather than just getting caught up in the rhetoric of under our thumb, under our boot, occupying us, subjugating us, taking advantage of us. Like all this is great, fighting words and all that stuff, but just lay out exactly what you're talking about. I think if we did have that conversation with Cenk, I mean, you and I are just both realists about the security situation, right? Like if the United States was in the same kind of security situation as Israel is, we'd be having checkpoints, man. It ain't no joke. People want security, right? Those security checkpoints don't exist just to terrorize the Palestinian people. They exist because they're trying to save lives. Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone's weighing this. Okay. Yes, this is a big fat inconvenience for people, but do more people live longer, happier lives because of it? Like, are we willing to put up with this inconvenience so that
Right.
people aren't dying? You know, you got to do the pros and cons. And I don't feel like anyone is. A lot of people, they have this idea that you could just get rid of the security checkpoints and all the hassles will just disappear.
Yeah, they'll
that's
just be
not
nice.
true.
Everyone
Yeah.
will just be nice and wonderful, you know.
No, there'll be more
No,
terrorist
they won't.
attacks. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
exactly. They'll say, "Oh, look, the soft targets now. Woo woo."
Question that I think, Batya, since he named you, you can go ahead and ask. What does legitimate Palestinian self-defense, if there is such a thing, even in your eyes, look like?
Right, well, so that's what I would ask Cenk. Is everything that happened on October 7th legitimate resistance because the Palestinians are occupied?
Great question. So I condemn Hamas for killing civilians. I also condemn the IDF for killing civilians. And now the IDF has killed 30 times the number of civilians that Hamas did. And I know you guys are going to dispute the numbers because that's a very classic thing that people on the oppressor side do.
How many Hamas soldiers?
Okay.
It's like Batya. I know you're on the oppressor side over there. I see it. I see it in your eyes. Okay. Just a little dig there. But notice he does separate out. He's like, the civilians are the problem. Like, he doesn't have a problem with any of the stuff happening on October 7th where they killed military. Like,
Yeah,
he
I
thinks
wonder.
that's
That'd be an interesting question. Yeah.
It seems that that's the case.
Do you think have been killed? I just want a number. How many Hamas soldiers?
So,
do you
first
think
of
were
all,
killed?
in terms of the numbers, I go with what is internationally recognized by news organizations and
so
human
what's
rights
that number?
groups.
How many
So,
Hamas
and
soldiers
those
have been
groups,
killed?
so those groups say, no question that the health ministry, if anything, has been conservative. Well over 33,000 dead overall. They do not know how many of those are Hamas. Israel's at one point made up a number.
Well,
like,
Hamas said
hold on, let me
6,000.
just finish. Let
Do
me
you
just
accept
finish. Let me
Hamas
just
as a
finish.
number?
I'm almost
I'll
done.
come back.
At one
Yeah.
point, the IDF made up a number 13,000, and then a couple of weeks later, they changed it to 9,000. So it was obvious that it was made up. Do I trust the 9,000 number? No, because the IDF. Everything they have said so far has been disproven by news organizations and human rights organizations. So I don't know what the number of Hamas it killed is, but it is a tiny number. And based on the numbers, even if you took the IDF numbers, the 9,000, already the civilian to military ratio is significantly worse for the IDF than it was for Hamas. So if Hamas are dirty terrorists who went and killed those poor civilians along with the soldiers that they killed, well, then the IDF is also obviously terrorists.
Go ahead,
Cenk,
Batya.
do you accept Hamas's number that 6,000 of its would you accept Hamas's number that 6,000 of its soldiers have been killed?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe Hamas
Because they're
no
going
matter
to.
what.
No. I don't believe Hamas. I'm saying that at a minimum.
Okay.
Because
All right,
Hamas
let's
could be
accept it.
underestimating,
Okay.
but they're not going to
Let's take
overestimate.
6,000. I mean,
All
okay,
right,
fine.
go ahead.
So, well, I mean, I sort of object morally to taking Hamas at its word and then assuming that the idea is
You
lying. But
object
anyway,
morally
okay.
at taking
All
Israel
right.
at its word.
So, but what's
It's been a far worse oppressor.
Let's get to an average. How about 8,000?
Ooh, Israel is a far worse oppressor than Hamas.
Right. Yeah.
What is like that? That's a crazy
yeah.
statement. Yeah. It's like, okay, if you're just going to say like, well, Israel has killed more people than Hamas, that is probably true. But it's like, okay, but Israel is killing more people than Hamas directly because of Hamas's actions in the first place. And to prevent Hamas doing another attack, Hamas is attacking its own people and subjugating its own people and using its own people as human shields, where obviously the Israeli government is doing nothing of that sort.
Can you imagine if they did?
Right.
Just like grabbing Israeli citizens to put as like human shields.
Yeah, I know. It's
Also,
I think what
like Hamas doesn't let anyone, like they have not had open elections for like 20 years. Israel
Right,
is
yeah.
having elections and there's like a political process. So, I mean, what are you talking oppressing? What do you mean by
yeah,
oppressed?
exactly. Yeah. It's like this weird thing that I think a lot of people on the left, they feel, but they don't really want to verbalize, which is that, because there's this intuition to just jump to defend the people who are like in the less powerful position, they
Right.
kind of write off a lot of the human shield stuff. It's just like, well, that's what they have to do. Right? Because it's like, I mean, it's true that is what Hamas has to do to survive, but that doesn't mean that's morally right. In fact, that makes it, that should show you that they're on the morally wrong side of the issue.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look, they're being oppressed, so
No,
what could they do?
Right.
Okay,
Whatever it
let's
is.
move past the number.
What is the civilian to combatant ratio that you would have accepted in this war? Is it 0? Like, what is the civilian to combatant ratio that you would have accepted as moral and just?
So when you look at the scope of conflicts across the world, not in the past, but in this day and age, after World War II and the law of war crimes were put into place, there are, generally speaking, some ratios that people find awful but acceptable. It's usually well under 2 to 1. So, for example, America would not drop 2,000-pound bombs. They wouldn't even drop 500-pound bombs in Fallujah when they were cornered. Israel's wantonly dropping 2,000 bombs all over the place, and that is why they have a worse civilian to military kill ratio than Hamas. So do you acknowledge, okay, let me ask you back, do you acknowledge that Israel's worse terrorists than Hamas because they're killing more civilians both as a raw number and as a ratio?
No, Cenk, because
let's get to what the point that he's trying to make is what does legitimate defense on the Israeli parts look like? And this is actually something I'd like to hear from Dennis as well.
For the Palestinian part.
Well, we'll get to both.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cenk
Okay,
asked him about the Israeli part, so we're talking about
I don't believe that you don't distinguish between intentionally targeting women with rape, babies, children, families intentionally being dismembered. I don't believe that you think that is morally equivalent to an army that is targeting combatants.
That's hilarious.
You think those are the same morally?
No. Don't put words in my mouth. Let me just address that. No, I have to address that.
I'm saying I don't believe that you think those are the same.
No. First of all, we're talking about two different things here. So when you say, hey, do you condemn and do you find it morally acceptable that they killed the children and raped, etc.? Of course not. That is totally morally unacceptable. But if you say, hey, Israel does not target civilians, that is, I'm sorry, but I think it's a comical point of view. And so they definitely do. And by the way, this is really important, though. When Hamas kills a baby, we all condemn it. Israel has now killed 15,000 children. And you know what they did? They crushed their skulls, they lit them on fire, and they burned them to death. And you know how they did that? With 2,000-pound bombs.
I do want to answer the legitimate
And they did it on purpose.
question.
Wrap this up, and then I want to get to Dennis as well.
How can you say they did it on purpose?
Because they have. He says.
Okay.
I don't know. He just declares it so, I guess.
What is the 2 to 1? He's saying 2 to 1 is acceptable or unacceptable?
The idea that there would be 2 civilians that die for every
enemy
combatant, which I think that's actually, like, I don't know if it's like morally good, but I think in terms of war, because there's like that meme, I don't know if it's true, there's that meme that people throw around that's like, the majority of wars, it's like 1 to 8 or 1 to 9 military to civilian casualty in most of like the big wars.
Really?
So, some astronomical number.
God.
So if that's the case, 1 to 2 is not terrible, especially for the situations going on, with everyone being on top of each other.
I looked up the October 7th numbers, and it's the 764 civilians were killed and 373 Israeli security personnel. That's almost the 2 to 1.
Right. It doesn't include the kidnapped people though.
No.
So
248 people were taken hostage. Right. Yeah.
And I think
so.
Most
I guess
people
that does kick it up. Yeah.
Right. I think the overwhelming majority of the hostages, there were some of the military, but I think the overwhelming majority were civilian.
Right. Yeah.
But you do have to. This idea that like Israel's intentionally killing civilians it's kind of a nonsensical position, at least the way it's being argued. Because obviously, if Israel had the power, right, if they had a magic button they could press that would just kill all the Hamas people and wouldn't kill innocent civilians, that's the button they would press. Because it's like, okay, they want to get rid of Hamas, they want to have America and the rest of the world support them from a global perspective. They don't want the negative publicity of innocent civilians dying, of having babies dying, all this stuff too. Just even from like a completely cold, cynical, logical perspective, you could say like, okay, the military government the military leaders in Israel they don't even view the Palestinians as human. Even if that was the case, which I don't think it is, but even if that wasn't the case, they would still not want to kill civilians for their own selfish reasons. Where the Hamas government, it's literally the opposite. They want to kill civilians completely. That's like the goal is to cause terror. That's what it means to be terrorist, is that you want to inflict this psychological terror on the population, on the community. And it was Hamas that made the decision intentionally on their attack on October 7th. They didn't just say, let's attack military targets. They intentionally said, we want to attack civilian targets. We want to kill civilians. We want to kidnap civilians. We have spies that are, pretending to be on work permits, scoping out locations to inflict maximum harm on civilians. That was the intention.
So Cenk does not believe that at all. If Israel had this magic button that would kill only enemy combatants, Cenk, I believe Cenk would think that Israel would dread having that button because they want to have collateral damage. Like they want to go in and willy-nilly kill people and say, oh, look, just a tragedy of war, killing some innocent people here. That's what he thinks.
No, you're probably right in terms of that's what he thinks, but it just that doesn't make sense at all in terms of why would they want to do that?
Well, he would say ethnic cleansing, to less Palestinians in the areas, less that they have to occupy in the future when the occupation continues.
Okay,
That's
so
what
it's
he
like,
would
so they
say.
want to be
Yeah.
basically cut off from America and the rest of the world in terms of support. Like it's a position that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. Well, he would say that, look, I can just debate for him.
No, I know.
Cenk would say,
Yeah.
look, it's our political system that gives them so much power to be able to do this. They've got us over a barrel, so
Yeah, but what I'm
we're
saying
forced
is
to acquiesce to all this stuff.
right, but that would hurt that would undermine his own argument because our political system doesn't want Israel to kill, innocent civilians.
Right. Yes. Well, no, our people don't necessarily want that, but he would say the lobbyists do.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Dave, because they both haven't had a chance to talk about it.
Resistance that targets, if Hamas had only targeted military, we would be having a totally different conversation.
Agreed.
Okay? I think we would agree on that.
Yeah.
Resistance that happens in the West Bank that is nonviolent. I have a very dear friend who's the head of a nonviolent resistance movement in the West Bank. His life is impossible because of the double standard, the double legal standard between Palestinians and Israelis, which is unconscionable. Of course, that is totally. I know you don't know anything about me.
No, I just
anything about it.
I appreciate you acknowledging that.
Take the compliment.
That is totally legitimate resistance. Military targets, nonviolent resistance, BDS. I don't like it. I find it offensive. I find it a double standard, whatever. I support the right of people to resist through boycotts. That's like a time-honored American tradition. These are all legitimate forms. Using rape as a tool of war, not legitimate. And we all agree on that, by the way. So I don't think we disagree about this. It's just when you say that the occupation led to October 7th, it sounds like you're saying that it is justified by the oppression.
One second.
Okay,
Dennis,
sorry,
I want to
go
get back to... So
Based.
Yeah.
Exactly what it sounds like. Thank you.
I'm really glad she pointed that out. I don't remember if there's ever a response to that, but I mean, that is exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, let's see.
I asked originally what legitimate Palestinian self-defense, if it even it exists in your mind, looks like, and I would like for Dennis to be able to weigh in.
Legitimate Palestinian self-defense would be, we no longer want to destroy Israel, let's make peace. They were offered a state 5 times and they rejected it. Bill Clinton thought that Arafat was a phony and he did everything possible.
Hear that audible sigh? Who do you think that came from? Who do you
That
think
was
that
Dave.
loud sigh?
That was the Dave Smith side.
At Camp David to give them a state. Okay, they don't want a state. They want to destroy Israel. And as regards Palestinians, how's this that none of you like to talk about? There are 2 million Palestinians in Israel as Israeli citizens with the same rights as Jews have in Israel. And not only that, they're pro-Israel. They are more pro-Israel since October 7th than they have ever been. And that is according to Arab sources in Israel. They're occupied. Why aren't they occupied? Why are 2 million Arabs in Israel so happy to be in Israel? Why? Answer that question.
Well,
if Israel wants to commit genocide against, you say genocide all the time. So why are,
if you're going to ask me a question,
no, I'm asking you both.
Okay, I'm sorry, you were looking at me and you pointed at me.
That's fair enough. I don't distinguish between the two of you.
Okay, I will quote your debate partner. You don't know anything about me. I have oftentimes said that.
Well, I do think, before you get to the answer, I do think it's a very good point that, you know, there's Arab population that are Israeli citizens, you know, that are like able to live in Israel as citizens and not second-class citizens completely. And it's like no one believes that would be the case under, you know, Hamas-controlled, Palestinian-controlled situation in Israel.
Yeah.
The situation was reversed.
Why is that?
It is.
Well, it's because, I mean, it's because Israel was created by people that I believe, you know, had an idea about government society that was reflective of Western liberal democracy. And
Right.
obviously that's not the cultural attitude for the people, you know, the Palestinians.
Right. Respect for individual rights.
Right.
True that I would certainly say that I do think, while I wouldn't say they have exactly equal rights, the Arab citizens of Israel, if you were to be a random Arab citizen of any country in the Middle East, I think you'd rather be a citizen of Israel than a citizen of anywhere else.
That is important.
I 100% agree. That is important. And let me tell you something. If you were going to be a citizen in the United States of America or under Saddam Hussein's Iraq, you would much rather be a citizen in the United States of America. That doesn't justify the war in Iraq. That's the point. It is important. I give Israel a lot of credit. Israel is a great country. By the way, I think the entire Zionist experiment is really amazing when you think about it. That a group of Eastern European Jews sat down and said, we've been through.
Well, okay, wait. He had this line about, you know, would you prefer to live in America or would you prefer to live in Saddam's Iraq? Well, since you prefer to live in America, that doesn't justify America invading Iraq. That's not the point. The point is you have two groups that are in direct conflict with each other, and you're trying to establish a question of like who's more at fault, who's more willing to work towards peace. And evidence for that is the fact that in Israel, you know, non-Jews are able to be citizens and live in peace. And it doesn't seem like people are operating under the delusion that if Hamas controlled the area, that the opposite would be true, that they'd be willing to let, you know, Muslims and Jews live in peace in the country. That's the point. So Dave's counter doesn't actually address that point at all.
Yeah, that's a great point and a great argument, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Been through so much that we want to form our own country in a land that we've never been to. We want to base it around a language that we don't speak. We want to get international financing. We want to get all this. And they pulled it off. They actually did it. And they made it a really great place to live for the people who are citizens of Israel. That's not really what's in dispute. The point is that there are 5 million people who are under land that they've controlled since 1967. And at a certain point, you can't just claim like I've heard people argue, this isn't even really an occupation at this point. This is an annexation. They've taken this land and they've basically said at least,
agree that
at
they
least
were given
since
the state 5 times in
No, I do not. No, I do not. And I'll respond to that. Okay,
right,
fine. So let me respond to that.
Yeah.
So you just said that you were talking about Camp David 2. In 2000, you said Arafat was offered everything and he turned it down. 2 things I'll say on that real quick. Okay, number 1, Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the acting foreign minister at the time in these negotiations, he said himself in his book, and he said it on an interview in Democracy Now, that if he was Arafat, he'd have turned the deal down too. And I highly recommend one book that I'll recommend for everyone to read, The Truth About Camp David, written by Clayton Swisher. This guy was a security guard there. He went around, interviewed everybody involved for 3 years after the fact. I highly recommend people read that book. The truth is that, yes, Bill Clinton threw Arafat under the bus after the negotiations, but
No, Arafat threw Clinton under the bus.
Arafat wanted to continue the negotiations. The Israelis said no, and the Americans said no. That's a fact.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dennis. If you have any.
Yeah, no. Okay, so this is an excellent example. My motto on my 40 years of radio has been, I prefer clarity to agreement. We don't agree, but it is clear. You think the security guard at Camp David is a reliable source, and Clinton made it up that Arafat was responsible for rejecting it.
I don't think that Bill...
I love that, actually. That's a great line.
That's a nice little that's a nice dig there. It's like, listen, I'm glad that you're very clear. Now it's clear that you're retarded, but I'm glad that you're very clear. That was
Well,
what
it's just, I don't know the source, but
that's what
yeah,
Dennis
look,
basically said, yeah.
I mean, just one source can be extremely biased, obviously. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
The grassroots hegemon for $20 says Bosnia was a genocide of the Bosniaks to the tune of 100,000 people with 50,000 cases of genocidal rape, along with expelling 1.2 million people in 3 years. It makes Gaza now look like a charity event.
It's
There you go.
horrifying.
Pretty crazy. Jay for $20 says Cenk is talking out of both sides of his mouth. He wants to pretend like he's anti-Hamas while saying on TYT, of course, they're hiding behind civilians. There are people everywhere. What else are they going to be doing? Well, that's what I was kind of saying when I think there's this sort of like weird perception from some people on the left that it's like the basically the accepting of the crazy person in the office, the accepting of the bad people. Like, because there's this acknowledgement that Hamas is morally, evil, people just kind of like do this weird thing in their mind where they just say, well, yeah, of course they're going to be hiding behind people. It's like, well, okay, well, I mean, what do you want Israel to do about it then?
If Hamas separated themselves, if Hamas came out, it was like 300 guys. They're like, send in 300 of your best Israeli fighters,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll fight them to the death. Israel would just drop a bomb on those 300 guys. They'd be like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
done.
Exactly. Right. But
so, I mean, it is complicated, right?
Sure. But that shows why. I mean, that's sort of kind of the problem, is it shows, that Israel is a functioning government, that is able to create a society that's able to form a kind of conventional army, where obviously that's not the case with, Hamas.
Right.
So
what if Israel came out with the 300 guys and said, send 300, and then they dropped the bomb on the 300 guys?
That would be smart. That's very clever, right?
After they enticed them out.
But I'm curious to see that book that he was talking about, because like everything that I've ever read on the Camp David Accords all points to essentially Arafat, kind of holding a lot of bullshit stipulations that were obviously never going to pass, because, and the question was, was he basically motivated for his own selfish reasons of maintaining power as opposed to actually building something that was workable and real?
Yeah.
So I'm not familiar with this book that David talking about, that a security guard, somehow got the down low on the situation, but
it's only come up in that Sons of Hamas book by the guy who was a son of one of the higher ups in Hamas, because he was close to Arafat and goes into the Camp David thing in the book. I guess his dad was involved, and he completely throws Arafat under the bus and said Arafat basically screwed it up. But the guy, I mean, after I've seen enough interviews with that guy, I think that guy's a completely biased source too. The problem is just one source, right?
Yeah.
Like one security guard is going to go around and interview everyone. You're just going to get, I mean, it's all filtered through his bias.
Right.
Clinton,
majority,
I don't think that Jeffrey Epstein's rapist friend is a reliable source.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
agreed.
Okay. At the time,
Jeffrey Epstein's rapist friend.
Yeah, there you go.
Is a reliable source.
I mean, that's a good debate tactic to sort of nullify the argument, right? Oh, Bill Clinton's just a rapist, and he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, so
Oh yeah.
I do trust Clayton
Yes.
Swisher. Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Look, Dennis is so conflicted here. He's like, yeah, Clinton is a rapist. What do I?
Yeah,
how do
he
I
doesn't
answer?
like Bill Clinton either.
I know, it's so funny.
I don't like Clinton at all, but Clinton,
I knew I'd get you on that one.
Clinton, well, you didn't get me. We happen to agree about Clinton's moral character as it developed. Certainly, okay. But
He
the
would
issue,
never lie.
no. Okay. So your claim is that they were not offered a state. Is that correct? Tell me yes or no. I want to understand.
Well, it's not a yes or no answer. It's not that they weren't offered a state.
Yeah.
It's that what they were offered, and by the way, we can listen to Netanyahu when he doesn't realize he's being recorded, and he's bragging about how much he fooled Bill Clinton because he put all these poison pills in the agreement, and therefore they would never really get a state. What they offered them was nothing that really looks like a state. It was you can have.
Wait. I've never heard this claim before in my entire life. That there's a secret recording of Netanyahu laughing about the Camp David Accord.
Yeah,
gotta
he
find
was
this secret recording.
laughing maniacally and twirling his mustache at the same time.
Why didn't you open with that?
Yeah,
Like
play
that's
the
pretty strong
recording.
evidence, right? It's the secret recording that shows that it was all BS from the beginning.
Play the recording.
I'm curious about this.
Have technically 96% of it, but there's Israeli controls all throughout it, and all these different sections are divided against each other.
So here's the big picture. I'll be very, very quick. The average Israeli would do anything to get the hell out of the West Bank and to have peace with their neighbors. That is what Israelis care about. They want to raise their kids. They want to have peace. They want to have prosperity. They want to keep producing the most advanced medicines in the world, as the Israeli medical industry does. They don't want to occupy Arabs. It was forced upon them. It was forced upon them in 1967. And one final key point. The Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran and others all say all of Israel is occupied land, not the West Bank, not Gaza. Israel is occupied Palestinian land.
Cenk,
That is what from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means. No Israel.
All right, I'm glad you brought that up. We will be getting to the free speech topic on that. Cenk, you haven't been able to speak. I saw you objecting about the occupation, so go ahead.
There's so many things to object to. Look, guys, I'm not on either side in the sense that I want every Israeli civilian to be protected. I want every Palestinian civilian to be protected. And as a Turk, I'm in kind of the middle here as well, because we also occupied Palestine. We occupied a lot of people, right? So I've been on the Israeli side, and oftentimes when I hear you guys talk, you sound a lot like my Turkish relatives, to be honest. And that's not a great compliment because, and I love my Turkish relatives. Sorry, guys. But when you talk about anything that's related to Turkey, Turks are the most angelic creatures that's ever existed. They never did anything wrong to anybody. Golly gee, them occupying. No, those people wanted to be occupied, et cetera, right? So looking at it, when I look at those peace negotiations, for example, I think that in the beginning, Israel was honestly terrible and violated almost every peace treaty they made. In the middle, they were pretty good. And then at the end now with Netanyahu over the last 20, 25 years, they've been awful. Okay.
It's ironic what Cenk says about them and Israel, because it's the same applies to him in the Palestine thing.
Mhm.
It's like he believes anything Hamas says and like nothing Israel says. So
Of course.
major irony.
Okay, so in the middle where they were good, it's actually not the Camp David Accords and the 2000 negotiations. There's other sources. There's one of the lead American negotiators. I believe his name was Robert Malley. I hope I got that right. He said, oh, this was a fraud. We never really presented a real state to the Palestinians. Jimmy Carter said the same thing. So, but Omer actually offered a pretty decent deal to Abbas if it was a real deal, and I think that he should have taken that. I even think that the deal in 2000, it was not great, but they should have tried harder. Arafat should have tried harder to take that deal, because I remember covering it at the time and thinking, guys, I don't think you get.
So I was kind of curious about this, the thing about the Camp David Accords that Dave Smith was talking about.
Did you find some? I've been searching on that too.
Well, so I found so he said, you should read what Shlomo Ben-Ami said about Camp David Accords. And, he was kind of saying it was a bad deal or something. And this was a guy who was, he was in the Israeli government, and was working with this stuff. And I found an article written by him. It's called "The Doomed Middle East Peace,"
Mm-hmm.
and he says there was something called the Clinton parameters, where a large swath of Israeli settlements would be dismantled in order to create a Palestinian state encompassing 100% of the Gaza Strip and 97% of the West Bank. Territories would be transferred from Israel in exchange for the land the Palestinians conceded in the West Bank. The Palestinian state would include the Arab sections of Jerusalem, which would serve as the capital. The Jewish section of the city would become Israel's capital. Blah, blah, blah. A corridor would be created between Palestinian lands. Clinton called it a permanent safe passage, making the new state contiguous. Finally, Palestinian refugees would be able to choose without restrictions to the new state of Palestine or to return to the state of Israel with restrictions as part of a family reunification scheme to resettle in a third country and or receive financial compensation funded by the international community. Israeli negotiators wanted to translate the parameters into an official settlement that would have been a deal significantly better for the Palestinians than one on offer at the Camp David summit. In fact, the improvement in terms vindicates Arafat's decision to reject Barak's proposal at Camp David. So that seems to be what Dave Smith is talking about, was that there was some better offer on the table that kind of Clinton laid out that would make sense for them to sort of push for that instead of whatever was laid out at Camp David. However, immediately after that, something that Dave left out in this conversation, the literal next paragraph, he continues saying, but the Palestinians also resisted the parameters, arguing that they should not be allowed to constrain future negotiations. During a last-ditch effort to clinch an agreement in Taba, Egypt, Abu Allah, the chief Palestinian negotiator, admitted to us that Arafat was no longer interested in the offer. This was a devastating mistake, the consequences of which Palestinians suffer every day. Arafat's decision can be explained less by a particular demand or concession than by the overarching delusional and self-defeating worldview to which many Palestinians cling.
Which is?
That Palestinians suffer from a, quote, innate refusal to surrender to the logic of things, a belief that a mysterious higher power will always come to their rescue, as if the laws of history do not apply to them. In a 2002 letter, one of Arafat's former ministers, Nabil Amar, condemned this approach, saying, quote, there's something other than the conspiracy that has made the whole world either stand against us or incapable of helping us. Because we have a just cause does not mean we're entitled to do what we want. So this guy doesn't seem to be really saying what Dave Smith is sort of saying. He's definitely saying that Arafat is kind of operating under this delusional worldview, and thus, was the one who was not interested. This directly contradicts what Dave said, because Dave said it was America and Israel that cut off negotiations. This guy is saying that it was Arafat who had no interest in the offer completely, and the Palestinian negotiator told them this.
So, well, and doing it for these strange, like, God
ideological,
will intervene,
religious reasons.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I know.
God will work it out. We don't need your deal. God will smite you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which
How'd that
totally
work out?
Yeah, exactly. Which totally validates Sam Harris's
I know,
view on the situation. So
it does. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. So this one of Arafat's former ministers, Nabil Omar, he kind of continues, and he's kind of realizing that the world would reach its limit of sort of like caring about helping the Palestinians, and that the proposals for creating peace would stop coming at some point. And that was why he was, upset with Arafat for not kind of pushing to get a deal working in 2000.
Little did he know about the woke culture war of the 2020s that would send it completely across all Ivy League campuses and give them all the support they need.
True, but
yeah,
I don't think any of that's going to translate into
tangible
help.
Yeah. Tangible results in the region. Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it. You have no leverage.
The Sons of Hamas guy said that Arafat was sabotaging the deal basically for political because a lot of his power base was based around the Palestinian people being like refugees and fighting and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
And that some sort of normalized peace deal would threaten his power, which
Which is highly
sounds straight.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds very something I can grab onto. Some practical threat presented itself to his domain of power, and he's like, nope, not going to let that happen. And then he comes in with the God will save us, right?
Right. Well, it's very
Well,
it's very
as
easy
he's saving
for
his own skin.
yeah, it's very easy for humans to rationalize something that, benefits them
Of course.
materially in terms of maintaining their own power. Of course, religiously, it totally works out in my perspective as well. So
Yeah, you can't just come out and say, listen, this is a shitty deal for me, right?
Right.
He's got to come up with something that sounds better than that. Come on, optics,
Mhm.
guy.
Right.
America is going to cheat on the side of Israel from time immemorial. They have the greatest military in the history of the world. You guys have no leverage. Just take any deal because you're going to be occupied forever. So I want them to take a deal, and I want it to be diplomatic, okay? But in the beginning, yeah, but like this idea that Israel is just, oh my God, they just offered everything. And these Arabs, they just always reject peace. That's ridiculous. After 1967, by the way, one of the peace treaty was, hey, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, especially Egypt and Jordan, recognize Israel, and then Israel was supposed to give back the Sinai Peninsula, and it didn't. And that's what led to the 1973 war. So these kind of violations have happened over and over again. So in terms, and I've got to clarify something that Dennis keeps saying. There's a difference between genocide and Holocaust. So is Israel trying to do a Holocaust of the Palestinians or Muslims or Arabs? No. They're not trying to kill every Muslim or Arab or Palestinian in the world. But that's not what a genocide is. Srebrenica was a genocide. That was 6,000 Muslims killed by the Serbs. They were killed because they were Muslim in the area that they were in, so they were targeted based on their race. The same with the Armenian genocide. Genocide means targeting based on race and usually ethnic cleansing. That is textbook what is happening in West Bank right now. And so when you talk about the Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, Netanyahu wanted to split those two things up so that he could say, and this is, by the way, in the Israeli press, Times of Israel, Haaretz, etc. And the idea there is so that Netanyahu and the right-wingers in Israel can go, oh, we have no negotiating partner. We have no partner for peace because I don't know which one it is. And I don't, is it Palestinian Authority? Is it Hamas? Oh, look, Hamas is attacking us. Can you believe they're attacking us after 75 years of occupation?
Quickly, Dave, but then I want to get to Batya.
Okay, well,
Wait, 75 years of occupation. That is exactly the view. I'm glad you said it. That is the view. Israel itself is occupying Palestinian. It has nothing to do with the West Bank and nothing to do with Gaza. You said 75 years. That's how old Israel is.
Yeah.
So, can I clarify? No, because I want two-state solution. I want Israel to be a safe haven.
So what does 75 years of occupation
the
mean?
first 20
So let's
years
go
were
from
not
67. What difference does it make?
Oh,
Dennis?
it's a
So
big difference.
Well, I just want to notice, because as you're pointing out this strategy,
That's annoying because, why is, and I wish that, Dave wouldn't interrupt, and I wish that we would get, an answer for this question. Why is he saying 75 years? Because I don't know why he's saying that if he's in favor of a two-state solution, because then you would say like, whoa, you want to go what? You want to go back to 1948 borders or whatever?
Yeah, what is the occupation?
Yeah,
What does
what
it
is the
look like?
75-year-old occupation he's even referring to?
Yeah.
I would like for him to actually answer that, for Cenk to be forced to answer that question. Even though he seemed to capitulate to 67, it's like, okay, well, why were you saying that in the first place? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I read a little bit more from this guy,
Oh, great.
from Shlomo here, which
Shlomo
Shlomo,
Benovich.
not the best Jewish name, Shlomo, but anyway, so
That's a Jewish name?
yes, Shlomo.
Shlomo.
Not doesn't have a nice ring to it in English, but he did say, and there's a different interview. It's actually kind of very interesting. I want to read the rest of it at some point. I'll read it, when I'm listening to this video. He did say that in the entirety of their negotiations, that at no point did the Palestinian negotiators ever make a counter proposal.
Mm-hmm.
He said the question was, did the Palestinians make a counter proposal? He said no, and that is the heart of the matter. never in negotiations between us was there a Palestinian counterproposal. There never was and there never will be. So the Israeli negotiator always finds himself in a dilemma. Either I get up and walk out because these guys aren't ready to put forward a proposal of their own, or I make another concession. In the end, even the most moderate negotiator reaches a point where he understands there is no end to it. So,
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of bizarre and interesting to me. That shows that either there's some like weird philosophy that the negotiators are operating under that is terrible, or they're not there in some sort of serious practice or sincere practice if you can never present a counter proposal for what you want exactly. So
of Netanyahu to prop up Hamas, which is widely reported, and I saw you nodding at that. I think there's no denying it at this point.
But it's well, hold on. But propped up Hamas and humiliated Abu Mazen at the same time.
Right. So, but let's talk about this a little bit, because I think this all kind of ties together here, and it's one of the points that Dennis just made, where you said, look, Israelis don't want to occupy these territories, and that certainly is true. This is my point about being collectivist versus individualist. That is true for many, many Israelis. There are lots of them who were very happy. They were all behind Yitzhak Rabin. Let's make a deal. We don't want to be occupying these guys anymore, right? But then there's also members of the Likud party and people like Benjamin Netanyahu. And one of the explicit reasons, which he has stated in his own words and many high-level Israelis, I could read quotes to you guys for the next hour if you want. They've all said it. The reason why they wanted to prop up Hamas was not only, as Cenk said, so that the international community would never recognize Palestinians, but so that those Israeli citizens wouldn't be able to put pressure on them. Because if it was the PA in charge, so many people in Israel would say, hey, they want to make a deal, let's make a deal. And so the Likud party cynically, intentionally funded and propped up this terrorist organization that is every bit as bad as you've said, Mr. Prager. I agree with you on that. But here's the deal, right? So if that's true, which we all know is true, if that's true that the Likud party propped up Hamas so they wouldn't face internal pressure and they wouldn't face external pressure to give the Palestinians their freedom, then I'm sorry, that blows up the Israeli defense for this war. That, hey, it sure does suck that we got to kill these innocent people, but we got to get these Hamas. You propped up Hamas so that these innocent people would never get their freedom. You don't then get to use that group as an excuse for why you can slaughter them. Sorry, no reasonable person can defend that.
So we talked about the whole like the Netanyahu intentionally propped up Hamas thing. Yeah. And I don't know like what specifically Dave here's pointing to. My understanding when we've looked into this was that there's kind of like two things that people point to. There was a New York Times article that says like anonymous sources sort of claim that they basically, the Netanyahu government in Israel essentially allowed, money to go to Hamas from Qatar, as Dave was talking about. Now, they do give a completely different motivation than what Dave is giving here. They claim that the people that made the claim in the first place, right. So you think it'd be more reliable here than Dave, they're claiming that the idea was that Netanyahu was basically sort of operating under an idea of buying quiet, that he could like basically pay them off essentially to just not do crazy shit, which obviously didn't work.
Yes. Yeah.
Mistake.
They took the money and then they did some terrible shit.
Right. Which, obviously was a stupid fucking idea. So that would, I don't know where Dave is getting this concept from here. But then the second thing I know is that there was that recording of Netanyahu that they take completely out of context, where he was talking about actually getting money delivered to Gaza, not to Hamas, to try to not give Hamas power. And this is kind of the big problem when people talk about giving aid to people in Gaza, is that when the government itself, or the closest thing Gaza has to a government is Hamas, is this terrorist organization, how exactly do you get money to the people to help, with aid, to help with infrastructure that isn't going to be immediately swallowed up by Hamas? Is it even possible?
Right.
And I don't think it is.
So Netanyahu was just trying to give them their cut so that he could basically buy peace in Gaza.
Well, that's what the people that were making the claim seem to be saying.
Right. Yeah. And they're making it sound, and that has been turned into Netanyahu is giving them money to like terrorize the
Well, to
Israeli
like,
people so that he could stay in power.
well, to intentionally have Hamas be able to retain power. Like, so Dave's argument is that Netanyahu believed that Hamas would terrorize its own people, but also be incompetent. And so he wanted to prop them up so that they could be this balance of being incompetent,
Right.
not posing a threat to Israel, maybe also giving Israel justification because they shoot rockets every once in a while, blah, 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 blah. Right.
It's funny that it's the exact same narrative that they talk about America propping up the tin pot dictators who oppress their people because they do whatever America says.
Yes.
It's the same exact narrative,
Mm-hmm.
just polished up for Israel. They just peeled America off and they're like, oh, let's just write Israel on this idea.
Right. Right.
For the record, so that everyone knows, it was the Palestinian Authority, before the word Hamas was ever known, that murdered all the members of the Israeli Olympic team in the Munich 72
That is
Olympics.
true.
That this portrayal of the Palestinian Authority minus Hamas as wonderful people is sick.
No,
Okay,
but that's
go
but the
ahead.
point is
For
they
the record,
changed.
it's
Yeah,
Israel
but the
that is
point is,
kept
see, but this is such a
5.5
cheap.
million
Sorry,
prisoners.
Jake, that's such a cheap cop. That's
Okay.
such a cheap cop out to point to one atrocity in history. It is an atrocity.
All the blown up buses, all the blown up schools. What are you
what happened
talking
in
about?
Yasser, Diane?
That was all PA.
Okay, so hold on.
Israel just murdered 15,000.
But I'm sorry,
They didn't
all right,
murder them.
Cigar,
They didn't
Cigar, can I
murder
just
them.
say one thing?
Murder is
Just one thing
deliberate
quickly.
killing.
No, we have to.
Did he call him cigar?
I don't know. Cenk is yelling, Israel just murdered 15,000 children. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Cenk is yelling, Israel just murdered 15,000 children.
Right.
Did he call him a cigar smoker after that?
No, I thought Dave was calling Sagar cigar.
Oh. Cigar.
Let me talk.
That was all PA.
Okay, so hold on.
Israel just murdered 15,000.
But I'm sorry,
They didn't
all right,
murder them.
Cigar,
They didn't
Cigar, can I
murder
just
them.
say one thing?
Murder is
Just one thing
deliberate
quickly.
killing.
We have to.
Sorry, all right. But to just point to one atrocity and then say get out of jail free
I think
card.
it is objectively true that there has been atrocities that has been committed by the PLO and also by members, not necessarily of the Israeli government, but certainly
Yes,
Israeli
of the Israeli
paramilitary
government.
organization.
Much
Sometimes
worse.
the Israeli government as well. Batya, I do.
That was Dave's opening argument, too, that all sides are guilty of bad shit.
Right.
100%
Want to get the
Israeli
response.
government's not
I
true.
do want to get the response to this whenever it comes to the genocide question, because that's one that is very hot right now, specifically for the American audience. This is a key point of the intra-left debate around Joe Biden and his candidacy. So, Batya, I would like for you to respond and to make the case around why Israel is or is not committing a genocide. We'll stick on this question and we'll get some responses from over here as well. So, Batya, go ahead.
I don't believe Israel is committing a genocide, precisely because of how Cenk defined the word genocide, which is the intentional targeting of a people based on their ethnicity or their race. And that's clearly not happening here. I mean, first of
We'll get to you, Cenk. You're coming. All right.
aren't you curious what
You're
I'm
up.
going to say?
You're up soon, but Dave is next because he did that. All right, go ahead.
They're not being targeted because they're Muslims or Arabs or Palestinians. They're being targeted because Hamas has embedded itself within a civilian population, right? None of us would accept, I hope, that if they had only killed, let's say 6,000 Hamas terrorists, that would be a genocide, right? We would understand that was a military campaign to rid Israel of a danger threatening to its civilians. These people who have been killed as a result of Israel's attempt to eradicate Hamas. And so to suggest that they are being targeted because of their race or we don't believe that. We know that that's not the case. We know that if they were Palestinians living in Israel or living in Jordan, Israel would not be they would not be dying as a result of Israel's actions. And furthermore, you can point to all of the ways in which Israel has tried to move the civilian population out of the way. They moved 1 million people out of northern Gaza into Khan Yunis and into Rafah and into southern Gaza to get them out of the way. Now, I see you smiling. You're probably thinking to yourself, oh, she's proving my point. It's ethnic cleansing. But here's the point. I mean, it's either the ethnic cleansing charge and the genocide charge are a little bit contradictory, right?
Okay.
Because if they were trying to commit a genocide and could just simply simply, eradicate the world of Gaza's Muslim population, surely they would not be moving civilians out of harm's way while they're trying to get rid of the presence of Hamas in a certain place or not.
Are you saying that it is more akin to an ethnic cleansing, or it's not a genocide?
I think it's really funny to both claim that Israel doesn't do enough to protect civilians and then to use a word like ethnic cleansing, like a nasty, accusatory, racist word, when they actually did try.
Racist word?
Like ethnic cleansing, like to suggest they're doing something, racist when they tried to protect the civilian lives of the people living in northern Gaza.
How reasonable is she?
I mean, she's very reasonable. I don't know if I buy the argument.
Oh, you don't agree with her?
Well, the idea that a genocide and ethnic cleansing are contradictory, I don't agree with that, because you could have a government, I don't think Israel's doing this, but you could have a government that's basically, its goal is to essentially ethnically cleanse an area. And so the way in which they do it is they say, like, oh, well, we're going to, kill everyone in the area until they leave. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, to me, that's kind of blurring the lines between a genocide and ethnic cleansing, isn't it?
Yeah, those terms, I think ethnic cleansing is more accurate. I think people just think genocide is like every single person in an ethnicity is destroyed wherever they are in the world, like annihilating them from history. That's what people think of when they think of genocide.
Right.
So I just think ethnic cleansing is, they're just trying to clear a certain ethnicity out of an area. Seems more accurate to what's going on. And if they just say, look, we're going to destroy all of their homes and infrastructure, and then they'll get the picture, they should move on. Like, we're not necessarily going to kill them, but I mean, the lines are blurring at that point.
Right, because well, you are going to kill them. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
But the October 7th attack basically created a scenario where, and I don't see any way around this, where the Israeli government has to basically look at Gaza and say, okay, well, we have two solutions. Either we're going to occupy this place indefinitely, or they're going to ethnically cleanse it. Because I'm not sure what else a government could do, because as I said, a government can't function with a foreign country on its borders that's basically acting the way it did in October 7th. They just can't function. That's just not a thing that any country would ever put up with.
Right.
So, I mean, do you disagree? Like, I don't know what else they would do or try to set up that wouldn't just be an occupation, essentially.
Yeah, it's going to be an occupation. Or they need to do some nation building there. They need to bring the Palestinian people into the Israeli situation. I mean, there's no way around it. Yeah.
Like, when I say occupation, what I mean is that there's going to be basically an Israeli military force that exists in the region that is kind of the overseer / maintaining the quote peace. But ideally what you'd want is to be trying to build up a local Palestinian government that is willing to work with Israel and is advocating for essentially peaceful coexistence at the same time. Though that just seems, which is what you'd want to do, and maybe that's what they'll try to do, but that just seems so impossible because, especially after Israel basically destroying, even if they don't kill the entire population, just the amount of property damage and destruction that is going on in Gaza, which does seem to be, it's like fucking insane, is that, obviously there's not going to be a lot of goodwill towards Israel from the people. There's obviously not going to be a lot of goodwill in terms of working with people that work with Israel. Even in the West Bank, there's a lot of, people that work with Israel are viewed as collaborators. I've even heard fucking people like Hassan and people, in America that say anyone that works with Israel is a collaborator. So it seems like a very kind of untenable position.
Israel is always bragging about the Arab people that are Israeli citizens, or the Palestinian people that are Israeli citizens and live peacefully in Israel. And I don't know how those people became Israeli citizens? Like, were they in Gaza? Were they in the West Bank and they immigrated to Israel and obtained citizenship? Because if that's happening, then you are kind of just the population that's amicable to living in peace in Israel is constantly being drained out of these areas, and you're just getting concentrated Israel hatred in those areas, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah.
When you kind of need some component of Palestinian people who are, they want to live in peace next to Israel, they have to remain in those areas and basically build a Palestinian state that's going to be amicable to sharing a border with Israel and not want to go to war over just bad blood from the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is why I'm talking about the nation building stuff, because this is really building a Palestinian culture that is, I sort of like a Western, live and let live type culture, individualist live and let live type culture. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know enough about Islam. I know a lot of people will say, especially on the right, it's impossible. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, it's possible in terms of, like, obviously there are Muslim countries that surround Israel that are totally, have peace agreements with Israel and are willing to work with Israel. I just don't know.
Want any Israeli or Jewish people living in their state, right?
Well, I'm sure some of them are amenable to it now.
Right.
I don't know if they'd want like a big population of them living
Right.
in their state. I don't know if they want a big population of any non-Muslims living in their
Little
state.
Israel right outside of Cairo. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know if any of them would want that, right? Yeah. But so, I think it's definitely possible from, like, quote, a Muslim perspective to, live next to Israel peacefully. The question is, like, because of the history specifically of, the region with Gaza, is that possible in the near future? I hope so, but I'm skeptical.
Yeah. Well, this is like the cultural climb that has to take place.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it is taking place. And after October 7th, they're just like leaps and bounds backwards, right?
Yeah.
Who thinks that's even possible now? No one.
Yeah,
Zero people.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to get Dave.
real quick
Well,
answer.
no,
Okay,
because you dominated last time, so Dave,
Okay.
you're up.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so
Yeah.
look, I want to just say that in terms of the charge of genocide, I don't use the word genocide. I just think that the debate devolves into semantics every time you use it. The international legal definition of genocide is so incredibly vague that it's like if you try to destroy a nationality or ethnicity in whole or part. So then, like, if you were to, like, murder two people of an ethnicity, is that I just don't even care about the debate. I'm saying it's wrong. And in terms of, like, the term ethnic cleansing, there is no debate. Every single new historian in Israel concludes that there was ethnic cleansing at the beginning of the creation of Israel. Now, no, I know, I'm just making that point.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to revisit something here, because I literally just made what I feel is the most important point of all of this, about that I think the entire...
I thought the conversation about ethnic cleansing was what was going on now, not what went on in the 40s after a war. So I don't know why you brought that up, but okay.
entire Israeli defense is destroyed when you add in the component that they intentionally propped up Hamas so that the Palestinians wouldn't get their freedom. And as a response, Mr. Prager invokes an atrocity that happened once. And, like, okay, that was an atrocity.
Only because I didn't have more
Let
time
me just
to
finish.
invoke
All right, well,
more
let me just
PLO
finish.
atrocities.
Yes, I know you could invoke
spend the rest of the day or evening.
Yes, okay, can I just
talking
finish?
about non-Hamas Palestinian atrocities.
What happened to Dayer Yassin? You want to have
Dayer
a
Yassin was 1948.
So what? Okay,
There is
so
no
what?
war in the history of the world where
see,
you
this
have
is
not
so
had
it's a cop out. So
no,
if,
it's not a cop
so,
out.
No,
I'm
no,
acknowledging
so if,
Dayer Yassin was awful.
Okay, so by
That's
the way,
right.
hold on. Let me just finish my sentence, and then you
so
guys can
what?
continue.
So it proves what
right, exactly.
point?
It proves nothing. My
So
point
then
is
why
it
did you
proves
make
nothing.
it?
Because I'm mirroring how your point proves nothing. You're just
okay.
dodging. You're just
So-
dodging the point that I was making about this current war. Yes, it's objectively true. There have been horrific, ungodly atrocities committed by both sides.
Not both sides. That's a lie.
come on.
That is a libel. It is not true.
Oh, it's a libel. Okay.
You other than Deir Yassin, which was during wartime of a village and absolutely terrible. Tell me where there's been Israeli atrocities comparable to Palestinian atrocities. Go ahead.
Cenk,
Everybody quiet. Name it. Or you libeled. Name
I
it.
libeled?
Or you yes.
Wait,
you,
so why is the
you,
one wait, hold on. So the one I said doesn't count. Why? Because
That's
it was
right.
during
Because
wartime?
because it is exception.
Oh, so
to make a generalization, Israel commits atrocities and Palestinian commits atrocities. You can't name one other than in 1948 in a village during a war. That is a libel of Israel, and you're
wait,
dishonest.
hold on. So, listen,
Okay, first of all, I don't know why I keep saying libel. Right?
Because he's lying. He's slandering Israel's good name here.
I guess libel generally refers to when you publish a statement, right?
Well, I mean, this is
In print.
a form
Like
of
this is
publishing.
well, no, this would be slander when you're speaking a statement. So I don't know why I keep saying libel.
You've
But okay.
libeled the state of Israel.
I don't know. It's weird. I don't even keep saying libel. I'm assuming that's why Dave is kind of laughing, is because he's using the word libel wrong. But well, okay, why? But I do agree with the point. It is kind of ridiculous if we're talking about sort of the atrocities that a government is doing now, like Hamas, and sort of like what that means for going forward in the future to be able to interact with that government is very different than saying, well, the Israeli government in a war in 1948 did some atrocity. It's like, okay. Like,
Right,
it's just like
yeah.
a completely pointless, thing to bring up.
Yeah, name the Israeli October 7th. Don't they
Right.
usually point to...
Well, they would point to like this going on right now, the bombing campaign.
Well, I think Batya made great points about how, well, this is a war. Obviously, there's going to be collateral damage during a war. They would
Right.
probably point to that thing that Hassan always brings up about the peaceful demonstration when they were marching towards the fence and the Israeli soldiers shot them. But, I mean, that's nowhere near comparison to October 7th,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
It sucks. I don't like seeing innocent people die, but it's different.
you can keep saying the word libel.
Yes,
That's fine.
it is a libel to
Okay, if you
morally
wanna-
equate atrocities on both sides.
What do you mean
That
by-
is a libel.
What do
What
you
is-
mean by libel?
Libel
Just
means,
define it for the
Israel is
audience.
as guilty of atrocity as the Palestinians is a libel of Israel. I don't know why that's complex.
Okay.
Oh, well, hold on. Well, I was asked the
Yeah, I
question
know.
here.
Cenk hasn't been
Well, I'm
able
just
to
saying,
get
if
in here.
wars
All right,
don't
wrap it up
count, then
quickly.
fine. But if
Okay.
you want to ask for the atrocity, it's happening right now in Gaza.
Exactly.
So I don't know what
Exactly.
point you're.
Well, and I just want to say, like, going back to Dave's point about how, he keeps going to the whole Netanyahu is intentionally propping up Hamas. What if the charge against Israel, which I don't know if Dave's made this, but this is basically what everyone on the pro-Palestinian side has made, is that they're criticizing Israel for the blockade of Gaza, and they say that that's wrong. How can you turn around and say, well, it's wrong for Netanyahu to allow money to go to that government? Because if you got rid of the blockade, then you'd just be allowing money and resources to go to that government. It'd be the exact same thing, wouldn't it?
I was reading the definition of libel. I wasn't
Oh.
paying attention, but I'll take your word for it.
Right. So there's like that point doesn't really make sense to me, because it's like, okay, well, then what is the solution? Again, if Hamas is the sort of mafiosa government that runs Gaza, that's going to suck up all the resources and use it for their own nefarious purposes, then how do you, if you can't get rid of Hamas, how do you help those people?
You get
it's
rid of
not
Hamas.
possible. Right.
You have to get rid of Hamas. It's the only
Oh,
way.
so
Right.
these are atrocities.
Cenk, you can respond.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. So this is the same as blowing up school buses of children. You
I
are
didn't say it's the
morally
same.
equating them.
No, I
you are.
didn't.
Then you're using the same
No,
term.
you said
to
that. I
everyone
didn't say that.
listening, It
Okay,
sounds like you're
I'll be
saying
very,
it's the
very
same.
quick. My point was that you mentioning an atrocity that happened in the past did not counter the point that I just made, that this destroys Israel's defense for this war. And I just made the point that I could name atrocities too. You're now claiming that I'm equating things that I never said were the same and accusing
Yes,
me of
they
libel,
both
which is
commit-
tired.
they
Sir,
bo-
respectfully, it's
excuse
a
me.
tired
They
accusation.
both commit atrocities is tired. Okay? That's what's
No, that's a
tired.
fact.
Well,
That's a
okay.
fact.
That's a fact.
That's
okay.
Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah, well, he lives in a different planet. Okay, so first the genocide thing. Let me
Look at that. He called him an alien. He
Yeah.
literally called him an alien.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Just finish that real quick,
I agree.
and then
live on a different planet.
yeah,
I agree
okay,
with
all
that.
right,
We
all
agree
right,
the
all right,
first
all
time we agreed.
right. Okay,
Look, and then he gets mad about it.
all right. So first of all, just finish.
Listen, Cenk, you shouldn't calling someone an alien. That's a bigoted term, okay?
Totally.
Aliens are people too. Aliens have rights too. All right.
Just because you live on a different planet doesn't mean you're not cool.
Yeah, or have a strong moral system.
Yeah, exactly.
Finish up the genocide real quick. Every genocide defender who says the same thing, and I don't mean it in a personal way, guys. I just mean that
He just called him a genocide defender.
But not
I
in a
don't mean it
personal
personally. It's so good.
Listen,
It's
I'm
so
just
good.
saying that you like to dance around in a field of the bones and blood of your enemies.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, who are all innocent babies and children who you've crushed their skulls and burned their bodies. But I mean it in not a personal attack way.
But don't take it personally, okay?
Right, yeah, of
Genocide defender.
the Serbs literally at the International Criminal Court said, well, we didn't target them because they're Muslims. We targeted them because they were there and they were against us. The Turks said, we didn't target them because they're Armenians. It's because they struck us first and they did this rebellion and they were killing Turkish civilians. What the hell were we supposed to do? We had to move them and we had to kill them. So we had a right to defend ourselves. You're mirroring exactly what every defender of a genocide says. Well, and what I say back to the Turks, my own people, is, yeah, you didn't kill Norwegians. You didn't kill people.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with all the different
examples,
examples that Cenk is referring to. I don't know if in those examples, I'm guessing not, that the population was basically had a government that was engaging in a 70+ year terrorist operations against this neighbor and wouldn't stop. I'm guessing that the situation's a little different.
Right.
People from Botswana, you killed Armenians and you targeted Armenians. And in the same exact way, Israel is targeting Palestinians. The fact that it's because they're there doesn't help that case at all. And you're moving them, you're killing them, and you're targeting Palestinians. That is a genocide.
America target Germans?
Okay, so hold on. I haven't even, that's just a quick point on genocide. I didn't even get to the actual thing because he's making a point about.
Your mate doesn't agree with the word genocide.
Okay,
it's
I
a
don't
difference
care.
between.
Okay, so I don't care at all. Okay, so there's a lot we don't agree on. He's a libertarian and progressive. So
we disagree on everything. It's just this is so terrible. We agree on this.
Yeah. So now the core of the thing is, like, this is the reason I said Dennis lives on a different planet is he says name one Israeli atrocity. Everyone out there that isn't an Israeli supporter is screaming into the camera right now, right now. So for example, Hamas killed 34 kids on October 7th. I came out immediately, condemned it in the strongest words. I can't believe it. Well, how is that helpful? It's immoral. It's counterproductive. It's dumb. It's terrible in every way. 34 poor Israeli kids. There are now 15,000 dead Palestinian kids.
Dude, you just have to take intent into consideration, Cenk. That's all you have to do. All you have to do is say which ones were intentional and which ones were collateral damage.
Yeah, I mean that
Voila.
definitely right. That definitely affects things dramatically.
It's a difference between a car accident and vehicular manslaughter. Come on, it's like it's night and day.
But here's like a hard question. So let's imagine hypothetically that I don't know that the Canadians, okay, that a group of Canadians in Quebec, Quebec, becomes its own country and they become, the French Canadian terrorists or whatever, and they attack America, and the French Canadian terrorist government, they go into they cross the border in America and they basically kill, kidnap, and rape 2,000 Americans, right?
Canadians do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And so then America begins a war against, Quebec that looks kind of similar to Israel and
Right.
Hamas.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just says the same thing where like a lot of civilians are dying. And let's say like hypothetically at the end of the conflict, 40,000 Canadians die. Combination.
Right.
This is a combination of civilians and military people. And the calculation, I guess. And again, this is like super fucked up. But this is the calculation that these countries make and the people have to
Right.
make is say, okay, is killing 40,000 Canadians, and let's
Right.
say like, 30,000 of them are civilians, is that worthwhile trade to save the lives of 2,000 innocent Americans next year?
Yeah, hypothetical Americans. We don't know how. No one has a crystal ball. Or
No, I know,
anything,
but that's the thought process, right?
right.
Now,
Well, look, if we're just if it's a hypothetical, let's just say like 500,000 Americans, right? Make it
Well,
sound better.
yeah, but I'm just trying to keep it more in the realms of making it so it's an analogy that kind of works in the framework of
Right. Yeah, I get
the
it.
Israel-Gaza situation. Because that's the thought process. Thought process is, the Israeli government, or in the hypothetical, the American government is saying, okay, we value our citizens' lives more than we value the lives of a neighboring country. Is it a worthwhile trade to kill 30, 40,000 people to save 2,000 of our own people potentially in the future? You might say no, and some people might say yes. And that's really the conversation that's being had here, but not being like, that's really what's happening here, but no one is just having that surface level conversation about it.
Am I in the future people that are saved? Because that affects my answer.
Well, that would definitely affect it. If you live on the border, or one of
Right.
these places being affected, you might be like, yeah, killing 40,000 of these people is worth, saving 2,000 of, me potentially in the future. Yeah.
Right.
So, that's kind of the difficulties of these, of these moral quandaries that these countries interact with, each other with. So,
Of course, does. Yeah, they're trying to save future Israelis.
And you're telling me that Israel hasn't
So
committed
right,
atrocities?
come to you on
So,
this.
guys,
On the genocide
what we are
question
seeing
specifically.
with our
Yeah.
own eyes is that Gaza is decimated. They destroyed the entire place, and 85% of
It's what's going on there?
I don't know.
That's pretty funny. Whenever someone uses the term decimated, decimated means kills 10%, when he really means annihilate.
Well, to be fair, yeah, you're right. But for whatever reason, the term has colloquial meaning
I know.
become just to destroy, a large part of, right?
Kill a large number. Kill 1 in every 10. Oh, look at this. Okay.
Right.
Decimate.
and 80.
I will say it does seem like insane the amount of property damage in Gaza. If I think it's like something like 50 to 62% of all like property has been destroyed, or buildings have been destroyed in Gaza. That seems like way too much. Seems like way too much.
No, this is the play here. They're like,
Right.
move to the south while we annihilate all of your homes and infrastructure.
Right.
That's the play. Now move back to the rubble. Okay. See if you like it. See if you want to move back in. Or maybe just move along, right?
Yeah. Well, that would be in terms of, if that's the play, then that's what is that? That's the intentional ethnic cleansing, right?
It's a blurry line because they aren't actually killing them. They're just making them homeless.
Right. But
turning them into refugees.
Sure. But the idea, like the ethnic cleansing, is the idea that you're intentionally
cleaning
trying to
the
get,
area. Yeah.
Yeah, a group to move,
Right.
somewhere else. So.
Ethnic cleansing has this connotation of you're actually killing the people.
It does. It
Yeah.
does. Yeah. It's not a great word.
Right. It could be forced migration, I think is a term, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what they're trying to do.
Yeah. And in case someone, probably some pro-Palestinian person is listening to this and wants to take me wildly out of context, the reason in my mind that I look at like 50 to 60% of like property being destroyed as almost more indicative of problematic military behavior than like the actual loss of life is it just seems like that to me is a better indication of lack of care, of massive collateral damage. Because obviously you can tell people to evacuate the areas, but it's like, okay, but as you said, Adam, like if everyone's just moving back to rubble, yeah, I guess it's good you're not dead, but like,
Look,
what the fuck's going on there, right? You should be causing that much destruction.
Can you imagine going back to all your things and it's just like a big crater in the ground? Like,
Yeah.
You're like, what?
Well, and that seems like, that's definitely going to cause. I mean, that's definitely going to make it more difficult to have a functioning, peaceful government going forward. Obviously, if people don't even have the anything to build a life, going forward, then they're going to go. It's going to be easier for them to basically sucked into radical, terrorist action going forward.
Yeah, this is a terrible situation. So
For me, it's
Okay, sorry.
All right, good.
And over 85% of Palestinians have been displaced. There's 1.1 million people starving to death, and you still can't see it. And that's what's amazing about bias, that you look at how they have killed over 33,000 people. Okay, say 6,000 is a must, say 9,000 is a must. You still have 25,000 dead women and children, and you go, what atrocities? They have kill zones. Why did they kill the 3 Israeli hostages? Because they were in a kill zone. In a kill zone, they murder everyone in the kill zone. There's sniper bullets in kids' heads because they were in a kill zone. They've killed more journalists than all other conflicts this year combined. They've killed 3 times the amount of humanitarian aid workers. The World Central Kitchen, they murdered those people. There was a 6-year-old who was stuck. They told the IDF, we are going to get her. The IDF said, okay. The IDF goes and finds her. They'd already killed her, the rest of her family members in that car. They then killed not only the 6-year-old girl, but everyone in the ambulance that came to rescue them. And you're saying you can't see a single Israeli atrocity? And one last thing. They have kept these people. Hold on.
What ratio would you accept?
And the last atrocity is keeping 5.5 million Palestinians prisoners. And Prager says, oh, not 75 years, only 57 years we've kept these people prisoners. And think about the absurd claims that you guys are making. Oh, the Palestinians are fine inside of Israel. I can make the same exact claim for black people during slavery. Well, they were fine in the North. We had a democracy in America. What are you guys complaining about slavery in the South? They were treated perfectly fine in the North.
Last point there. We actually have to do a quick read from our sponsor. So, Dave, if you don't mind.
Do we have to do a quick read?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, guys, you know what I love? Debates about Israel and Palestine. But you know what I hate? Woke corporations. Peak.
Okay. It's a weird, very weird.
this read is hilarious.
Right.
What's going on here?
Well, no, I just wanted like the situation with the 6-year-old girl that died is obviously like super fucked up and tragic, as is like all these situations. But it doesn't. It annoys me when Cenk has this view that everything that the Israeli government does is intentional.
Yep, totally.
It's like, oh yeah, it's all part of some nefarious plot to be just as evil as humanly possible. It just seems like from what we're seeing in terms of the example he brought up, where the Israeli military killed 3 Israeli hostages, right? It just seems like there's just rampant incompetence in leadership from the top levels of the Israeli government, which has been reported in terms of Netanyahu's behavior, that in order to basically solidify his own power base in Israel, he's been trying to like prune out non-loyalists, which is, competent people that run, military organizations and intelligence operations. And this is part of why they think that October 7th even happened in the first place, was because of his pruning of competent people to basically maintain his own power base.
Yeah, yeah.
People are waking up and realizing that their daily spending habits are shaping this country and empowering.
You think we should fast forward through the commercial, or you want to just listen to it?
It's up to you. I'm fine fast forwarding through it. It's kind of like weird in the middle of this debate to do like a commercial, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Radically destructive ideologies. It's time to change that. Welcome to a new marketplace, a place where you can buy everything your family needs that respects traditional American values. Whether it's a big box realtor's agenda across the line, or you're trying to support more small businesses, Public Square, that's where you got to go. They are ready to help you find new favorites from people just like you. Public Square is on a mission to restore the culture through the power of commerce. This isn't just about boycotts. It's about helping you switch to something better. It is now easier than ever to vote with your dollars.
I hate to buy products from woke companies, Sitch. I'm going to check out this Public Square. This sounds like right up my alley.
Hey, I mean, I don't know anything about it. I literally know nothing about Public Square, so.
I wonder if I can get a good copy of the Communist Manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
Public Square is America.
I look at their website, and at the top banner it says "Good Ranchers, 100% American meat with zero inflation." So there you go. I like
Oh,
it.
wow. No inflation, huh?
Yeah.
Great.
Marketplace where freedom-loving Americans like you shop their values. Visit publicsquare.com today. Shop for quality products, services, and exclusive discounts from value-aligned businesses. And that was endorsed by Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. Just so you know, if anyone sitting next to me fully supports this message.
Yeah, okay.
All
That's pretty
right.
funny.
Okay, so here's what. So
Value aligned retailers. That's what I like.
That is, yeah. What does that mean?
That means they align with your values, that they don't buy into any of this woke stuff, okay?
Okay.
They align with your red-blooded American values, Sitch. They watch Team America once a week just to live the dream.
I like it. I mean, listen, if it was just like being anti-woke, let's 100% support it. That's all it is. But
all of their employees have America, fuck yeah, screaming on a Walkman as they do their daily grind.
I like it. I like it.
I'm being
These
told
leftists are
in
ruining
terms of
everything.
we're going to move on to the Iran section in a little bit, but Dennis, I did promise that you were going to be able to respond on the genocide question, so I want to give you that chance before we move on to that section. Go ahead.
Well, I keep referring to two things, but repetition is the mother of pedagogy, as I learned in the course of my life.
Good line. Good line.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Because I know how important it is. I don't learn the first time. The United States can be accused, or Britain could be accused of committing genocide in Germany. The United States could be accused of committing genocide in Japan by the exact same criteria as, quote unquote, Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. When did it stop? When did the American bombing of Japan or of Germany stop? When they surrendered. If Hamas surrendered tomorrow, gave up the hostages that are still alive, I'm sure they killed quite a number. But nevertheless, if they did that, if they surrendered, and that would end the issue, it would end the issue the next day. Israel doesn't want to bomb Palestinians. The reason that there are so many Palestinian civilians being killed, whatever the number it is, and that is a tragedy, it is not an atrocity. There's a difference between tragedy and atrocity. Atrocity is deliberate. Tragedy is not deliberate.
I just look, this is just a bridge too far for me to say, like, no Israelis want their pound of flesh from Palestinian people. None. Nobody.
Sure. Right.
It's like, come on.
Israel does not deliberately target civilians. Hamas deliberately puts civilians in the way of targeting them. That is the way in which they have created it. One other thing, you will probably know this because it was in Newsweek. A member of the United States military who teaches at West Point said that Israel has been the most moral army in urban warfare that he has ever. You laugh at him. That's correct. That's right. You're allowed to laugh at him. He did write it, and so did the head Kemp, Richard Kemp, the head of all British forces in Afghanistan, said that Israel, the IDF, is the most moral army he has ever encountered. Which, given that he is a member of the British Army and is a high-ranking, I think, a general. That is particularly powerful phrase. That's the truth. They do everything they can not to kill civilians, and it would stop tomorrow if Hamas surrendered.
Okay. I know this is going to be infuriating for you guys.
I mean, I'm really a lot closer to Dave and Batya's position. I think Cenk is on the Palestinians do no wrong side, and Prager is kind of on the Israel can do no wrong side. But I really think, like, everyone's got blood on their hands here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I don't know if I agree with the whole most moral army situation.
Oh, yeah.
Argument either. But I do think that Prager does bring up a good point, and maybe is sort of the only thing that, people should just be saying in this conversation is just to say, why isn't Hamas just surrender? If Hamas surrendered, this would all end. Why isn't Hamas surrender? This would all end. I mean, I think it is true. I think it is a good point to say, Japan surrendered. America was doing horrible things to Japan, killing tons of people.
Oh, of course.
Japan surrendered.
Nagasaki.
Right.
Hiroshima.
Firebombing of Tokyo. The same thing with Germany. Firebombing of Dresden, all that stuff. It's like surrender and it will stop. Okay. You like Hamas did fucked up shit. They're basically at war with Israel. Surrender, and the bombings will stop. They're not surrendering, so they just keep continuing. Why is all the moral, weight?
Yeah.
Why is all the moral question? Why is it all in the hands of Israel? Why is Israel the only like moral actor here? The only actor with free will or agency? Hamas is viewed as basically just like a tiger that you just have to accept exists, and we can't operate that way.
Yeah.
Make them surrender. Force them to surrender.
Yeah.
But we do have a clip that we want to play. This is going to be on Iran. Feel free, we can come back to this in a little bit, but I do think it is important. So this is a clip which has been curated for us by Zero Hedge. This is Benjamin Netanyahu on the topic of overthrowing Iran, something he's advocated for since the 1990s. And specifically, we want to focus in after the clip about why the U.S. should support Israel in its endeavors, in its defense against Iran if it chooses to do so. Let's take a listen to the clip now, please, and let's see it.
Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how to achieve it. The application of power.
And so that clip, I wanted to turn to you guys. Dennis, actually,
What year was that? I'm sorry. What year?
2002. That was December 2002, prior to the U.S. invasion of Iraq.
Right.
Dennis, you just spoke, so Batya, I think we can go to you. This is specifically on the Iranian question. And I think about U.S. support. We are in America, after all, as to why should the United States, should it defend Israel in the Iranian retaliation for the Israeli bombing of what the Iranians claim was an embassy, of what the Israelis claim is a IRGC military outpost. So why don't you go ahead, and then I'll get some response from Dave.
I think the question is a little bit backwards. I don't think Iran would have retaliated from Iranian soil rather than from a proxy, as is its wont, had it not picked up on signals from the Biden administration that it was weakening in its resolve and its support of Israel. So that is the question here. I think the order is reversed.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
I think it is historic that Iran attacked Israel from Iranian soil. And so it is extremely significant that, according to, my analysis, many others, that was the direct result of Biden's wavering support, which can be attributed to, 100,000 voters in Dearborn, domestic politics, let's say, right?
Okay.
The youth vote, what have you, right? His need to signal, I'm not behind Israel in the way that you think, to the people who he thinks need to hear that in the United States. As for whether we should support Israel and its retaliation against Iran, I consider myself.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that Biden's behavior had some impact on Iran basically sending their pointless drones that everyone laughed about that did really nothing? That they wouldn't have done that anyway. I mean, this seems like kind of an argument.
Biden had something to do with that. Like Biden was a weak and feckless president, so they decided, look, we're going to attack with these drones because
that's
we
the
have
argument,
to show
right.
Biden is weak. This is our opportunity.
Yeah,
Of
I mean,
course
I
not.
don't.
Like why?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't
Do
they have made the attack successful then?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
We talked about
yeah.
this before, and it seemed like it was just all a face-saving maneuver. Like it wasn't really intended to do any damage. They kind of structured it so the intent was not to do any damage. If Biden is so weak and feckless, and this is their opportunity to go for the kill shot, well, why did they do it the way they did it then? That doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what you said. It doesn't really make any sense to me. And, it is kind of funny because, like, Israel responded, and I had even said I had a concern that Netanyahu is going to keep kind of like trying to poke Iran to see if they'll respond, because it would help him to have more of like on the surface war. And Israel did seemingly respond, by blowing stuff up in Iran, and Iran just kind of like, oh, what do you mean? Israel didn't blow anything up in Iran. They just like, oh, it didn't happen.
Maybe this is what they mean. Maybe they mean that they wanted to structure it so that the drone attack was so feckless that it wouldn't wake Grandpa up, because Grandpa might get mad.
Oh,
and then,
right.
then
There you go.
Biden's actions did affect things.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
An
let's
America
watch
first
this.
person. I think probably we would agree when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. I do think this is significantly different because, the Iranians and the Houthis, they're not only chanting, death to Israel, they are chanting death to America. They do see us as linked from a values point of view with Israel. Most Americans agree with them. And so it seems to me to be sort of odd to say, well, we're, the Americans who think that are wrong, the Iranians who think that are wrong. We also get a lot of extremely material benefits from our allyship with Israel in terms of military intelligence, which has saved countless lives, both American and Israeli and European. In terms of our military industrial complex, maybe you don't think we should be, have an industry that makes trillions of dollars to the United States GDP that's based in weapons, but we do, and Israel has made us a lot of money in that regard.
Great jobs program, Sitch. Making weapons. Keep people employed. Always good. People always need them. Self-defense, right? Law enforcement. It's not a bad thing.
And actually sacrificed developing its own military-industrial complex that would have competed with ours. So arguably, I actually think this is true, Israel loses more by getting American aid than it gains.
Great,
although,
then we'll stop.
Although I think America probably gets a lot out of that, but ultimately that is a question for voters to decide. Okay. I would not be at all, that is a question for voters to decide. I do think we are linked in the mind of Iran and in all of the minds of their proxies, and that's why we should be supporting Israel.
Dave, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, I completely agree that Israel is great for the military-industrial complex. So, I mean, if that's your pitch for why we ought to support them. Look, I would highly encourage people to educate themselves about this if they haven't already. I'd encourage people to read a piece called A Clean Break, A New Strategy for Securing the Realm. I'm sure you're familiar with it, sir. It was written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser in 1996. And this was a letter from two people who both served in the George W. Bush administration, very influential neoconservatives. And they did not write this letter to Bill Clinton, who was the president at the time. They didn't write it to Bob Dole, who was the Republican nominee running for president at the time. This was written to Benjamin Netanyahu. And it was all about how regime change in Iraq will be in Israel's interest, because then you can break up this peace process that Yitzhak Rabin started down, and we won't have to do this anymore. You'll have security in the region. Benjamin Netanyahu, coming in 2002, testifying before Congress as a regional expert, explaining how if you overthrow Saddam Hussein, there's going to be peace in the region. It will have this sweeping effect where it makes everything better. Aside from the fact that they all got it all wrong, and not just wrong, but like disastrously wrong. The biggest catastrophic disaster in modern American history level wrong. I just do not understand how you can square the circle of claiming to be America first and also claiming we must unconditionally support a country who is clearly trying to pressure us into anti-America first policies. Look, this is just a fact, okay? Every president of my lifetime, Trump might be an exception to this, I'm not sure, but everyone else wanted a two-state solution, including, believe it or not, George W. Bush. After 9/11, Colin Powell, who was the wisest member of the George W. Bush administration, I don't think anyone would argue against that, he still sold the war in Iraq, even though he didn't believe in it, so he'll have to talk to his maker about that. But he told George W. Bush right after 9/11, you got to do a two-state solution, and you got to do it now, for two reasons. Number one, you got record high approval ratings, this is the time to get it done. But more importantly, because he knew this is what drives so much of the terrorism problem that we have. It's not that Iran sees us as the same as Israel. It's that they recognize that we've been propping them up. We're the ones who shoots down the resolutions at the UN. We're the ones who funds them and arms them. Okay? And what happened? George W. Bush couldn't get it done. It was Tom DeLay.
First of all, even if Israel didn't exist, okay, in a hypothetical alternate world where Israel didn't, here's what's kind of retarded. If Israel didn't exist, and it was just to say, I don't know, there's still some conflict, like the Iran wouldn't even really be helping the Palestinians because they care about the Palestinians, because Iran is going around the Middle East, funding as many terrorist organizations as that it possibly can in order to destabilize Sunni control of the region.
Oh, is that what they're after? They're Shia?
Yeah.
Iran is mostly Shia.
Iran is like 90 to 95% Shia.
Okay.
And
They're just picking on Sunni countries.
yeah, and they're, I mean, if you look at like all these civil wars that are going on in all the various Middle Eastern countries, it's generally like a Sunni government that's at odds with like some rebel faction that's being funded by Iran because Iran's
Right.
trying to destabilize all these Sunni governments in the region.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
And but here's sort of the joke about the situation is that the Palestinians are mostly Sunni. And so they're not supporting them because they actually give a shit about them. They just don't, they're just trying to create more instability. They're trying to harm, Israel, because maybe they just hate the Jews more than they hate the Sunnis, probably, but also just because they are trying to hurt America, not because America's supporting Israel, because America's also supporting Saudi Arabia, supporting, so some of the other Sunni countries in the region.
Wow.
And Iran's kind of like doing its, they're part of the other axis of power, coming from the other, from Russia and all these other places, against the American axis of power in the Middle East.
That's
So
interesting. Nobody
the
ever
idea that
talks about that.
no, right. So, but it's just like, so the idea if Israel just wasn't there, oh, Iran would be just totally chill. It's like, I don't think that's I don't think that's the situation whatsoever.
They'd be like, yo, we got rid of Israel. Now let's work out this Sunni Shia thing.
Yeah.
Let's get back
yeah.
on.
Good luck. Right.
Let's get back to the main topic here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. And and the other thing that he was saying, this like, I hate this term. It's so dumb. They're like, when people take complicated concepts and they distill them down to a single phrase, to me, this is kind of a red flag of low resolution thinking. And we see this with this America first stuff. So it's, oh, America first, right? That is a phrase that means nothing whatsoever. Because unlike if you're just to like deconstruct it, like literally, it should just mean, oh, you put America's interests first, right? It's like, okay, well, that's a good concept. We should all be, as Americans, we all should be supporting what would be in the interest of the American people first, right? But that's not what they mean. That's not what Dave Smith means when he says America first. That's not what any of these people mean when they say America first. They mean one of two things. Either A, they just mean to be an isolationist. That's all they mean, right? They don't actually care what's in the interest of American citizens. They've already made up their mind that being an isolationist is the interest of American citizens. So that's what they mean. So it's kind of like bullshit because I suppose like, okay, well, what if it's not in America's interest, in the American citizens' interest to be an isolationist? Stop saying America first. This is total. That's why it means like nothing, essentially, or it's just like a code phrase that means something else. It's hijacking a term to mean something else.
Right. Yeah. No, it's got good optics to it.
I mean, does. Well, actually, it kind of,
America number one.
It should have good optics. It doesn't because I don't know who was saying it first, but Nick Fuentes has sort of adopted a lot of the America First rhetoric.
Oh, you think that's bad optics?
I think it's gained bad optics because he's sort of tried to hijack the term. Obviously.
Okay.
So, right. Now, obviously, I don't think Dave Smith has anything to do with that, but
American exceptionalism. I mean, I prefer American supremacy myself.
There you go. I agree.
It has that nice ring to it, right?
You know what? That's the solution. Right. America should just take over Gaza, right?
Oh, of course. Look, we should take over all of it. The whole Middle East. Just
I agree.
Look, it's ours.
Should be like, listen,
it's ours now. We're gonna let sleepy grandpa take over.
Here's the new American
Don't wake
policy.
him up.
Okay. We're gonna be the world police.
Yeah.
And what we mean by that is if you can't play nice in your country, we're just going to take it over and we're going to make you play nice, right? So you better play nice. Otherwise, we're coming in.
It's our sandbox.
That's right. This is it. I'm going to run for president. This is my policy, right?
Right.
Make America the world again.
We don't take our ball and go home. We are the ball.
We are the ball and you're in our home. Okay.
Exactly.
Has done great reporting on this. It was Tom DeLay in the House who told them, you'll be a one-term president if you even try to do this, okay? Every American president has wanted a two-state solution. Again, maybe not Donald Trump. But the rest of them all did, and they couldn't get it done. All I'm saying is if you're America...
I don't know. It's interesting. He keeps saying maybe not Donald Trump. When we were looking at a lot of this reporting, even though Donald Trump was like surrounded by like hyper pro-Israel people, which I guess is what Dave is referring to, the reporting also shows that personally, Donald Trump was pretty sympathetic to the Palestinians, and the whole, Abraham Accords was literally to try to prevent Israel from taking over the West Bank and doing a one-state solution. So I don't know why I keep saying, except for Donald Trump here.
Yeah, Israel tried to do a from the river to the sea thing, and the Abraham Accords was basically America trying to prevent them from doing that. And didn't Trump put some estate attorney in charge of some Jewish, like hyper partisan, hyper pro-Israel attorney of his in charge of like the ambassador to Israel or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. He's completely surrounded himself with like some of the most like zealous Zion, like pro, Israel take over everything Zionist people. So,
he's basically trying to sell everything Bibi Netanyahu wants straight to Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're America first. How can you support the fact that we have a political system where our elected representatives get rebuked by a foreign country? That is not America first.
The reason he would have been a one-term president is because the American people would have rebelled, right? Not because Bibi Netanyahu would have come here and made sure that
No, I'm sorry if you're going to ask that. No, it's also because there's a giant, powerful lobby advocating on behalf of a foreign government who makes it their mission to ruin the lives of anybody who's critical of that foreign government. That's a part of it, too. By the way, the evangelical Christians, that's also a big part of it.
So yes. The idea, can I just need to respond?
We got to get Dennis in here. Okay.
I'll yield.
All right.
Then I'll speak. I'll yield and then speak.
Okay.
Well, the idea that some lobby is the reason that an idea has power in the United States is completely backwards. The lobby gets its power because it is representing where, the majority of Americans are at. A lobby on its own, you think the NRA...
You don't think it's shaping
You
it a
think
little
that the NRA is the reason that people have guns in America? Really? You don't think that?
No, the NRA are a bunch of sellouts.
Sorry,
John.
I love this argument. This is so smart. He's like, look, the people, they're the ones that give power to the lobbying organization. The lobbying organization has no power with them. But in the mind of most people on the left, they believe in manufacturing consent, right? Mm-hmm. Like the elites are going to form this lobbying group and they're going to manufacture consent in the population. Right. And our example of the NRA is perfect. It's like, look, people have been tricked into loving guns. Nobody would ever love guns without the elites coming in and tricking us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is just on the face of it ridiculous. Guns are amazing.
No, but the idea, it's a very good parallel.
Americans have overwhelmingly supported Israel. If there was no AIPAC, they still would have supported Israel.
So why do we need an AIPAC?
Because
why do we need an NRA?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't.
All right, fine. So
I don't think we need AIPAC either. Israel would be just fine without it because the American people have its back.
Whether we need it or not is not the question. The question is, why do they exist, given the fact, which is fair, why do they exist? Because people lobby politicians on behalf of what many Americans support. Americans to this day and every poll still support Israel, as it happens. So the arguments that have been offered here, it really is a different planet. Just for the record, this may come as a shock to the two of you at least, perhaps many listening. And I would put my hand on a Bible, I would take a lie detector test, because obviously there's no way I could prove this. When I remember sitting at the edge of my bed watching this, and I never watched TV. I watched Arafat and Rabin shake hands, and I had tears in my eyes. That is how badly I wanted peace. I supported a two-state solution nearly all of my life, certainly since the Six-Day War when I was a college kid. I have always supported it. I no longer support it, just like nearly every peace activist in Israel no longer supports it. And we don't support it thanks to Hamas and thanks to the PLO, because they have made it clear if Israel leaves the West Bank, they will get another genocidal, if you want to use the term, a genocidal terror group of Nazi-like Hamas people running it. Why have there not been elections? Why is the PLO not allowed elections for, 16 years? because they're afraid Hamas will win.
Agreed. I agree. I just want to because I appreciate you saying that, and yeah, what a tragedy that peace deal didn't work out. And I totally take you at your word at that. I was just wondering if either of you guys would respond to the point that I made before, that you just kind of brought up the Olympic atrocity after that.
Just
hold on, but it's just so if Hamas is so horrible, and I know you guys would both say Iran finances Hamas, and so they're evil for that. What about the government of Israel doing it? Do we have anything to say about that?
Right. So when you are, I'll tell you. I'll give you an answer. The United States supported the second greatest mass murderer in history after Mao, Stalin, in order to defeat Hitler. It is very common to support scum to defeat bigger scum.
So who's the bigger scum than Hamas?
The bigger scum was those who wanted to destroy Israel.
Okay.
But isn't that Hamas?
You're right. So it's both.
So that
invalidates your argument.
No, it doesn't at all.
Okay.
No, you just have no argument. Who's the bigger scum? Who's worse than the Nazis?
Please.
You're right. No, other Nazis.
Okay.
You're right. They're equivalent. I don't understand. Why is that? Why is that a thing?
Just not an answer. I'm sorry.
Batya needs to get to respond. She's been trying to respond, and then
I think that's a pretty bad argument from Prager. I think what I said is just the more apt thing is what is Dave's position? How are the Gazan people supposed to get money and aid and things of that nature without Hamas just sucking it all up and using it for their own nefarious purposes, as long as Hamas has power in the region? What is the practical way, the logistical way to let money and resources go to Gaza without getting, in the hands of Hamas?
I mean, this is the problem of all foreign aid, to be honest with you.
Right. Yes.
It gets in the hands of the people with the power and it doesn't really get to the places we want it to go. You can't just inject money into the hands of poor people. So maybe we can make an app for that. Is that the solution? Look, we just set them up with all PayPal accounts.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
But look, I mean, Hamas will just monopolize the resources and not sell it. They'll be like, nah, you keep your PayPal money. We're going to hang on to the water and the gasoline. Okay. You guys have fun.
I was trying to find this comment, that Dave was referring to. He's saying Tom DeLay said that if George W. Bush tried to get a two-state solution, he'd be a one-term president. And I can't find it yet as to what, this exact comment. Tom DeLay.
Tom DeLay said that about Bush, though?
Yeah, but about W. That if W, tried to push for some two-state thing, he'd be like a one-term president. I can't find that comment specifically, so I don't know what he's referring to there. Though, I mean, I did find some articles where Tom DeLay was, criticizing Bush because Bush was trying to, kind of push for some kind of easing of restrictions on Palestinians in 2003. And Tom DeLay, was super ultra pro-Israel. But the reason he was super pro-Israel wasn't because of, some kind of Israeli super PAC or lobbyist. It's because he was part of the evangelical Christian Zionist movement very openly. And then his position in Israel was completely based on his, interpretation of Jews having to have the biblical interpretation that the Jews had to have Israel in order for the end times to occur, the second coming to occur. So I don't think that's a fair example for Dave to bring up, is that this is, Tom DeLay's position is evidence of the Israeli super PAC controlling Americans or something.
Right. Because there's this religious component to it.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Then we have to bring it back to the Iran question too.
I have two main responses to that. I think it's a really important point. I don't disagree that it was a disastrous, in hindsight, disastrous. At the time, I thought it was disastrous because, as you say, it's not just. It wasn't that Netanyahu was giving Israeli taxpayer funds to Hamas, but he was facilitating the transfer of cash from Qatar. Okay, so let's just be very
sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to make sure the cash came back in, specifically for the reasons of keeping Hamas in power, so he didn't have to give them a state.
But it's not that he is giving them the money, right? It's not coming from Israel. I just want to be clear. There are a couple things things I want to point out about that. The first is he didn't do that because he thought Hamas was capable of October 7th. He did that because he thought they had no power, that they had no real ability.
He thought he could control the height of the flame, were his words.
Just hold on, Dave, please.
Yes, he thought that they were less of a threat to Israelis than the potential of a Palestinian state led by Abu Mazen. And as a result, he humiliated routinely Abu Mazen, who represented the non-violent camp. That it was a criminal at the time, and in hindsight, even more so. But to say that he was propping up the people who then would do October 7th, I don't think that is fair. Not because I
didn't say that. Yeah.
Because he was doing it out of a complete misunderstanding about what they were capable of. And the second point that I would make about that is you left out something very important in your narrative of how things went from like the beautiful Israel that like was coalescing around Rabin to the like horrible Israel in which Bibi Netanyahu was able to cobble together with much difficulty, by the way, the ruling coalition that he has now that I'm sure we would all agree is not the one we would like to see in power. Not that we're stakeholders or voters there, but you left out the second intifada, which is extremely important. 1,000 Israelis, 700 of them civilians, murdered, going to school on the bus, children murdered, blown to pieces. That was the equivalent of 50,000 Americans dying over the course of 4 years. That changes a nation. That is the reason that the Likud vision was able to get to a place where not a ruling majority, but was able to come.
Why don't you think that second intifada happened during the Oslo Accords, and it wasn't until Yitzhak Rabin was
I'm glad she brought that up, because part of the thing that annoys me in this conversation is that there's like this view that because Israel is the power, like the country that has the power, in the position in the conflict, the strong Western democracy that has the military, conventional military, and the money, all this other stuff, that they're all at fault for every single thing that happens. And it's like everything they're doing, as she was talking about, is in response to massive amounts of suicide bombings and terrorist attacks, and they have to keep changing their policies in order to react to this. And then the population, when they have these suicide bombings and they have these terrorist attacks, what happens? Oh, well, obviously they say we need to, having this sort of like peaceful, having these left-wing hippies and these, more moderate people advocating for peace isn't working. We need to elect someone who's like very strong and more, on the right, more nationalistic, and it's kind of like talking about leading through strength. We need to give them a shot. And that's exactly what happened. And so if you're going to throw the finger and say, Netanyahu, he made Hamas, then how do you not say, well, wait a minute, Hamas and the other terrorist attacks in Israel is what allowed Netanyahu to even get in power in the first place?
Yeah. Just like Batman. I made you. You made me.
There you go. Just like Batman. It all comes back to Batman.
No, you've heard the term vicious cycle, obviously.
Yes.
So no, Sitch, it's 75 years of oppression, okay? There's no vicious cycle going on here. It's just Israel with their boot.
Yes.
On the neck of the Palestinian people.
You're completely correct. And I'm glad you use that term vicious cycle, because that is exactly what this is. There's a vicious cycle that just feeds in on itself. And the only fucking way, unfortunately, the literal only way I think out of it is because Israel is constrained to some degree, at least, by liberal Western democracy and by, international sway and by America and all these things, which obviously Hamas is not, they don't give a shit about any of that stuff. The only solution then is for Hamas or for the Palestinian people in the region to say, listen, we have to end the cycle here. Like I think they're literally the only ones that can end the cycle. I don't think Israel has the actual capabilities to end the cycle of violence.
Well, according to Cenk, the cycle can't end because we're creating future Hamas members like crazy by bombing their houses and stuff. And maybe he's right. I don't know. Like it is a vicious cycle.
Oh yeah, no, I agree that it's definitely going to make things worse. But I just this is where I guess that I disagree with Cenk and a lot of people on the pro-Palestinian side is I don't think Israel could literally do a single thing to right now to stop to basically have peace be able to exist between the Palestinians and Israel.
No.
I don't think it's possible. Even if they pulled out every settler in the West Bank, okay, by force, I just don't think there's anything Israel could do to that would create long-term peace at this moment. I think the
Nope.
ball is almost entirely in the Palestinians' court.
Yeah, it's got to be secure. It's going to be security checkpoints and, with terrorist attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the vicious cycle will continue. Sorry.
That's a little
by
bit
a
of
right-wing
the,
Israeli.
we're
I
getting
just think
past a
that
little
this
bit of the Iran
disrupts your
question.
clean
Okay.
narrative
Yeah.
of Bibi
Yeah.
Netanyahu
doesn't.
being the person who propelled, who enabled October 7th to happen
Okay.
as some sort
I think
of.
that point's been
understand,
made.
but-
So, Cenk, why don't you go ahead?
Bibi Netanyahu's a great scapegoat. As soon as they get rid of him, what are they going to do? They're going to have to come up with a whole new guy to point the finger at.
Well, it will be interesting because he's so hated, and according to polling, if he gets replaced with someone who's like more on the left or more moderate, who's more like a pro peace kind of person, they're not going to change their rhetoric because they're just going to say,
No.
well, the history it doesn't matter what he is now. The history, the boot, as you said, the boot on their neck, is all that matters.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't spoken since we started the Iran part,
That's
so I have
right.
about 12 things to respond to. So I like that Dennis acknowledged that Netanyahu and Israel did prop up Hamas. So there you go. Now we know.
Truth.
Yeah.
But she gave the answer. He did not know what monsters he was supporting.
Oh, he didn't know who Hamas was? Come on. Okay.
Look, Cenk just like totally misconstrues what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because he wants a permanent occupation. And I'm glad that Dennis just acknowledged he also wants a permanent occupation.
No, I don't. I'm not for two states now. I
So
pray
what's
for
this
two
answer
states
then?
eventually.
Eventually.
Okay, yes,
So,
but not
57
now,
more
not
years,
now. It will
75
be-
more years,
it will be-
100 more years.
No.
How long should they be your servants?
As soon as Hamas...
Servants? Sitch, you catching this?
Here's-
Identity politics alert.
Again, okay. So your position is that identity politics should be conceptualized as like dignity politics, right?
Yeah, whenever anyone this is Cenk playing identity politics. This is Cenk signaling everyone out there who identifies as Muslim, Palestinian, anyone Middle Eastern or anything like that. Israel is denigrating the Palestinian people and by extension shitting all over you. That's what he's doing. He's saying,
Right.
you need to rise up and understand Israel thinks you're a piece of shit.
Right. And I think Cenk also kind of perceives this because he thinks that people on the right are racist and bigoted
Of course,
generally.
yeah.
And so but he thinks that is that's not just in America. That's just a right-wing thing globally.
Yes.
So that the right wing in Israel is also bigoted and
racist. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And so he kind of ties them all together. So, we've kind of gone back and forth about whether identity politics should be conceptualized as dignity politics. I think I've come to a new view.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think when you hear someone who is liberal or still exists within the framework of liberalism, which I think Cenk does, I don't think Cenk's a socialist. I think when they talk about this identity politics, I think you're correct that they are kind of looking at it through this perspective of the dignity of the person, being acknowledged, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think that makes sense if it's coming from someone who's operating from the liberal paradigm. If someone who is woke, who's actually woke, who is operating from the socialist paradigm, and they're talking about identity politics, I think they're talking about something completely different. Because they're not really talking about like they want dignity for a person based on their class or identity. They're really talking about this idea that there is some kind of systemic structure of oppression going against them because of their identity. And the solution to that is that people who share their identity should kind of galvanize around their identity, seek power through their identity, and basically become like Black nationalists, Black separatists, whatever. And fight back against the evil, white people or whatever people they want to insert in the category, because, we can't live together in harmony.
Right.
essentially. So I think they mean a completely different thing when they say identity politics.
Look, I'll have to listen closer in those kind of contexts too, because they definitely, when they're talking about class issues, they are talking about dignity. Obviously, when they go off about the landlords and the serfs, they're talking about the landlords subjugating the lower classes. Economic oppression is oppressing lower classes dignity, so there is like a dignity component
But no,
there.
see, I don't even think it's that, because I do think there's a lot of truth in the idea that like socialists don't love poor people, they hate rich people.
Yes, yeah,
But that's not, see, but so
but
they don't
why
really
did
care
they
about the
hate them?
dignity of poor people.
That is a good point. Yeah, that is a good point. They just use it as like a subterfuge.
Right.
Yeah. I'll have to look at those particular contexts. In the race context, it just seems crystal clear. And like I said, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to cover this, because all of Cenk's terminology just screams my identity politics perspective. Like
Well,
he feels subjugated by this.
think of it like this way: when we have someone who's a socialist or a
Hmm.
neo-Marxist, cultural Marxist, whatever term you want to use, right? They're a full advocate of CRT,
Okay.
and they say like, oh, we need to have kind of like going back to the NPR conversation. This idea that we need to have less white people at NPR. We need to have less white people work at Wikipedia. We need to have more, BIPOC people work in these spaces. That has
Right.
nothing to do with the dignity relating to being, a minority.
Oh, it does. It does explicitly, because when they're talking about the Western canon
Mm-hmm.
being exclusively white male, they're saying, look, that Western canon represents a dignified place in history. And that screams the dignity of the white male, white male interest group over and above any other interest group.
I don't think I think they're looking at more from the perspective of that people inherently, especially white people, are inherently racist. This is what they believe. White people and males are inherently racist and sexist, and so they will constantly reproduce systems, even unintentionally, that are racist and sexist. And the only way to dismantle that is to replace the white males with non-white females or
This is
non-binaries in
look,
order to tear down these various systems of oppression. And so therefore they're going to start looking at people through the prism, not as individuals who need dignity, but as representatives of their group and the power structures that they manifest.
you say it perfectly, but what you're outlining is the justification, not the root intuition that's going into it. The root intuition that's going into it is, boy, if there were more brown people that were celebrated in the Western canon, that would make a lot of brown people feel better. It would make them they would feel dignity, because it would be like, look, my group is respected in writing and literature too. So, but then they have to come in and say, "Oh, well, that doesn't just optically sound good. We're just stroking ourselves to feel good here. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
merit count for anything? I mean, the entire society is based on meritocracy, right?" So then that's when they come in with the reverse. Oh no, it's really racism that's standing in the way, and they have the merit to be in that canon. It's just, if there wasn't all this racism everywhere, that they would be part of the canon. So there is the intuition going on, and then there is the rationalization, which you perfectly articulated. But
Well,
it's after the
mhm.
fact. It's post hoc.
you Yeah, you could be correct, and I have to think about it. You could be correct that there is this intuition here of, exactly as you laid out. That's kind of why they come up with the rationalization. But even if I grant that that's the case, which it very well may be the case, I still purely for a messaging perspective would not want to use the term dignity politics interchangeably with identity politics. Because when we have a conversation and we talk about dignity, that has a very positive connotation to it. People say, oh, well, of course, every person should have dignity, right? And
Sure.
so I
Yes.
wouldn't want to associate a positive connotation to something that I think is inherently toxic and racist, like identity politics.
Well, look, and you may be right about the messaging, but the trying to give people dignity through this kind of, you vicariously feel dignity because people who match your skin color are in the Western canon. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's collectivist and it's racist, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's like, if you have to gain your dignity through seeing faces that are similar to yours reflected in certain vocations in life, I mean, yeah, you're focused way too much on race. So,
Right.
yeah, I don't know. But I do think that is exactly what's going on. So I get your counter, but I still think just deep down, this is exactly what's going on. There's a lot of people out there that just, they want to see themselves reflected around them because it makes them feel good on the inside.
Well, yeah, I'm
And
just saying that, obviously the quest for dignity can lead you down to a lot of bad places. So that's just why I would
yeah,
be hesitant to use that terminology.
yeah, yeah.
Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you so much. Says Hamas is viewed as not having free will in this conflict because nobody who's the victim in leftist arguments has free will. Free will implies there's options other than pushing the policy they want. Yeah, I mean, that is correct. And I think part of it might stem from the left generally is too fixated on materialism and materialist interpretations of everything. And while obviously material conditions do impact people's behavior, you can't have a strict, I think they have too much of a, what's the word? Like a material deterministic point of view. They say like, oh, well, because these exact material conditions exist in, Palestine or some other place, that therefore, the human animal mechanically produces some kind of horrible result. So therefore they don't have free will. So therefore it's not their fault that they're doing something horrible, which of course ignores the fact that, well, Israel has its own material conditions that would also be producing its own results too if you were to use the same lens. For some reason, they only apply this material determinism to like the people that are, quote, being oppressed in situations. And they
Right.
don't really talk about like, well, okay, I understand that material conditions have an impact, but so does ideological considerations and the ideology that's kind of and cultural ideology that's kind of existing in the region, which exists for many, many, many reasons. And you can have similar people that are in similar material conditions that can produce completely different results depending on what is the ideology and the culture that they're operating under.
Yeah, obviously ideology allows people to frame their material conditions, whatever they are, differently. Like
Right.
if all of the Gazan people had, if you could just substitute in Protestantism where they're like, look, this is our cross to bear, right?
Sure.
Let's work hard to try to overcome. This life is a test and, we're being tested and we need to turn the other cheek and survive and prosper. Like, that's just a completely different, I mean, that ideology is like a ideology that builds people in dire situations up to succeed, right? I mean,
Yeah.
how can you argue that it doesn't?
Yeah. Completely.
Yeah.
You're prisoners. How long would you like to keep the
they're
prisoners?
not prisoners.
Okay.
As soon as Hamas,
They're literally prisoners.
as soon as Hamas gives up, surrenders.
And then there's the ideology. You're prisoners and you've been subjugated for 75 years and you need to fight back against your oppressors, right? How's that ideology frame your material conditions? They won't even allow you to drink soda pop, okay? They ban soda pop. How's that frame your material conditions, Sitch?
And it's
Which
funny
is better? Which is going to get you out of the mess?
not this, not that one. Yeah. Not Cenk's view. And it's funny because I've literally talked to people, including family members or even Jewish, who are much, more, on the pro Palestinian side, anti-Israel side, who I've literally heard like the same exact energy what that Cenk is bringing right now about like, the oppression that the people suffered and fighting back and all stuff. And I'm like, I get it. I get your emotion, but you have to understand that you have to like, this is what bothers me is that like emotion is just energy and it will control you if you don't control it. And you have to channel it in a way that brings about the actual goals you want. And if the actual goals you want are is to have a functioning country with people able to live and succeed, and your children live and succeed and prosper, obviously the Hamas strategy is not the way to do it. Obviously. Okay. And until that becomes like the understandable meme, then you're never going to have progress.
They're
And
not going
nothing.
to do it.
Yeah, but
nothing's going to change.
But that's the problem is that there's like, that's why I'm saying, even though Israel, quote, has the power in the situation, I don't think there's
They
a single
don't.
thing
Yeah.
Israel could do that could actually change the situation for the good in Gaza, at least.
People are kind of delusional thinking that Israel has the power.
Right.
Because
they have the power in terms of like they could kill people or not. That's the power that they have. They don't have the power necessarily like make, people have a different cultural attitude.
Do they really have that power? I mean, look, could they do a genocide there? No way.
I guess they would. I guess
they can't do that.
I guess you're right because
It's off the table.
The world in America would stop them, right?
Yeah,
So
they don't have the power. They got their hands tied behind their backs. Well, the smaller foe is like kicking them in the nuts. How do you like that? How do you like that?
Right.
Yeah, no, this is just a mess. Total mess.
Because that's his position. He just said he doesn't want it.
When were we prepared to make peace with Germany? When the Nazis came out of power. If the Nazi-like Palestinians are out of power, I would have peace the next day.
Yeah. Okay, that's all right. So he says, okay, an indefinite occupation where we will keep the Palestinians under our thumb and our boot, and then
Just Sitch. Are you catching this? Are you seeing this?
It's all emotion. It's all just emotion and triggering. It's not a bit of like, well, what logically makes sense moving forward.
Keeping them under our boot, under our thumb.
Yep.
Look, he just thinks they're relishing in it, like it's something that they want to do.
Yeah.
They're like, no, stop trying to terrorist attack us.
Yes.
until they know their role, then maybe we'll consider freeing them. But until then, they will have to serve us. Okay, very Christian of you, or whatever it is that people say these days. Okay, so speaking of Christians, there's a giant Christian Zionist movement here, and they are also part of the reason why the polling turned out okay for Israel throughout a lot of our history. But by the way, they are now greatly dwindled, and that is why the polling for Israel in America is not as good anymore. And by the way, the fact that Israel has made Netanyahu has made a deal with the devil with those Christian Zionists is abhorrent, because if you push them on what they plan to do, they said, oh yeah, we love Israel, because then Jesus is going to come back after
they
Israel.
Never say that.
They definitely say it. They've said it 1,000 times.
Okay.
And then he's going to murder all the Jews.
I'm a Jew,
Congratulations with doing a devil.
He doesn't know what he's
deal
talking
with
about.
the devil, okay? So, okay, all right. Guys, come on now.
All right, fine.
Okay, so, and AIPAC. Look, Batya, you just said that Israel's helping us because they helped the military-industrial complex, and they have lobbyists just like everybody else, these lovely lobbyists. Okay, I don't think you realize how unpopular those comments are. So, yes, AIPAC is definitely lobbyists. Along with the Christian Zionists, they definitely influence politicians. The reason Tom DeLay said you'll be a one-term congressman is because he said the Christian Zionists will turn on you, and the evangelical base will turn on you. And AIPAC will turn on you. AIPAC's about to spend
right the first time.
no, they're both. Okay, so hold, guys.
Go, continue.
Okay,
continue, Jack.
so if you guys are saying that the $100 million that AIPAC is promising to spend in the next election is not relevant to the politicians, that these politicians are angels.
You were so right when you were talking about it. It's interesting because like the left really believes in this concept of manufacturing consent.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, like, some top-down organization is just going to trick all of Americans to vote for some policy issue that they don't care about, which is not really seeming to be the way that any of this stuff tends to function or work. Essentially, you have groups of people that care about something, and then they kind of form these coalitions with other people that either agree with them or are willing to basically accept that position in order to get, some kind of agreement on their own specific position. You know, like,
Yeah,
oh, oh, I'll support Israel if you're pro-life, right? Well, I guess that'd be an easy one because a lot of overlap there. Or if you're pro-gun, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, we can be pro-gun, sort
it's
of in
more
that kind.
it's more like people sensing an opportunity to gain power. Like it's
Right.
exactly the same in the content creation realm because people are like, oh, people want this, and if I cater to that intuition in a bottom up type way, I can get a huge following and be very popular and be successful and make lots of money. Right?
Yes, yes. And you saw this, very clearly. And it's kind of weird that Cenk kind of still subscribes to a lot of manufacturing consent stuff for anyone left us because you saw this so clearly with Donald Trump,
Oh,
right?
of course.
He
Yeah.
was a person who was just like trying to sense what the crowd wanted and going along with it,
And
as
give it to
opposed to
him.
him
Yeah.
having some kind of like top-down ideology he was trying to basically trick Americans into supporting.
Yeah, look, if you really could manufacture consent, you think like some tree hugger like Zuckerberg would just do it, right? Like he's got the tools at his disposal to
Right.
do it.
Why, yeah, why has the left
Yeah,
been complete, like the left basically controls, most of the
everything.
newspapers,
Yeah.
most of the institutions, mainstream is basically captured by the left, and they seem to be completely utterly failing at
Yeah,
manufacturing
what
consent.
look, they got the new sensitive, diverse AI. Look,
Yeah.
manufacture some consent. Just do it.
Right,
The
right,
truth
yeah.
of the matter is, like, you may be able to move public opinion by, I don't know, 2 to 5%, right?
Hmm.
This idea that you can just snow the entire public and they'll just lead them around by their nose is just, it's ridiculous. It's totally
Yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah. Cenk should abandon that thought because it
I
is
don't think he
messing
can.
with
That's
him.
kind of the basis of his entire political career or political punditry is, get money out of politics because manufacture consent.
Yeah. I
And
just
it's
look, he's got to read Righteous Mind. Obviously we tell everyone to read it, but remember the
right.
the test in there Haidt talks about where people can tell who won the election just by face alone, just on face alone. Come on.
Who won the? Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right, right. Yeah,
They do
yeah.
a test where they ask people in different areas where they have it's an election that took place in another part of the world that they've not seen any of the news media on, and they just show them the two faces and they say, who won this election, and they're like, that guy, and they do it better than a coin flip. So there's something going on there that they're able to just determine, like, people are voting for who is more charismatic. So
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, but it's interesting too that Dave Smith, who's obviously not on the left, who's like a right wing libertarian. So I guess actually maybe calling him right wing doesn't really make sense either because we have this
it
sort of like
doesn't.
what are
No.
libertarians
Yeah.
anyway? But yeah, but he's like he's just kind of like a super libertarian, and he's also sort of completely seemingly on the manufactured consent side of the issue.
Which is weird. I think what is really going on is the candidates who are more charismatic and articulate raise more money. And so that's why, and when Cenk says, 95% of the time the candidate with more money wins, he's correct in that, but he's just got the causal relationship wrong. He's like,
Right.
95% of the time the more charismatic candidate wins and raises more money because they're more charismatic.
Sure. Or
Yeah.
not just more charismatic and like better at operating, an election
Well, and
strategy.
sniffing out from a bottom up process of what people want, pitching them what
Yeah.
they want. Yeah.
I know
Selling their ideas.
it's hard because, and this just could be my own bias, because I feel like now, this is my own feeling, my own intuition. I feel like most political ads in terms of like big elections, like, people are like, maybe for local elections, you have some people running and people don't really have an idea between like who these candidates are. I could see
Mhm.
like a political ad swaying them. But when people know who these people are, people know who Donald Trump is, people know who Joe Biden is. I mean, these ads really change the needle on anything? Like, it's so hard for me to just wrap my mind around the idea, like, oh yeah, these political ads from Joe Biden are really going to get people to vote for him over Trump. I don't
At
know.
this point in the game, it's hard to imagine. Like,
Yeah.
people have experienced so many different instances of these two candidates that just have already solidified their position. It's hard to say what is the big event or news piece that's going to really sway somebody. I'm
Yeah.
with you. It's over.
I
It's
guess.
like-
I mean, I guess the counter to my own feeling is that, maybe it's not so much ads as so much as like, people giving funding to, get people to knock on doors and try to get people out to vote who wouldn't have voted anyway. Like they already feel like they would vote for Trump or Biden, but they wouldn't like build up the energy or motivation to go and vote without someone knocking on their door or something. I could see that having more of an impact.
ground
like
game. Yeah.
Yeah, like the ground game seems to be more important than these sort of like national campaign ads and stuff.
Yeah. I think that's where people have kind of evolved to.
Yeah.
They would never consider millions of dollars given to them in bribes, campaign contributions. And that actually determines almost 95% of elections.
Oh, look, I sensed it. I knew it was coming.
Not the AIPAC money, but lobbyist money overall. That they don't take that into account because Joe Biden's an angel. He took $11.2 million from AIPAC, but that didn't affect him at all. He's the #1 donor that got money from AIPAC in United States Senate history. Who's the #1 donor for Speaker Johnson? AIPAC. But you guys say no. Ted Cruz, AIPAC. No. Those beautiful angels would never be affected by the bribes, campaign contributions that AIPAC is giving them. And by the way, it is not just AIPAC. Guys, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, they love this war. Are you kidding me? A giant war in the Middle East, they're going to make so much money. You're talking about the oil.
Yeah, we should buy some of that stock, Sitch. That Lockheed Martin's going to probably go way up. Look, I don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
There you go. So,
Look.
mhm.
Go ahead.
I wonder with like some of these the campaign contributions from AIPAC and Lockheed Martin, all this stuff, there is kind of the causation correlation, or not causation correlation, but just sort of like the causation getting, reversed. Is it that AIPAC gives money to Ted Cruz and Biden because that will then make them become more pro-Israel? Or do they say, oh, well, I think this candidate like Ted Cruz is already going to be very pro-Israel and we want him to win over whoever else, is running
We
against,
want
so
to
we
keep
give a
him in
bunch of money.
office. Yeah. I
Right.
think it's the latter, obviously.
You talk
Yeah.
about, with Biden is kind of, it's hard for me to imagine that, and I think it's very simplistic and incorrect, the view that like Biden is really, being swayed by however much money AIPAC is giving him, which compared to all campaign contributions has to be some minuscule amount overall to every campaign contribution that Biden gets, when it's like he has to walk this tightrope, which I don't think Cenk appreciates in terms of the politics,
not at
which is
all.
that like, yeah, like there's, the Michigan problem. There's like a, high, Muslim population in Michigan and some other parts of the country that Biden needs to win in order to win the election. And he doesn't want to piss them off. And there's also the young people who are all very anti-Israel and he doesn't want to piss them off. But then there's all the older people who even the Democrats are still mostly pro-Israel and he doesn't want to piss them off. So he's kind of in this like weird, untenable position. And just politics seems to make more sense when you kind of look at these coalitions as sort of the politicians trying to juggle these coalitions to win their election, as opposed to just taking a payoff from AIPAC or whoever.
Yeah, which is easier? Like finding a politician and bribing him to adopt your position from a position, a completely different position, or just giving money to the politician that already has your position?
Yes.
Like
Right.
it's so obvious. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and Cenk knows this because he has gotten support from people who endorse his position. And he would never say, look, oh, they're bribing me to have this progressive
Right.
position, right? Of course not. They know you agree with them and they want you to stay in business.
Oil companies are going to make billions, maybe trillions from this. All of those different lobbyists are bribing both the Republicans and the Democrats.
Yeah, we got to buy oil stocks too, Sitch. Look, he's like a crystal ball here.
He's giving great
Sitch is-
investment advice.
It is. Look, this is a Sitch and Adam investment show now, guys. Get ready. We're going to make it big.
So there is
Whatever, yeah.
massive money that is going into this potential war. Now, this war, we've seen this movie before. It was the Iraq War. And yes, morons.
I hate to keep pausing it, but it's just like, if it was true that all these people were just the weapons manufacturers and the oil companies and APEC, and all of them were just bribing Joe Biden, right? And that was the big influence on Joe Biden's, motivations and behavior here as president. Shouldn't he be pushing? Why isn't he pushing for Israel to get into a hot war with Iran? Wouldn't that be the best thing
you're right.
for like the weapons companies and APEC and all these organizations from like a cynical perspective?
It's like a bonanza.
Yeah. They're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Get into a hot war with Iran. Let that draw out. All the weapon manufacturers can make a shit zillion dollars, selling weapons to America, who will then turn around and sell them or give them to Israel, right?
Who makes those
But
big old ships, man? We should start
right.
making some ships.
Yeah,
Selling them.
exactly. But instead, yeah, why didn't, like, when the Houthis started attacking ships, why didn't America just declare war on them and send a bunch of, like, why didn't we just start like basically a ground invasion, send a bunch of ships there to just start blowing the shit out of everything? Like, I just feel like if it was so simple as, well, the weapons manufacturers control everything, we'd be engaged in so many more conflicts as opposed to this like tiptoeing kind of, bullshit that America constantly engages in, because Joe Biden doesn't want to start a war in Yemen. He doesn't want to start a war in Iran. Is very clearly signaling this to Israel to say, don't start a war in Iran. We won't support you. Because this wouldn't be popular with American voters, because that's the constraint here. It's not the weapons companies, it's what the American voters. That's the constraint.
Yeah, I think all those weapon manufacturers like eat breakfast cereal and put gas in their cars too. So they're like, oh shit, well, we're getting rich, but at the same time, there's no more weed industry.
Warmongers like Netanyahu said, oh, we're going to be greeted as liberators. How'd that turn out for us? Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. I am not going into Iran. I will do a massive rebellion inside America, and I bet I get a ton of right-wingers and a ton of left-wingers, and there's not a single American troop that's going to go into the Middle East to die for Netanyahu. Not one. If you try to send one of our guys into the Middle East, we're going to stop paying taxes. Will be a massive tax rebellion.
You know what?
I'm not going to give
we just stop right now, man.
Dave,
Let's not even wait.
It's annoying because like when all this stuff was going on, obviously, there's all the people who are like throwing, oh my God, World War III is going to happen. We're right on the precipice. Oh my God, I don't want to send American troops in Iran. I'm just like, what? I don't know what America these people are looking at, or they thought that Joe Biden wants to get into a war with Iran. Like, to me, if you're a political commentator and you think that Joe Biden wants to get into a hot war with Iran, or wants Israel to get into a hot war with Iran, like, it could happen because Israel might want it, like Netanyahu may want to do it. But if you think that Joe Biden wants to do it and that this would help his election, I think you need to like turn in your credentials at trying to understand the political machinations of what's going on in our country, because you're so way off base here.
During an election year, even like, Joe Biden is on his hands and knees every night praying, oh please don't let a war break out. Like, oh please let inflation come down. Oh please let the economic environment improve before November.
Yes,
like, can
exactly.
you imagine if a war breaks out, oil's going to go to like $100 a barrel?
Yeah,
$200 a barrel.
Yes,
It's going to be like
exactly,
gas
yes.
is going to be like $8 a gallon. You think Joe Biden wants that?
Of course not.
Get out of here.
Yeah, you think Joe Biden doesn't want all these fucking dumb kids running around on college campuses that are A, not going to vote for him now because they're calling him the genocider in chief, and B, is triggering all the other Americans across the country to be like, I hate all these like fucking lefties. I'm going to vote for Trump to get them out of our colleges. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Joe Biden he's praying that fucking Israel will stop blowing up Gaza. That's what he wants from his own cynical perspective. He doesn't give a shit about their lives.
Yes, he wants everyone to chill out. Just chill out until I can be a 2-term president. Oh God, don't embarrass me like this. If I lose to Trump, I'm gonna go down as the worst president in history.
That's true.
He is.
If Joe Biden loses to Trump, his legacy is going to just be so forever marred. So
Joe Biden. Look,
Joe Biden, Joke Biden after that.
Oh, Trump is going to call him Joke Biden.
Yes.
Trump is going to call him Joke Biden, the 1-term president, and Trump is going to say, "I'm the 3-term president."
Yep,
that's exactly what's going to happen.
And everyone will say, "Oh, old Joke Biden, who was so selfish and egotistical, He should have said he wasn't running again because he was too old, but he did it anyway. And he handed it to Donald Trump. He handed him a second victory, just like on a platter.
He did. Yeah, exactly. Yep. They're going to hate him. They're totally going to hate him. Look, maybe he pulls it off. I don't know. Look, the stakes are so high. Everything I read on the election just makes me, I'm not confident making a prediction on either side.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Let's not even wait for this war.
Going. Dennis, I think to return to the Iran question, you can respond to that as well, but make the case for why the U.S. military should defend Israel against Iran as well.
I did not,
in some of your comments.
You didn't say the U.S. military.
Well,
you said
Israel,
whether America should support. I did
fair
not
enough.
suggest.
Fair enough.
Israel
Okay, I said U.S. supports.
Israel
You're
has
right.
made it clear all of its existence. It doesn't want one American soldier to
Yes.
die in Israel or to fight in Israel. Okay, I just want to make that
Just
clear.
the money and the jets.
That's right. That is correct.
No.
Just the money and the jets. That is right. So if you feel that supporting Israel is immoral, fine. That's the clarity that I aim for.
Oh, it's definitely immoral.
Yeah, it's definitely
They're
immoral.
imprisoning
There you
5
go.
million
That's
Palestinians.
Right. That's right. I see. Okay.
They're oppressors.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
They're not imprisoned. They are occupied. They are not imprisoned. Okay.
If you can cut off the water, the food, and electricity, what is that?
He let you talk.
The rape of the
We
word.
couldn't even do that to prisoners in America.
He let you talk.
Not barely. Go ahead.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
The left has mangled language. I say raped, and people get angry. Well, aren't you raping the word rape? No, look up rape in the dictionary. There were 2 definitions, like the rape of the rainforest is not a sexual act. They have raped the word genocide. They have raped the word racism. They have raped all of these words that actually once meant something. And that's what is being done now. This is not genocide that Israel is engaged in. The number of Palestinians has increased by 5-fold since Israel was created. If that's a genocide, we should all suffer from such a genocide and have such growth of our populations.
Dennis Prager's just like, he is the top 40 of political commentators. Like, he just pulls out the greatest hits here. He's like, look, if this is a genocide, how come there's more people?
Yeah, sure.
Look, it's a good argument, but it's just, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
As
we've heard it
regards
before.
Iran,
Yeah, sorry.
Well, but though, I had an interesting thought. Now, again, this is total mind reading. This could not, this is all, just take this with a grain of salt here. But I just had an interesting idea. I had an interesting thought.
Okay, let's hear it.
I wonder if, on some level, some of the thing that's motivating Cenk to be so energized about this topic,
So diplomatic. I love it.
so emotional about this, topic, beyond kind of what you were talking about with the, kind of projecting his own dignity onto the Palestinians, which I think is happening. I wonder if also, this is pure speculation, but I wonder if also part of what's going on is that, him and Anna are getting attacked by a lot of the far left people at the moment, because, they're talking about like crime and how there's actual real crime problems, in America. And things of this nature. They're getting wrongfully attacked by basically crazy people. And I wonder if some of the energy is sort of, even on an unconscious level, like a signal to people on the left that like, hey, look, I'm on your side, at least on this issue. Like, don't attack me so much. I'm on your
Really?
side on this issue.
Well, you're allowed to say that about Cenk, but not Anna, obviously.
Well, no, I haven't seen Anna get to this level of energy.
Oh, okay.
That
I
Cenk
thought
is.
you
I'm
were-
talking about Cenk specifically.
Okay.
I'm just saying they're attacking Cenk and Anna, like, because people kind of package them together,
Of
like,
course.
how dare Cenk let
Oh,
Anna
yeah.
say
Look,
these
they're
things
both
on
getting
young
attacked
Yes.
mercilessly.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And so it's
Cenk
kind of
is
like,
signaling much harder that, look, I'm with you. Look.
yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I might disagree with you on this crime stuff or whatever, but look how close I am. Look how angry I am about the Israel stuff. Like, I'm just wondering if that's sort of playing on the emotional.
I think it's more the
perception.
identity politics. I really do think
Okay,
Cenk feels
maybe.
mortally.
It could be a little bit.
He feels insulted.
Mm-hmm. A
That's
little bit both.
that's my take, but I
My
could
head
be
canon
wrong.
here.
Probably right though. Obvious.
So this is a legitimate question. Is it in the United States' interest?
What is this comment you pinned?
I just saw Doomer in the chat. What's up, Doomer?
Doomer says, I'm very
That's
bothered.
officially Doomer Politics. Oh wait, no, he's changed. It's Doomer Media. Unpin that. What the fuck?
Did Doomer
Look,
actually say that? He's saying I would never say that.
Look, it's right there. Look, if Doomer, if you don't know how to delete your comments, like that's on you, buddy. Okay, that's that's a level of YouTube stupid we don't normally see around
you
these
go.
parts. But okay,
Doomer's pro Dennis Prager. Everybody.
I know. It's why do you think I pinned the comment? It's great.
There you go.
So just for those of you who are just listening, Doomer Media has said, I'm very bothered by Dennis Prager being based. Doomer Media, Vosh, take note. Doomer Media, 100% support of Dennis Prager.
There you go.
It's an all new low for the Doomer Media channel.
There you go. Good on you, Doomer.
Purely as Americans, that Iran thrive or that there be a regime change. Forget, let's say we can't do a regime. I understand that. I'm asking in theory, what would be more pro-American? A pro-American Iran, which is a very powerful country and a particularly intelligent people, and what would be better? Having these vile theocrats from the Middle Ages who kill women and arrest women who aren't properly dressed in public. This is what you guys want us to say it doesn't matter? We left Afghanistan, which I assume you guys were supporting, that we should leave Afghanistan. I did not support leaving Afghanistan because I knew the hellhole that the Taliban would create. And I don't know why America first means it's okay if people who want to destroy us take over a country. I don't understand why that's America first. And I have one other comment on America first. I wrote a column on this, and I stand by this. This is really important morally. I am America first. My life is a perfect example of a lifetime given to defending America and American values. But I am never and will never be America only. There are higher values than just your country. My country is first, but it is not the only moral question in my life.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Dave, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, if I think it's kind of look, if you're just saying, hey, wouldn't it be great if like the repressive Iranian regime was gone and then like a regime that came and gave liberty to their people, yeah, sure, that'd be great. That I don't think is necessarily a relevant question. I also don't know who would disagree with you on that. I'm sure there are some people. I'm certainly not one of them.
The Taliban. That's who would disagree, right?
I guess
Come on.
I'm not sure what Prager's point is, because I agree. Like, well, I mean, most people would agree that sure, it would be great if, Iran wasn't controlled by a theocracy. The question is how do you accomplish that? Can you accomplish that? Like,
Yeah,
I don't
Dave
think
just
America
said-
can just invade them and accomplish that, or Israel.
Dave just said, who would disagree with you? Well, obviously, like the
Sure,
Saudi
no, I
Arabian
understand.
royal
Yeah, sure.
family,
Right.
the
Most people.
Taliban.
Sure.
Hamas.
Most people in the Western conversation would, not disagree, right?
Well, look, libertarians might. They'd be like, look, I think Dave is about to disagree. He's about to
No,
say,
he's
look,
saying,
it's
like-
none of our business. I would love
I
that
think-
if that could
no.
happen, but look,
I think
that
Dave's
can't
gonna say
happen
like
because I want to stay home.
they would agree. I'm assuming Dave's position is going to be, because I don't remember exactly what he said here, is that he agrees that would be best in theory, but that he doesn't think America can force it upon a country, and he'll point to like Iraq and Afghanistan as showing that that's not going to work, essentially.
Yes, look, and you can point to Iraq and Afghanistan and say it didn't work because you can't force it on the population.
Yeah.
But if the population meets you halfway and says, look, we need a hand, we need the cavalry to come in and help us, which is more akin to the situation in Ukraine.
Right.
Like, but look, Dave will spin that as, oh no, it's that's still America subjugating them. They're not asking us for help. We did a coup in 2014. We're forcing it on them too.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter what you do, they're going to say that we're forcing it.
That
on
is
them.
true. That is
Yeah.
true. And because there's a
So-
phone call. I don't know if you've heard about this phone call.
Yeah,
that
look,
shows
we
that
covered
America
that phone
coup
call
Ukraine.
extensively.
Okay. There's the secret phone call that shows it. I don't know if you know about this.
It's just silly when, look, I do think, yes, you can't force it on population, but if the population wants it and doesn't have the resources or they don't have the backing to make it happen, like, why can't America give them a little hand? Why can't America be like, oh, look, we like to help out. We like to help out the people who want to adopt our winning values around the world. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Why not, Dave? Why not? You yourself said, oh, who wouldn't want that? Yeah, who wouldn't want that?
The fact is
Well,
that
Hamas would disagree with me.
right. I'm not one of them.
I
Okay,
agree.
so
You are not one of your-
Look, Dave Prager stealing my thunder here.
You're sort of defending, but you're not one of them.
I'm not
agree.
even kind of defending Hamas, but
Yes.
whatever. I'm
Okay.
actually the only one. I'm criticizing Israel for propping them up. But anyway, so yes, that would be great. The point is that people who supported the war in Iraq, like Benjamin Netanyahu, like I'm sure you did, sir.
No,
right?
I didn't.
You didn't.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm wrong.
Wait,
I apologize
let
for
me-
that.
Let me
then.
just say very quickly.
That's fair. I shouldn't have said that then.
No, that's fair. No, you don't have to apologize. It's very understandable that you would assume that I did. But there was proof. I was on hardball with Chris Matthews, and he was shocked when I told him that I am not supporting us going into Iraq.
Okay, so I give you a lot of credit for that, then.
So it's recorded.
Did he sexually harass
Let me
you?
just say, no, he did not. I'm just kidding. I felt bad about it. But I will say though that once we were there, I did believe that we had to prevail.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So let me say, I'll amend that to say, all of the neoconservatives, Benjamin Netanyahu, the people who supported us going into the war in Iraq, well, what was the effect of that? We handed the country essentially over to Iran, and all of this wisdom, which was so ridiculous. So you had Saddam Hussein, a longtime enemy of Iran. They fought a brutal war together where 500,000 people on each side died. By the way, America backed Saddam Hussein while he was doing the most vicious things that he had ever done. He was a Sunni minority oppressing a Shiite majority, and their scheme was, if we overthrow this guy, this will put pressure on Iran to be more democratic. And all that happened was it gave more regional influence to Iran. And then, actually, the attempted regime change in Syria that Obama failed on for multiple reasons, I think actually kind of similarly to what you guys were talking about, he was sending these weapons into the anti-Assad rebels. They saw, as John Kerry admitted, the rise of ISIS. Obama called them JV. I think it's very similar to the way Benjamin Netanyahu looked at Hamas. I can control the height of the flame. And then they invaded Iraq, and he was like, hey, you guys weren't supposed to do that part, right? But what happened, what was the effect of that, was that the Syrians were more reliant on Iran than ever before. What was the effect on the Saudi-U.S. war in Yemen? That the Houthis became more reliant on Iran than ever before. So yes, we would all like this magical scenario where Iran becomes a free country, but in reality, the policies that Israel, as well as most of the neoconservatives in this country have pushed, have been to the opposite effect, has only made Iran more powerful and more influential in the region.
Go ahead, Batya. Sorry, I wanted to get a response.
I don't really disagree with
Okay,
that.
all right. Well, Cenk,
There
you
you
want to
go.
say something?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to read your
We'll
book.
we're going to wrap this segment.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So, bunch of things here. So, are the mullahs in charge of Iran vile theocrats? Yes, they are. And so, I was born Muslim. I'm proud to be Muslim culturally, but I'm an atheist now. So they would consider me an apostate, and trust me.
Oh, Cenk said it too. He's a cultural Muslim. What does that
What
mean?
does that mean?
I don't know what that means. Cenk seems as far removed from being culturally Muslim as I can imagine.
Does it mean that your dignity is wrapped up in the Palestinian people?
That's what it seems like he means. But I mean, what is the cultural aspect of Muslim culture that Cenk follows? That, like what part of like being Muslim culturally does Cenk follow in his daily life?
Yeah, good
I don't know.
question. Does he
Maybe
turn
I'm
the
just
other, does he turn the other cheek?
I mean, maybe I'm just like a bigoted American, but when I look at, the Muslim countries around the world and the Muslim cultures that those countries specifically, I'm not talking about Muslims living abroad, but a Muslim country, they generally tend to skew to be significantly more socially conservative and significantly more religious and significantly more anti-freedom than a Western liberal country. And Cenk doesn't seem to be in favor of any of those things. So I guess I don't know what he means when he says he's culturally Muslim.
They're like a tad homophobic. Is that what you're saying?
I
Just
don't
a
know. I don't
tea,
think Cenk is.
just a teeny tad
It's a teeny
homophobic.
bit. Yeah. It's a teeny bit.
Okay.
Me that I'd be the first one on the chopping block. So I got no interest in the mullahs. I got no interest in the Grand Ayatollah. I don't want to help them, support them in one way, and they've destroyed what was a beautiful, awesome culture in Persia. Okay, so now, having
See, this is where I would like to ask, because you're saying you've got nothing, you care nothing about the religion. Like, I do care about the Christian religion because I do think it facilitates pro-social outcomes in society.
Mm-hmm.
That I think the scientific literature proves that a lot of these ideas are pro-social for society. Do that with Islam. Make that connection with Islam for me, Cenk. That'd be cool. Thanks.
said that. Is the answer always war? No. North Korea is a terrible, despotic, tyrannical government. It doesn't mean that we should invade North Korea. Tons of South Koreans would die, Japanese would die, would get embroiled in a horrible war. And with neocons, I always feel like they...
Well, what if the North Koreans had an uprising and made an attempt to overthrow the government? We're like, we want to adopt Western values. Sitch.
Then
what
should
then?
support them, obviously.
What if they say, look, we just want the American cavalry come in and help us. Come liberate us.
Well, that would be an
We
interesting
want
situation.
democracy.
Well,
we
then,
want capitalism.
listen,
We want
I don't know
freedom
if-
of speech. Please help.
If that happened, Adam, obviously it
Uh-huh.
only happened because the CAA had been cultivating that, fake protests
We manufactured
and coup
consent.
and manufacturing consent in North Korea, the whole time. Okay.
Oh, it's so lame. It's so lame. Look, wouldn't it be? I think it would be morally wrong to turn our back on those cries.
I agree.
What about you?
I agree. Yeah.
I think every bald eagle across America would start crying simultaneously if we did something like that.
Every bald eagle you'd hear at the same time. I go, the whole country would just be ringing with the sounds of eagles crying out to help for freedom across the globe.
Yeah, it would rain the tears of bald eagles all
That's
over
right.
America
I
for the
agree.
freedom of the North Korean people.
Yes.
Yes. You know who would answer that call?
America.
Donald Trump. It will be
Oh.
huge. He will totally answer that call.
I tell you, when the bald eagles start crying, that's when I listen. Okay. This the spirit of America.
And Kim Jong-un called me up and said, I need your help, Donald.
I
I
remember when
was
we
there
watched the
for him.
basketball game. Can you get Dennis Rodman out here? And I said, listen, Kim, I can get Dennis Rodman out here, but you got to give these people what they want. You got to give them freedom. And if you don't do it, well, we're just going to have to blow you up. We got bombs. We have big, big, big bombs. Okay. China isn't going to help you.
Yes. Little Rocket Man, you listen to me. Oh, that'd be great. That's it. That is the America that Dave Smith doesn't want to see.
I know. God.
It's sad, isn't it?
Come on, Dave.
It's totally sad.
Be on Team America.
Yeah, look. Don't be an isolationist, man. Don't be a loner in your basement.
When the bald eagles are crying, you have to listen.
Yeah, that's the time to listen.
Exactly.
Look, and it's good for the economy. You believe in good you believe in good jobs, right?
There you go.
And
There you go.
manufacturing weapons and ammunition.
That's right. That's a good American job, damn it.
That's right.
Their slogan is, I forgot the question, but the answer is war. Okay? And so we had a deal with Iran under Obama where we stopped their enrichment of uranium and we took all the uranium out of the country. That was a terrific deal. And I criticized Obama a lot, but that was one of the things that I gave him a lot of credit for. It was one of the best things he did.
I mean, was it a good deal? It's only a good deal if you think they actually followed it, right? Isn't that the problem?
What was the deal?
The Iranian nuclear deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, so I don't know if I'm kind of skeptical. I'm just kind of skeptical that they actually followed that. I think you can then criticize Trump because they basically got rid of it, but then didn't replace it with anything beneficial either. So
Right.
I don't think anyone was really doing anything good with that.
did. It was maniacal to get out of that deal. Now they're enriching uranium. How did that help? And the only reason why it helps is because the neocons want them enriching uranium, so they have an excuse to start that war. And Netanyahu and Dick Cheney and the others have been very clear, but John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, all neocons, all very clear. They have wanted this war with Iran for decades now, and they want us to fight it. They want American boys to fight it. They want American taxpayers to finance it. And that is not the right answer. And so, and when you turn back to Israel, what is
This is just completely ridiculous. Can you imagine any sitting representative or senator going back to his district and saying, listen, we want your boys to step up and fight in Iran? They'd be laughed out of office. There's no way.
Right.
There's no way. Yeah, Cenk doesn't buy that people try to cater to their constituents.
No.
the one thing that Israel has done that has been a spectacular success in terms of all these conflicts was the peace deal with Egypt. Peace actually works. Since that, not a single bomb has gone between Egypt and Israel. And Egypt has complied with the peace treaty. So the idea that...
Well, that's great. Let's just sign the peace treaty that Hamas is putting up like Egypt did. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, Sitch.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Hamas peace treaty, Sitch? You got any ideas?
Obviously Israel is bad and just didn't give them good terms.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's the answer.
I heard Hamas never offered a peace deal.
Oh, okay.
peace won't work because those Palestinians or those Hamas guys, they're just going to do it forever and ever. That's exactly what they said about the Egyptians, and it wasn't true. Peace leads to peace, war leads to more war.
It's not a good point. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I wish it were a good point. I do. I really wish. It's wishful thinking. The Israelis gave a piece of land, I think it's larger than Israel, back to Egypt, filled with oil, a great buffer in case of a war, and they gave every inch back to Egypt because they trusted Egypt. That's why, and they especially the president at the time. So that's the proof of the point. Israel is not aching to keep Arab land; it is aching for peace. Egypt is the point that makes my point. If they trusted that the Palestinians would act like the Egyptians, there would have been peace a long time ago.
Well, I think,
you know that back then, historically, the Israelis did not think, oh, the Egyptians are wonderful, we can trust them.
They did.
Listen,
under what was his name? The great Egyptian leader. No, the great Sadat. Under Anwar
he was not a great leader until he got to the peace treaty.
Because he came to speak in the parliament. That's what changed their minds.
Well, look,
an Egyptian leader comes to the Jewish parliament.
Listen, the fact is that, and as a libertarian, I don't love this, but the fact is also that the U.S. bribed both Egypt and Israel with $3 billion a year forever. But no, look, the reality is that, Cenk, you have to at least admit there's a point here.
Look at that. Putting our money where our mouth is, Sitch. That's the way.
Hey, look, it worked.
It
That's
did.
why he doesn't want to admit it. It totally worked. We bribed them for peace.
It did.
Okay.
Look. Sometimes the cavalry's got to come in and grease a few palms, Dave. That's the way of the world. Just live with it, okay?
And,
you want peace or what?
Right. And also, I mean, I don't think it's... I think comparing Egypt to Gaza or Palestine doesn't make any sense whatsoever. These are very different... and I'm kind of surprised as someone who cares so much about material conditions. The material conditions for Israel and the ideological considerations for the people, for Egypt, the ideological considerations for people in Egypt is very, very different than the Palestinians.
Oh, hell yeah. It's like we print that money. It's like bribing them with coupons. It's like, here you go. Here's some pizza coupons for
Here's your
you.
free pizza coupons. Stop fighting
Exactly.
people. Stop blowing people up.
Isn't that like the best deal ever?
Yeah.
Look, we get peace and they get some pizza coupons. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in 25 years or something like that.
Yes.
And they made a peace deal and they gave it up. Now, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of people today, and it's totally understandable, that people today would go, look, things have gotten so bad between the Israelis and the Palestinians that they're just never going to be able to live in peace. But at the same time...
No one says never, but they can't
Okay, let me just
now.
finish my point. At the same time, France and Germany are right next to each other, man. England and Ireland are right next to each other. And that should at least be maybe something all of us could agree on, that it's not that crazy. And by the way, you could go from being like horrific atrocities to a very short period after that, being relatively peaceful with each other. And I do think Cenk at least has somewhat of a point that they did make this land concession for peace deal, and it stuck. And that could be, and you're not going to tell me there's not a radical Islam problem in Egypt.
They try, yes, they
Isn't that what they did with Gaza, though? They said, here's a concession. We're going to pull all the people out of Gaza and let you control it. And then that obviously didn't work. So this argument just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, look, tried and failed.
I mean, I agree with what Dennis Prager is saying. Like, yeah, I think there's a potential in the future that there could be peace, but I don't see that on the horizon anytime soon.
tried to make a land for peace deal with the Gazans. They completely withdrew, and they got Hamas as a bonus.
Can I ask you, why did they
bring it up.
to put the peace process in formaldehyde in their own words?
This is actually worth digging
Also,
into.
the France-Germany analogy, etc., doesn't work, and I'll tell you why. Because Jew hatred, and that is what is fundamental to Iran and fundamental to Hamas, not fundamental to all Arabs, but it is fundamental to those ideologies, is exterminationist. No Frenchman wanted to exterminate Germany. No German wanted to exterminate France. That is, by the way, that is very important that people understand this. Jew hatred is different from all other hatreds, and the world is filled with hatreds because it's exterminationist. The Passover is coming up, and there is in the Passover service is a 2,000-year-old line. It's in Hebrew, but I'll say it in English. In every generation, somebody arises to annihilate us, not to oppress us, not to enslave us, to annihilate us. This is unfortunately ancient and recovering.
Why? Just because people are so possessed by evil Jew hatred, or
it does seem that way. It does seem that way.
We'll get Cenk in here because I think it's a legitimate question around the formation from back in 2005, the rise of Hamas, because it's a contentious issue and it leads to this. So go ahead.
Yeah. So look, the fact that Jewish people across the world have basically PTSD from the Holocaust and the pogroms and all of the discrimination and massacres that have been visited upon them is super understandable, very, very understandable. But that is part of what is blinding you to the fact that you are no longer David, you are Goliath. And so when you talk about the Germans and the French didn't want to exterminate each other, wait a minute, Germany and Poland are right next to each other, and the Germans wanted to exterminate the Polish, and that they were part of the people that suffered extermination under the Holocaust. And there are so many examples of people living side by side who hate each other because they're the two tribes next to each other and they've been warring forever. So again, another example is Greece and Turkey and Cyprus. And if Turkey had decided to keep all of Cyprus when they invaded Cyprus, they would have had to occupy the Greeks for all of these decades. And what would have happened? The Greeks would have done terrorism, right? And we would have had Greeks and Turks killed back and forth, back and forth. Instead, Turkey took about the percentage that they had in the population and let the Greek side go and never occupy them. Occupation is a cancer that always leads to more violence, more terrorism, more conflict, more war. You have to end the occupation. And Dennis, one more thing. Look, you think that you've got this thing in your head that, the whole world hates Jews, and I understand where it comes from.
So he brought up kind of this interesting point about like the different hatreds. And I think Dennis is wrong about like that the Jews' hatred is unique. I think that's the wrong point. I think the right point is that there are different types of hatred that lead to different outcomes. And I think it is kind of interesting that, the point that Cenk's brought up, like, to my understanding, the German conception of France was not, maybe it was in the far future, but, because they wanted to take over the world, but it wasn't necessarily like, we want to, basically remove all the French people from France and resettle it with Germans. Like that, but that was sort of the Germans, or the Nazis, I should say, kind of view about Poland. And it kind of shows you how these ideological, and this is why ideology is important besides material conditions, why these ideological pressures and constraints do change the behavior, and how the Nazis can act towards the Polish, towards the Jews, towards the French, towards the British, towards all these other different groups of people. Their ideology definitely controls that. And if you have a situation where the ideology, I guess, in the Middle East is, or in Palestine is like basically to not live in peace with, the Jews, and that's how is peace going to be accomplished until that ideology changes?
Yeah, exactly. This is what Putin is doing to Ukraine too. Putin is like, Ukraine is just part of Russia. The Ukrainian
Right.
people aren't their own individual people. So yeah.
Soul Odyssey for 20 Canadian, thank you so much. Says, ever since I heard Dave's take on Ukraine with Sitch and Adam and now in Israel, I realize now he's been seriously misrepresenting his sources. I'm ashamed of taking him so seriously. I can't tell if he's deluded or dishonest.
Oh,
I think
wow.
he,
Great super chat.
yeah, thank you. I think he just picks and chooses parts of sources that basically confirm what he wants to be, the arguments he wants to make, essentially. So,
It's funny because people in the chat are obviously against us on Ukraine because they've been propagandized against us. Like I often say, it's a fact pattern that you come to the debate with that kind of decide your position on the debate. I encourage you who are open-minded to go and listen to I believe it's our second talk with Dave Smith. And Sitch like basically just reads portions of the Newland phone call and just the twists and turns that Dave Smith does to try to maintain his position is like, I mean, it's just, I mean, I laughed out loud several times just because it's like obvious the meaning and context of the situation Sitch is spelling out is obviously backed up by the facts, but it completely goes against Dave's narrative. So
it's a massive cope spiral.
Yeah, it is.
From Dave's perspective, yeah.
It is good, yeah.
Well, and it's funny because I said this. I don't think I said in that conversation, but I said it when all that conversation was going around, which is that, like, listen, if your position is you just don't want to give any of your money away to any foreign country, and you want to hide in a little cave, okay, then that's fine. That can be a position that you can argue for. It's just annoying that people don't feel like that's an uncomfortable position to have morally, to say, look, there's people that are definitely innocent, that are definitely being invaded and attacked by a foreign power, that are being slaughtered and killed, and you just want to lift your hands up and say, that's their problem, right?
Yeah.
Like
Bald
people don't
eagles
want
are crying all over America, and you're just
right.
like, who cares?
People don't want to take that position because obviously it's a very morally uncomfortable position to take, but it's an honest position. That's because that's really what's going on here. So instead, we kind of have this post hoc, like, concocting of events to say, well, in order to make me feel morally better about not wanting to support Ukraine or any country in the situation, I concoct a fact pattern that basically says it's really America's fault in the first place that Russia has decided to invade Ukraine anyway, to kind of assuage my moral guilt. But I mean, it's like, listen, if you just don't want to support them because you just want to keep your own money for yourself, that's fine. But you're just going to have to, nut up and bite the bullet that, Russia's 100% in the wrong. It's not America's fault. The Newland CIA coup nonsense is all just bullshit. And, it's all in Putin's head, 100% on Putin's head.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, and more evidence has come out since then that just has solidified that fact pattern. Look at that Tucker interview. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Basically, Putin just comes out and admits it all.
Yes. Yep.
It's like, come on, guys.
And so,
why do you say that?
No, you're talking about the history of...
No, I said Jew hatred is unique. It's exterminationist. I don't believe the whole world hates Jews. I didn't even imply it.
Okay, so it is... No, I understand that. But look, that's actually ahistorical. It is not true. In the Middle East, Jews and Muslims lived together in peace for hundreds of years, sometimes thousands of years. The Turks rescued the Jews from the Spanish Inquisition. So there's an enormous history of Muslims and Jews working.
So there's actually a super fascinating video I watched. Oh my God. I don't know what the guy's name is. I should find it. He had a very, very, very interesting talk that was on kind of like where the perspective of Israelis being colonizers comes from.
Really?
Yeah. From like the Palestinian perspective. And he brought up something that was a fantastic point, which people in modern times completely like don't understand or like there's a massive oversight, which is that there were two types of country formations through most of history. There was kind of like the ethnic group of people that would live together in a country or a city state, really. And they would generally tend to be more xenophobic. Like there would be a shared ethnic identity and they wouldn't want other people in. And then there was the empire, the big empire that would basically conquer, a bunch of territory. And obviously that can't be ethnically homogenized because it's a large empire. And
Of course.
when people talk about in the Middle East, like, oh, the Jews and the Arabs, lived side by side and together, they're kind of like missing something. And what they're missing is that these big empires, including the Turkish Empire and the Ottoman Empire that he's talking about, they were intentionally trying to prevent groups of ethnic people living in close proximity together.
I remember
especially
this, yeah.
in the 1900s,
Right.
because in the early 1900s, there was a big movement for nationalism, for these ethnic groups to declare that they want to be their own country in the 1800s, 1900s. Like, oh, we're all these people. We want to be a country that's, independent from the Ottoman Empire, from whatever empire, right? And so part of the way that that empires would employ a strategy to sort of prevent that is that they try to mix the ethnicities up intentionally. They try to be like, oh, let's throw a bunch of Jews in this area to try to like keep things like so empires would try to make things kind of multicultural in order to prevent nationalism from arising, in order so that they can maintain their own power. They weren't doing it because they had some kind of like ethical consideration for liberalism or multiculturalism or whatever. Like it was purely for like a cynical perspective.
Yeah, they were trying to get people to stop seceding and forming their own nation.
Right.
Yeah, I remember this. This was pretty hilarious.
Muslims and Jews working together until Israel. When in reality, in Europe, the Christians slaughtered the Jews over and over and over again. If you're saying that anyone had an exterminationist ideology against the Jews, it was the Christians in Europe. It's not the Christians today. It's a totally different situation. But what you've done is you think that the Palestinians are the Nazis when the Palestinians are David. They're a group that has been brutalized for these 75 years, more land taken, more humiliation. Their power, water, electricity, their energy is controlled by Israel. Israel comes in, strips their men naked, parades them around, humiliates them in every way, and now has murdered 25,000 women and children, and you still see as poor little Israel, and it's the bad Muslims that are going to exterminate them. Whereas you're actually denying them a state, you're actually denying them freedom.
All right, go ahead, Batya.
We're denying they're denying Hamas a state. Forgive me, Batya. They're denying Hamas a state. They're denying the PLO a state. They're not denying the Palestinians. When it was impossible to negotiate and make a state, they were for a Palestinian state. You keep going back to 75 years, which is the giveaway. That's what they believe. We've been occupied for 75 years. And as regards Israel being David or Goliath, vis-a-vis a handful of Palestinians, they are militarily, they are a Goliath. That is, and thank God they are.
All right.
But they are a small, Israel is as tiny as New Jersey. The Arab world goes from the Atlantic Ocean to the Persian Gulf. There are 52 Muslim countries. I wouldn't exactly say David is Goliath.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well,
sorry.
We've got 25 minutes left, and I wanted to bring it back to a U.S. topic, free speech topic, that I think would be helpful for the audience. The U.S. Congress, actually the House of Representatives, just yesterday passed a resolution condemning the Palestinian chant, quote, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," affirmed now by our Congress as anti-Semitic. So my question to the panel, and Batya, I'd like to start with you because I know you've spoken on this topic, is do you believe that chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is anti-Semitic?
It's so funny because I said to Dennis, I hope we can get through the whole debate without the word anti-Semitism, because I think it's a real turnoff to people. I think it's irrelevant, really. Like, we're talking about anti-Zionism. It's, we should talk about that.
Well,
we're talking about Israel.
Now. Is that anti-Semitic?
We're talking about Israel, and it's a line from Hamas's charter. Okay. So, I have very dear friends who are Palestinian, who are very far left, who would say, like, I don't mean it in an exterminationist way. I mean that that whole land should be a democracy where everybody has civil rights like in America, and it's a totally secular state. That's what it means to be free. They mean Palestinians will be free just like Jews. That's how I mean it when I say it. That's what they tell me. And I believe them because they're my friends and I love them. But it is a line from Hamas's charter. And so if I think it, the burden of proof is on the people chanting it to prove that they don't mean it in an eliminationist way that would wreak havoc and violence on Jews, like I said, because it's part of the charter. And, if somebody was started to walk around chanting, a line from another extremely vile terrorist group, the burden of proof would be on them that they don't mean it in that way. On whether it's anti-Semitic, honestly, I'm so not interested in that question. I think there's a lot of very good-hearted people on the right who have been so traumatized by the accusations of racism coming from the left. They're just so sick of that. And so I'll just stay with that. Like, I don't know. I really, honestly, I hate when Congress passes resolutions that have to do with speech. It makes me very uncomfortable. But at the same time, I think, Jews don't like hearing this because it makes them think of Hamas. So there's a tension there. I don't like government getting involved. And I honestly, I'm very offended by the idea that Jews need to be protected from chanting. Like, okay. I feel like we're descended from the Maccabees and we need to man up, and it's not dangerous and it's not scary, but it is kind of gross. Okay. That's where I am.
Dave, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate
Sitch, your response?
Well, I mean, these congressional things are all pointless anyway. These non-binding, Congress says, this is anti-Semitic, or like they don't do anything, right? They're completely pointless. It's a complete virtue signal just for Congress, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm on your side, constituents. Like, it's completely absurd. And I don't really care about it from that perspective. That being said, I do. Obviously, speech is important in terms of that speech can lead to violence. I don't think it should be against the law at all for anyone to say from the river to the sea, but it's complete bullshit. Like, obviously, there are a bunch of dumb, retarded fucking kids out there who, they don't understand anything about politics. They've basically all become radical socialists because they grew up in an era of like Trump bad, TDS and BLM shit, and they listen to Hassan and a bunch of other retards, and so they think they understand the world when they understand literally fucking nothing, and they're just regurgitating this anti-American brain rot, without really having clear understanding what the fuck they're saying. And when they say, from the river to the sea, do they really mean that they want all the Jews to be killed?
Yes.
Probably not.
Oh,
Probably not.
Sorry. Yeah,
Some of them, yes, but I don't think overall majority of people in America say. I don't think the majority of people that say that in America want all Jews to be killed in Israel. This is just my guess, right?
Okay.
But I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It's kind of like the defund the police argument. Like, okay, I don't care. Or when people say, like, I got in these long arguments with people about CRT, where they'd say, well, Sitch, you might be right about what CRT is from this academic perspective. But when all these fucking retards are talking about CRT, that's not what they mean. And I'd say, maybe that's not what they mean. But they shouldn't fucking use the word CRT then, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? It's the same thing with this from the river to the sea shit. I don't care if that's not what they fucking mean. The phrase means to wipe out all the Jews in Israel. That's what the phrase means. There's no way around it. Anything around it is a lie. It's cope. It's all bullshit. That's what the phrase means. Even if that's not what you mean, that's what the phrase literally means. That's why it's from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. It's not Palestinians, it's Palestine. The country will be free, okay? That's what it fucking means, and that's what it meant from the beginning, and you can't rehabilitate the phrase, nor should you even attempt to. And so, that being said, even though I don't think it should be illegal, I don't have a problem with colleges saying, hey, we're trying to, it's against college rules to advocate for people to be eliminated because of their religion or ethnicity or country of origin. So you can't go around chanting them on college campuses. I'm totally fine with colleges making that, as part of their rules.
So it shouldn't be illegal, but it is a microaggression.
No, it is. You shouldn't say it's a microaggression. Because a microaggression is
a
like
macroaggression?
It's a macroaggression, yes.
Oh, okay.
A microaggression is like talking about like, oh, I'm a white guy and I have my hair in a black hairstyle.
That's a microaggression?
That's a microaggression. Yes. A microaggression is something that's not explicitly hostile or advocating for violence, but otherizes someone in some minor, minute way that maybe they didn't intend, right? which obviously using a phrase that is calling for genocide is the exact opposite. It'd be like, say, if a bunch of dumb fucking kids started burning crosses because it was some kind of TikTok challenge to burn crosses, and they're like, well, we don't mean it like in terms of like killing black people, right? It's like, well, okay, but that's what the symbol means. Like, what the fuck I don't care what you mean by it. That's what the symbol means. And I don't think colleges should let people burn crosses, right? Or people start throwing up swastikas or whatever, right?
Censorious. Look at this. You don't even like the cross burning.
I know. Don't even like the cross burning, right? Yeah, the cross burning challenge, the TikTok cross burning challenge. So, like, colleges should not be basically allowing widespread demonstrations where one group of students is calling for other groups of students to be killed or removed from campus. That's like kind of insane. And so,
what if
yeah,
what if you asked a Jewish student, "Are you from the river to the sea?"
Wait, what?
Look, I'm just fooling around. Okay.
Oh, okay. So,
but that, classic microaggression is like, "Where are you from?"
Right.
Where are you from?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's another. Yeah. Where are you from? Where are you from? That's
where are you from?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Look, I've just microaggressed on you. Okay.
Right. So so yeah, college campuses, if they want to say, and I agree that they should say, like, listen, you can have your little protests, where you support Israel, you support Palestine or whatever, but you shouldn't be saying from the river to the sea. You shouldn't be saying like wipe out all, because I don't think as people that are pro-Israel should be able to be protesting around saying like, destroy all Palestinians, kill all Palestinians. Like, obviously they shouldn't be able to say that. So why should the Palestinian protesters be able to say the reverse or
You're
say
such
their
a
version?
Censor. Look at you.
I know.
Just like, so
listen,
many
I want
speech rules, so much speech
I want
prohibition.
kids. Well, it's weird. I'm curious as like where this like culture of like all these stupid kids on colleges protesting. I'm kind of curious. Is that all just come from the Vietnam War protest? Was like college campus protests a big thing before Vietnam?
It's like a rite of passage, isn't it?
Because it seems like fucking retarded. It's like, okay, you're going to college to try to learn, to get educated, to learn skills and information supposed to help you get a job. You're not going to college so that you can pretend you give a shit about some bullshit cause that doesn't affect you in any substantial way and waste everyone's time and resources on college campuses, right? Like, why are college campuses supposed to be places for radicalism in the first place? I get it with the Vietnam protests because it was literally kids of that age going to war to die, and they didn't want that, right?
Right, yeah.
It made sense why those college age kids were protesting. They didn't want to die. But then I feel like because that became a culture, all the college kids afterwards are like, well, we need to find something to protest too. We need to find some fucking cause to protest too.
Yeah, before they're like, we don't want to go to Vietnam and be firebombed. Now they're lighting themselves on fire.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what?
Exactly. Yeah.
What has happened here?
Right.
These kids are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad to see that you just want everyone to just not say anything incendiary. Okay, right. Check.
That's yes. I listen. You can say incendiary stuff. I know you're kind of memeing. You can say incendiary stuff, but we got to draw. It's what I said last week. We have to draw the line somewhere, and the line is drawn for me is calling for violence.
Here, this is so funny because so many people on the left, I've heard so many people on the left say this. They're like, listen, all the conservatives stand for free speech because they just want to be able to say the N-word.
Yeah.
They want to openly be able to say the N-word.
Right,
and these same motherfuckers are running around calling for genocide of the Jews. It's like, what?
Right,
it's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's true.
Come on, guys. Come on. We're in crazy town here. Things have gone crazy.
Appreciate that last thing you said. Look, I mean, the United States of America's federal government should absolutely never even get involved in what they feel about a chant. That is an outrage in a professed free society. I do not care what anybody in Congress feels about a chant. Whether you think it's anti-Semitic or not, you can yell anything anti-Semitic, anything anti-black, anything anti-woman, anything anti-Muslim, because this is the United States of America, and we have a right to say what we want to say. The First Amendment is very clear. Federal government can't get out of anything having to do with speech. So that, now, I kind of more or less agree with you. I've talked to different people. There are certainly some people who swear up and down they don't mean anything against the Jews. They just mean that, like, hey, they wish the Palestinians who were refugees could return to where they came from. I think there's definitely other people who mean something against the Jews when they say that. I think that's kind of the nature of this conflict and this protest.
But so,
go ahead.
Well, okay. By the way, I agree with you on the free speech issue. I'm virtually an absolutist. And I'm very afraid of the American future because 45% of young Americans say that they believe in free speech except for hate speech, which means that they don't believe in free speech.
Yeah.
So the left has done a real great job in undermining the Constitution on the most important principle, probably the First Amendment. That's okay. So a rare moment of agreement here on that.
Well, if we go to dinner later, I bet it won't be that rare. We
okay,
probably agree on
maybe. All right. But on the phrase "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," even in its most innocuous, yes, we'll just have a secular state and we'll all get along, hunky-dory and kumbaya. I'm sorry, but I do believe that with 22 Arab states, the need for a 23rd is not particularly essential. I think one Jewish state on the face of the earth, the size of New Jersey, smaller than El Salvador, is a perfectly okay idea. There is a Hindu state called India. There are non-Hindus in it, but the Hindus, it is a Hindu state and Hindus make the majority. I'm happy that there is a Hindu state. There aren't two Hindu states, and Nepal may theoretically be considered one, but there's really one. Yeah, that's right. It's right up your alley. Yeah, so you know, and that's why I'm. I
didn't want to interject too much.
No. But I know a lot about India because, as I told you earlier, I love visiting there. I've been there quite a number of times. Yes, at its least violent, from the river to the sea means no more Jewish state, and if one is intellectually honest, one acknowledges that.
Okay.
I think I agree with that.
Cenk, I want you to
that's
go.
big.
Right.
That's important.
I call that chant a dumb chant and not a good idea, and I took a lot of heat from people on my side. And so I said, look, if some people think that it's a genocidal chant, why do it? It's counterproductive. It doesn't make sense. Now, having said that, Netanyahu said the same exact thing. So Congress is a joke. Are they condemning Netanyahu? Because he said, from the river to the sea.
The Likud Party's founding charter has almost the same thing. It's like everything west of the Jordan River or something like that.
How about everybody who says Judea and Samaria? That is the same thing, that Israel gets to control from the river to the sea. So that is genocidal. That is exterminationist. So let's be honest. Let's be principled. Let's apply things equally. Of course, our Congress never does that. Yes, because of the donor.
It's not genocidal, though, if there are Palestinians living peacefully inside the Israel. There are Israeli Palestinians, right? Inside Israel.
I mean, it's not as, it could be, people could use it and mean it in that way, right? But
Right.
but it's not the same, not quite exactly the same. But
Yeah,
I mean, I
exactly.
agree, it's not a great thing for people to say, obviously.
Mm-hmm. How about from the river to the sea, democracy will reign supreme?
I like that. That's great.
Okay.
Owners and the lobbyists, and everyone out there knows that. And so when you talk about a state, and so this is the part why I don't understand two things that Dennis is saying. So number one, on the 22 Arab states, so what? That's not the issue. Are you going to drive them into that? That's ethnic cleansing. Going back to the Turkish analogy, if the Turks said, what, there's all these Christian countries. I don't want the Armenians. Why don't you guys take them? Well, just drive them into Russia. We'll drive them into Georgia. We'll drive them into Europe. You guys take them. There's like 30, 40 Christian states there. What do we want with them? And then when you look, I don't want a one-state solution in either direction. And again, that will antagonize some people on my side. Because if we have a one-state solution where everybody actually gets the vote and it's not an apartheid state, the Palestinians will outvote the Jews in Israel, right? And then the Jewish state doesn't exist anymore. Israel shouldn't agree to that. Israel's never going to agree to that, and I agree with that. So that one-state solution is definitely wrong. But Dennis, I don't know what you think is not now, but not permanent. I don't know if it's 2 years, 20 years, whatever it is. But that indefinite occupation is one state But 5.5 million people are living under apartheid government. Well, you could use any word you like, apartheid, occupation, imprisonment, but they clearly
have no rights.
they have no rights.
They have
and
plenty
so
of
that
rights.
one
That's
state
not true.
solution
What
is a disaster.
See, that's again, God, here we
people
were.
in
I
the
was
West Bank and in
celebrating
Gaza-
how much we agreed on, and now you blew it.
Yeah.
They have rights. They don't have complete rights. That is true. There is such a thing. You want to know where there's no right? There's no rights in North Korea. You use the North Korea example. There are no rights in Iran, basically. There are plenty of rights. They don't have the right to foreign policy. They don't have a right to have an army. They don't have a right to have a
You think
police
it's clear
force.
that in Gaza there's more freedom than in Iran?
Do I think that in Gaza there's more freedom than in Iran?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, you mean? Oh no, I was thinking of Hamas. You're thinking of Israel. I think Hamas.
I'm saying regardless.
Hamas represses the freedom, not the Israelis.
So in the West Bank,
come
you think
on,
they're
that is
substantially
Jesus.
freer than in Iran?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I believe.
How
Yes.
could they be free at all? Look at what they just did to them. The minute
Okay.
that there was a conflict, they said, we cut off your water, electricity,
No,
power.
the minute there was a
your medicine,
conflict.
your food.
Okay.
He said,
All right. Okay. Look, and you keep
But
saying
that's also true of the West
you
Bank.
keep saying, is it 2 years? Is it 10 years?
This is a weird art. The minute there's a conflict, they cut off their food, power, and electricity. I mean, you mean the minute the government of the region engages in a massive terrorist attack. That's the largest attack Israel's ever suffered on their land.
Jeez, Sitch, you make it seem so bad. Come on.
I mean, that's so weird. That's such a weird way to be like, well, I guess they don't have freedom because after they did this horrific thing, Israel basically cut off them access to these resources with their military power. It's like, okay.
Sitch, they're not even allowed to fight their oppressors, okay? Don't be such a simp.
Okay.
Don't be such a Zionist simp
Okay, I
for
got it.
Israel, okay? Jeez.
Okay, I don't know. It's a weird argument.
They got to
I
get
keep
that boot off their neck.
Okay, sure. Sure.
Telling you that what would have somebody have said to an American? What are you going to do? Are you going to occupy Germany forever? No. As soon as the Nazis give up, we will. And there were occupied zones, by the way. There's French, Soviet, and United States and British. There were 4 occupied zones in Germany, and it became one of the freest countries on the face of the earth. And Germany was for Germans.
57 years.
Okay, because they had no choice. Israel, we already established that Israel gave up an immense amount of land to Egypt because they understood.
Are you advocating the type of bombing campaign that we committed on Germany, on Gaza?
No, I'm not advocating.
Well, I mean,
but
this is the model you're going back to.
The better. Well, that's not a response to what I was talking about. You were talking about occupation, but fair enough.
I mean, that is a little. Dave is kind of pulling a sneaky one here, isn't he? Are you advocating that they carpet bomb Gaza? Is that what you're doing here? And Dennis Prager's like, well, kinda. I mean, why not?
Well, let me go back a second.
What are you doing?
What happened?
I don't know. I hit play at the same time you click something and it messed up.
Hold on, let me refresh.
Yeah, hit refresh. I'll see if it fixes it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this.
Oh, what the? Oh my
140.
God.
French, Soviet, and United States and British. They were to do. You going to?
That's also true of the West
You
Bank.
keep
The minute
okay.
that there was a conflict, they said, we cut off your water, electricity,
No,
power.
the minute there was a
medicine,
conflict.
your food.
Okay.
He said,
All right. Okay. Look, and you keep
But
saying.
that's also true of the West
You
Bank.
keep saying, is it 2 years? Is it 10 years? I keep telling you that what would have somebody have said to an American? What are you going to do? Are you going to occupy Germany forever? No. As soon as the Nazis give up, we will. And there were occupied zones, by the way. There's French, Soviet, and United States and British. There were 4 occupied zones in Germany, and it became one of the freest countries on the face of the earth. And Germany was for Germans.
57 years.
Okay, because they had no choice. Israel, we already established that Israel gave up an immense amount of land to Egypt because they understood.
Are you advocating the type of bombing campaign that we committed on Germany, on Gaza?
No, I'm not.
That's so slimy, huh?
I see. That's what yeah.
That is slimy, isn't it? Dennis, are you saying that we should nuke Gaza back to the Stone Age? Is that what you're telling me, Dennis?
I think I find going forward from this point, most of these Israel-Palestine debates are all missing to me the key thing that actually is relevant. I've never heard any of them actually talk about anything that I think is actually the most relevant issue, which is it's not even they all focus on these philosophical considerations. They all focus on these historical considerations. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. What actually matters is the military considerations. Is what is Israel's plan militarily? Does it make sense for them to do what they're doing? Do they have a military strategy? And I want to have people on both sides argue like this is what a military would do when they're attacked in order to, root out an organization like Hamas, and someone say, no, they're doing the wrong thing. This is why, blah, 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 and this is evidence that they're trying to do ethnic cleansing. Like, that's the only fucking debate, in my opinion, that really actually fucking matters on this topic is for people to debate the military strategy here. Because all this other stuff is just like noise. It's just virtue signaling and bullshit at this point.
Yeah. Because then they'd be saying, oh no, this is completely normal for a military campaign.
Maybe
this looks about right for a military campaign, or oh no, there's some funny business going on here.
Exactly.
Obviously, they don't. It's not necessary to kill this. It's not necessary to have this much collateral damage. It looks like they're putting the thumb on the scale here. That would be a much more interesting debate.
Well, I think that's the only way you could actually make an informed decision on any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I said that from day one. Where's that argument? Why is that not? That should be the argument in like all these topics. I mean, it's not because like the 99% of the political pundits in this space and in any space, they're not going to have anywhere near the prerequisite knowledge to have that conversation.
Of course not.
Where it's much easier to have a conversation on the philosophical merits of, did you know, Adam, I don't know if you know this, but innocent people dying,
I know.
It's bad.
It's horrible. I hate it.
Right. Civilians dying.
Unless, of course,
bad
it's
man's
certain
tragedy.
Innocent people who really aren't that innocent. Let's be clear here.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, some of those innocent people are not innocent. So it's, it's good when they die. But some of those innocent people are innocent. So it's bad when they die. Like,
yes.
Listen, I have a hot take here. Like, I think that bad people should die and innocent people should live. My very bold philosophical take on the issue.
Yeah. Arguing the military strategy would be good, but what everyone wants to do is they want to play the who started it game. Like they know this intrinsically from, elementary school. This goes way, way, way back. Yes. When the
way back to elementary school.
No, you remember that in first grade, right? As soon as a scuffle broke out or anything, what did the teacher ask first? What was the first question out of he or she's mouth?
Who started
it?
Yeah.
Who started this motherfucker in my classroom? Right? And immediately the whole classroom starts playing the game. Who started it?
Yeah.
Where did it start? Did it start out at recess when someone looked at someone funny? Was it when someone pulled up at school and someone shoe was undone? Like,
did someone spit on someone? Did someone pull their hair? Did someone pour water on someone?
Did this start months ago, weeks ago, years ago, centuries ago? Where did it start? Right?
Well, teacher. Well, I'll tell you where it started. This started
feudalism
70 years ago when Johnny's grandfather told my grandfather that his shoes were ugly. That's where it started, teacher.
Yes, exactly. So they always try to get a little bit further back in time. And look, you can watch so many of these debates, like that Destiny Finkelstein debate was all about like, let's play the who started this game.
Right. When it's who gives a shit. It's all relevant now.
Of course it is.
Who started it? It doesn't make it. Yeah. It has zero effect on what anyone's position should be on any of this.
Yeah, but it's a game that people play because they know it. They're like, I see. The person that started it is at fault. We need to figure out who's at fault here, so we got to play this game.
Right.
And it's boring. Oh my God. And history is so malleable. I don't know who the hell to believe. This thing, that thing. Who
knows? Yeah, who cares? Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, who could tell?
Right.
Yeah.
Advocating,
but this is the model you're going back to.
The better. Well, that's not a response to what I was talking about. You were talking about occupation. But fair enough. So my answer to you is I don't know. And by the way, neither do you. What would you want is what I never hear the people who are anti-Israel answer the question, what would you want Israel to have done on October 8th?
Okay,
I'll
let's
answer
end
it.
that.
Yes, I do want to hear an answer.
I want answers from
Yeah.
both of you because it's
Sure.
a great
so,
question.
Okay, so I think the most important thing to understand is kind of what we were talking about before, right? Is like what, and I'm answering your question here, but just saying, keeping in mind what was going on before October 7th, which was for years, as we've all conceded here, that the Israeli government was propping up Hamas and also had this very arrogant attitude, like we can control the height of the flame, like Obama talking about ISIS, they're JV.
You're not answering my question.
I said,
It's
I literally said,
what should Israel have done?
See, this is, now you're just trying to
No, no,
bully
what?
me.
No,
I
no,
literally
I-
said,
okay, Dennis,
I said,
he
let me
said-
just give you a
he
little
said
bit
he
of
was gonna build
background.
up.
Okay,
No,
go
because
ahead.
I'm leading into what the answer
Yeah.
is. So again, my point is, well, first of all, no more doing that. No more propping up Hamas and underestimating them. Listen, the idea, October 7th was not even like 9/11. It wasn't even like, oh, there was planes used as missiles into a building. We never could have seen this coming. They can say that intelligence report was on Bush's desk, but he got thousands of intelligence reports. And it's not like it said the World Trade Center. What happened on October 7th was the
I am kind of surprised to hear Dave Smith. I don't know if he's just doing it for the sake of this argument. And I agree that obviously, like the October 7th attack on Israel is very, very different intelligence wise and logistic wise than 9/11. And it'd be much easier for terrorists to kind of slip through the cracks during 9/11 than for this, like, basically an invading barbarian horde slash army to invade, the borders. It's completely different. So I agree with that completely. But it's weird that you just sort of like pass the buck on like, is it really Bush's fault for like not reading the intelligence reports that were specifically, months and months and months and months and months ago were talking about, Osama bin Laden was trying to train terrorists to use planes to attack America, and Bush didn't give a shit to look at it until like a week before 9/11. I mean, I think you can criticize Bush for that.
Sure. Look, there's been plenty of criticism for 9/11. Yeah. There were clues that went unexamined. So what I'm interested in is why you think all Palestinians are barbarians. Like, what is up with that?
Well, listen, I don't know, I never talked about this, but I have actually been to Palestine.
Okay.
Okay. I've actually been to Palestine, and I've been to Gaza specifically.
Oh, okay.
And I actually found that the biggest cultural influence, to my surprise, in the Gaza Strip was that they're all like really big Vikings fans.
Oh,
like
okay.
the sports
I
team.
get it.
The sports team Vikings, but they didn't really get that like in America, like it's just a sport thing. They like more like we're associating the Vikings with like the actual Vikings.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Okay.
And so like they kind of like, since they're such big Vikings fans there, they kind of took that cultural attitude and they took it a little too far, on that.
So you're just saying technically they're barbarians.
Like
not in
literally,
a mean
like,
way. Yeah.
No, yeah. Like, I mean, like they literally, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
We're just trying to emulate the Vikings.
I
So.
thought you did a microaggression there.
No. I would never do such a thing. I mean, the Vikings were like some of the most whitest people on the fucking face of the earth. So.
Look, I don't want Cenk to get offended. Okay.
Right. Thank you. I'm glad that you, had me point that out, because otherwise I didn't want anyone to be, confused.
It was unclear. Yeah. Now now it's crystal
Right.
clear.
Right.
thing that Israelis should have been concerned about the whole time. So number one, all it takes was not relying on the robot machine guns and having a military presence at the border. So immediately secure your borders. Number two, a real investigation into what happened on October 7th. What were the failures here? How did it take so long for the response time? Not this Netanyahu, we'll wait till the war's over and then we'll figure out. Like it's not the time. No, I think after that, Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. Then, in terms of the actual response, as Israel always did. But
Wait, I thought we were like supposed to mind our own business, Dave. Like what? Now
Well,
we're advocating for him to resign in disgrace?
to be fair, the question specifically asked, like, what do you think Israel
okay.
should have done on October 8th?
Oh, okay. So
Like,
look.
so far, now we're at 4, so we'll see. Maybe Dave will give us a good answer at 4. So far, all the answers he's given us have been pretty dog shit, because the first answer was Captain Hindsight, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
What
know
Israel
that
should
guy.
have done, like in hindsight, which is like, okay, that doesn't make sense what they should do in October, 8th. Then the second thing is like, oh, they should have done an investigation. Oh, okay,
Right.
that's great. Yeah, we should have done an
Those are kind of
investigation.
boring. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Look, we've just been attacked, the largest terrorist attack ever. We should stop everything to do an investigation into why our defenses failed.
Right.
That's a great idea. And then, Netanyahu should resign. Like, yeah, I agree, he should. He sucks. But okay, is that going to happen? Is that was that even a possibility on the table? I don't think that
Not
was.
really.
But,
No, he's
yeah.
hanging on to power.
But okay, I think when Dennis Prager asked the question, if we're to assume some sort of like good faith, he's talking about like what should Israel have done militarily, logistically, not all this nonsense that you're talking about. But we'll see. Maybe he'll save it with part 4 here.
Before Netanyahu, they always dealt with the terrorism problem with assassination campaigns, with special operations. Gaza is the most monitored place on the planet. They can pick these guys off even more important than that is immediately. Let me finish my answer. Yeah, but those are the guys they're still negotiating with to try to get the hostages out. The other thing is the number one priority should have been the hostages. And it is self-evident that when you're fighting a war this way, your number one priority is not to get your people out. Look, Israel has all the chips. They got a ton of hostages, prisoners of their own that they could exchange for the hostages there, which is how they've gotten the hostages they've gotten so far out. And then after all of that
makes me so angry
Mm-hmm.
when people just categorically. I mean, Dave, you might as well say that every person in prison is a prisoner.
Yeah, they're all slaves.
Like,
we didn't abolish slavery, Adam. We just made it so that you can be a slave in prison. Okay, I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you've heard this leftist talking point.
do you think Israel is going around and just saying, round up all the Palestinians? They're all bad. They're all criminals. Just get them off the
Yes.
streets. All of them,
Yes.
every single one of them.
Yes.
Come on. All right, Cenk. Look, read that book, the Sons of Hamas book. Like, he
Right.
goes into all the different reasons why why these kids end up in prison. They're like, they're throwing rocks. That's it. They're just throwing rocks. Okay.
After the hostage swaps, after
Usually it starts with throwing rocks, and then they do some kind of investigation. They're like, look, this guy's got like a ton of explosives in his car.
Yeah. Right.
assassination campaigns and special ops, you come to the table with a real two-state agreement again. You rise above it. Instead of turning the world against you, you win the world over by saying, listen, we took a big loss. We're going to kill or get the people who did this to us, but we are not just going to make life hell for the people of Gaza anymore. We're going to offer them their freedom. And I think there was a real opportunity to do
Cenk,
that.
you want to answer the question?
Okay, so Dave's solution was that Israel should engage in a series of covert assassinations to pinpoint kill all of the Hamas people, the thousands of Hamas people that have kidnapped, the hundreds of Israeli people in Gaza. This is what they should have done on October 8th. Like, in response, they should plan to do this massive covert, assassination campaign.
Right.
Which, first of all, I don't even know how that would work when most of the people, like, the whole point of the underground tunnels and bunkers is so that they can hide in the underground tunnels and bunkers, for as long as possible. I don't know how you're supposed to assassinate people in those underground tunnels and bunkers. How do you send a spy down there to go assassinate someone?
You send really tiny people down there.
Oh, okay. You like tie a little bomb to a fly and like, I don't know what the fuck, like, it doesn't even make sense, like, logistically, what he's talking about. Right. And also it assumes that there's some kind of like, so, and this is what's he just kind of actually made his own point nonsensical. In the first part of his thing, he was talking about the intelligence failure that allowed October 7th to happen in the first place, which obviously is true. There's a massive intelligence failure. How is it that I'm supposed to believe that Israel had a massive intelligence failure that didn't allow them to see October 7th coming, the largest terrorist attack ever, but at the same time has all this magic intelligence assets also in the Gaza so well surveilled that they'd be able to to engage in massive assassinations and recovery of hostages without causing, collateral damage. Those two things seem completely contradictory.
Yeah, it does seem odd, right? That they should have, that they really messed up on seeing October 7th come, yet they have this super intelligence to go after the bad guys actually in Gaza. Seems like they don't really know what's
After.
going on in Gaza at all.
Right, right. So this just seems like totally like, yeah, I guess that would be nice if that was like feasible. I don't
So
think
you
it's realistic.
so you're just saying they should just get rid of all the people in Gaza, just to be sure.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, thank you, Kathy Newman.
It's just
That
to
is
be
what
sure, right?
That is what I'm advocating for. Yes, there you go.
Just waiting for that to
I mean, I guess so.
appear.
I don't think that'd be logistically remotely a thing that's even a real solution whatsoever. Like if it's also if that was possible, like and this is part of the problem because Dave doesn't believe this because he this is a conspiracy here. Like if it was possible that Israel had the resources or the intelligence apparatus to just take out all of Hamas in Gaza, why haven't they wouldn't they have done that in the preceding 20 years?
Yeah, they would do that before October 7th, right?
Right.
Especially if they could do it covertly, like everyone is
Yes.
suggesting.
Yeah, like this
Oh,
is
look,
just
all of Hamas got food poisoning at the same time.
yeah, look, oh my God, what is coincidence, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Who would have known?
Yeah, I think people vastly overestimate like the spying apparatus that various countries have with other,
Yeah.
other countries. And even if they are able to surveil a lot of things, turning that surveillance into like an assassination is pretty difficult. I mean, there's a reason, how long did it take for America to kill Osama bin Laden?
About a long time. I don't know
it
how
took
long.
many, many years.
20 years?
Not
50,
20 years.
50 years?
It took a long time. It's just I don't think these things work. These kind of like fantastical notions of these military operations just don't seem to work the way people think they do.
Took 8 years. And
And
7
what should have
minutes.
Israel done on October 8th?
So I said this right from the get-go after it happened. So first of all, going with special forces, people say it's hard. Yeah, war is hard. And so when they started dropping bombs on the buildings, I was like, wait, what if the hostages are in the buildings? And I thought you said Hamas is in the tunnels. So how does it help to bomb a building? It's not like and then Israel brought in CNN. They showed them the tunnels at one point in the conflict about 3 months ago, and they were totally unaffected by the bombing. So, the idea that they didn't target civilians is just counter to every fact in front of us. So instead, I would have.
I mean, my understanding was that they blow up the buildings so that they can go into the tunnels. I thought those. Well, they can. First of all, there are tunnels that get blown up by blowing up the buildings. It's like 100%. Like a fact that we know, and there's actually, and I'm sure Cenk covered the story that was, pretty fucked up where like they blew up that tunnel and then it caused like a bunch of like that massive sinkhole and a bunch of civilians got killed.
Ooh, ouch.
So like, yeah, they definitely can blow up the some of the tunnels, but some of the tunnels that don't get blown up. But this is kind of the problem. Like, I agree that it is logistically possible for Israel to send in troops on ground to kind of go through building by building and secure everything. But the problem with that is that Cenk's position is also a fantasy because the only way that could work where Israel would not blow up buildings, but would just go in, it would literally require Israel to occupy the entire Gaza Strip.
Oh, yeah, occupation. That's bad, too.
Because they would have to take over every location and then secure it to prevent Hamas people from just going back to that location, and they'd have to slowly go through the country. And this would be a long, bloody, insanely and actually, I don't even know if it would be logistically possible just because the amount of bodies and Israeli soldiers required to maintain, this would be very difficult.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just,
I heard they take out the stairwells. And that's how they make the building completely unusable. Because usually there's like a stairs on the corner of the building. Sometimes it's like in the center of the building. But if you just shell the shit out of that stairwell,
Mhm.
then it's pretty hard for people to get up and down the building,
They
right?
just use ladders. What are you talking about?
No ladders.
Yeah.
Rope ladders.
Yeah, they just use rope
They
ladders. of
pull the
course.
rope ladders out.
Yeah, or grappling hooks.
Look, I'm not grapply hooking my way up to my apartment, all right?
It's good. What do you mean? It's good exercise. What are you
I'm moving on.
okay.
I'm moving on, punk.
Okay.
I'm moving to Las Vegas.
Wanted them to target Hamas to try to rescue the hostages. And then the most important part is this is the time for a peace deal. So in the middle.
Because yeah, like I just want to be clear, like why, like Cenk is so anti-Israel occupying West Bank. His solution would literally require Israel to occupy West Bank because you'd have the Israeli army comes in and they're like, we need to clear this building to make sure that there's no hostages here. So they, they go through the building. Or let's say like, let's go from beyond a building. They go through like a whole block and they're like, okay, we've cleared this block. Okay, there's no hostages here. There's no Hamas people here. We got to move the next block. They move the next block, right? And say that there were Hamas people there. Well, what happens? They run out to a different block. They go through little tunnels. They run to a different block. Israel clears that block. They go, oh, okay. There's no Hamas people here. We need to clear the next block. They go to the next block, right? This is assuming that they don't leave people behind to occupy these buildings or the spaces. Then Hamas just doubles back, and goes back to the first area. And there's no Hamas in this third block, right? That's why you can't just do this magical, we're going to send people on the ground and check every location. Once you check that, you have to maintain that location is secure by leaving people there to occupy that space.
Can you kill the Hamas as you go?
I mean, if you find them, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Right.
That's the problem. They're moving around.
Of nothing happening, Netanyahu isn't going to, or anyone else isn't going to rise up and be like, oh yeah, you know what, let's do a peace deal now. No, peace deals happen after conflict and after war. And so here we have already had 6 months of some of the worst conflict and war we have seen. This is when you make a peace deal. And how do you do it? Let's be specific about it, because it's not just generic. You do a deal with the Palestinian Authority, and then once they have the credibility of delivering a Palestinian state, they then come back into Gaza and drive Hamas out. So if you say that's going to be difficult, of course it's going to be difficult. Every part of this is difficult, right? But at least then they would have the credibility. We delivered the Palestinian state. And then that way they can drive out Hamas. And that goes to Batya's earlier point. Look, the people of Gaza are devastated by what's happened. They're not exactly, thrilled about what Hamas did in a lot of ways. If the Palestinian Authority delivers and Hamas didn't, then they have the credibility to actually manage that state. And you've got to look, if you're looking at it strictly from an Israeli point of view, you've got to get rid of the occupation.
Would that give them credibility? We delivered the Palestinian state. Wouldn't they just say, like, you traded with the enemy, like you made a deal with Israel, you made a pact with the devil?
That could happen. I mean,
or would they be like, look, we love you, thank you?
Hamas doesn't want peace. Obviously, they're not acting as an entity that wants peace. If Hamas, this is like part of why, like this, what Cenk is saying is like kind of delusional. Hamas, like if Hamas wanted to just live in peace in Gaza, then they wouldn't.
Had a giant opportunity the last 20 years.
Yes, they wouldn't be doing anything that they're doing, right? Obviously, nothing they're doing is promoting peace, and they're not stupid. Okay,
right.
The people in control of Hamas are not like literally fucking single-digit IQ retarded people, which is what you'd have to be to think that the actions that Hamas are doing are somehow going to establish peace in Gaza. So that obviously that's not what their intention is. So like this whole notion that you can make some magical negotiation with Hamas is kind of fucking retarded, because that's not what they want. That's not their goal.
Yeah, they thrive.
And
on
also,
chaos.
like, Coleman Hughes brought up this great point, which is like, which just seems should be fairly obvious, is why should it, like, you're saying that like Hamas commits the largest terrorist attack on Israel's soil that they've ever experienced, and Israel should turn around and negotiate with them? So basically incentivizing people that, oh, hey, if you want something out of Israel, you should commit this horrible terrorist attack, because if you do, then you'll get what you want. You'll get a bunch of quote prisoners released, right? You just got to commit a horrible fucking terrorist attack on a country, and then they'll do what you want. Like, that's insane. Obviously, they can't do that.
Yeah, terrible idea.
is an albatross around your neck. It makes the world hate you. It makes you look like an international pariah, and it creates nonstop conflict because no human beings on earth, no race, no ethnicity is ever going to say, okay, I accept being occupied and I will now bow my head to you. No, they will always fight you. And look at what Netanyahu just said. He said, I'm never going to give them a state. That means permanent war. That is definitely not the answer. The answer is make that peace deal today.
Batya, go ahead.
I mean, neither of you has mentioned actually Netanyahu's biggest crimes since October 7th, which I think from my point of view are, number one, there was a plan on the table to identify Fatah members living in Gaza and to have them train in Jordan to become a police force in Gaza with the cooperation of Israel. And he nixed that. And that was a plan that was handed to him on a silver platter that would have given them the credibility that they need. He also allowed Bezalel Smotrich to nix a plan to allow flour into Gaza through Ashkelon. Again, another thing that would have made it easier for Joe Biden not to do this sort of epic flip-flop. So I'm not saying that there are not mistakes that have been made. I think those two mistakes are, incomprehensible to me. But everything else you guys described is exactly what Israel was doing. The reason they have dropped these 2,000-ton bombs was to get at the tunnels. You keep saying, oh, they didn't get to the tunnel. That's why they were using so many more munitions. And yet, I keep coming back to this, but the combatant to civilian ratio was not higher than it was in Fallujah, despite the fact that they were using such heavier artillery because they were doing that in order to access these shelters. I agree with you both that they made a decision that getting rid of Hamas was more important than the hostages. I think that, again, when Netanyahu meets his maker, as you say, he will have to, answer for that. I don't know what the right answer to that question was, but I guess I would ask you guys, does the will of the Israeli people, in terms of it being a sovereign nation, play no role here? I mean, aside from the fact that I think that the plans you guys described is pretty close to what the Israelis were actually doing. Does the will of the people, in terms of, the polling suggesting that, Israel is less divided about, the need for military action right away? I mean, Dave, is it tolerable to you to live in a world where that man sitting on Shani Luke's broken, stripped body is allowed to live? I feel that it's intolerable to me to live in a world where that man is allowed to live.
That's a really good question. Well, she just asked me.
I asked Dave, I want to hear Dave's question.
I would just say that, look, certainly, I get the feeling that you have. Isn't it intolerable that there wouldn't be revenge taken against this person?
It's not revenge, it's justice.
Okay.
Sure,
right,
justice,
go ahead.
whatever you want to call it. It's basically synonyms. But yes, that you would get the guy who...
What? Revenge and justice are
No.
synonyms? Okay.
No, 100% not. But I do think that her question is actually kind of stupid in terms of, it's not stupid in terms of, it's smart in terms of emotion. That's how people feel. It's stupid in terms of okay, we have, if you're trying to look at this from a cold, unemotional, pragmatic consideration of how to actually solve the problem, it's completely irrelevant. Unless you're saying that his life existence would just preclude the possibility of peace, which is a different question.
Right. All these questions.
who did that is the point. All I'm saying, if that was a family member of mine, I'd certainly feel the same way. I would also point out, you have to also put yourself in the position of the Palestinians, that there's been lots of those people for them too. My point is that as a government, as a policy, no, the priority should be getting the hostages back, not getting justice or revenge or whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying that shouldn't be a close second priority, but the number one priority is that there are still innocent hostages who are alive.
Right.
We should get them back.
So that goes to my second question, which
yes,
is,
if you want justice,
does what the Israelis wanted first matter to you? Like, in terms of sovereignty, in terms of...
Let me ask maybe what's a stupid question. Why didn't Netanyahu... Now, maybe there's a political reason for why he wouldn't want to do this, which I'd understand. But why didn't he just be like, oh, I'm going to do everything I can to get the hostages back, and just make whatever basically agreement he could make with Hamas to get the hostages back, and then invade Gaza as soon as they got the hostages back? Just be like, oh, fuck you. I'm completely lied about all those agreements I made with you.
Sitch, there are no stupid questions, but that was retarded. Of course he can't negotiate with terrorists. That's like bumper sticker 101.
Yeah, but it's like a fake negotiation with terrorists. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to totally negotiate with you.
I
You
get it.
negotiate, you
Yeah.
get all the hostages out, and then you just immediately invade and just say,
And
oh,
then he pulls
I
the
just
rug
lied.
out from under.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And now, obviously, this would definitely affect the two big problems with doing this would be, number one, it would basically make any sort of peace agreement between Israel and Hamas impossible in the future. But if your goal is that you're going to occupy and wipe them out anyway, you don't even, why does that matter? Right?
Yeah, the trust building exercise
is already, that's not even, who gives a shit, number one. And then number two, the other only problem that I could see like immediately offhand would be, well, there'd be the fear of, would any other country or any other place, they would always be afraid of coming into an agreement with you because you just did this rug pull, which I guess that'd be like why you wouldn't do it. But I don't know, because you said, well, I mean, it's a little bit different between just they broke a normal agreement and we broke an agreement with a terrorist organization that attacked us so horrifically on October 7th.
Do we know that no negotiations took place over the hostages?
No, there have been negotiations, but just, it seems like the Israel perspective from, Netanyahu's perspective has just been to say like, okay, we're going to, agree to do these ceasefires. I'm just saying, why don't they just agree to whatever until they get all the hostages back and then just say, fuck you, just invade them anyway. They'd be like, oh, we were lying, get fucked.
Getting all the hostages back would be a good idea. But the international community would probably be like, well, you got the hostages back, so you can't invade.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's probably the actual reason, is that they need the justification to fight off the international community.
Then they give all the hostages back and they're like, okay, now you don't have any reason to invade.
Well, it's like, no, we got to get rid of Hamas to make sure you don't ever do this again, bitch.
Oh, that's a good reason. Yeah.
Look, that would be the reason. Yeah, sure.
Be a lot of whining. I don't
know.
It
would seem kind of ultra based though, wouldn't it? Like, I feel like in a weird way, they'd get more support. People are like, that's a pretty base maneuver right there.
To lie?
Yeah, to lie to a bunch of terrorists, to say, oh, well, yeah, we'll capitulate, give us our people back. And then you just say, fuck you, we were just lying, get fuck terrorists. I don't know. I feel like in a weird way, people would be like, respect that.
I mean, does seem kind of based, yeah. Just because they're so gullible.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're probably right. It would be because, they feel like they lose too much of their justification to invade. So.
Yeah, I don't know that they really had like interlocutors to negotiate with. I think that was part of the problem too.
Well, they must have had someone, because they had, they have had the, hostage exchanges and stuff in the beginning or earlier. So.
Right, but they didn't. It's like a decentralized network, so it's not like they know where all of the hostages are. They were reaching out to people in Qatar who were like, okay, I've heard from some people who have like 5 hostages, right?
Right.
But they don't know where all the hostages are.
Right.
So they can't really. They're like, okay, well, listen. Who's got hostages? Anyone?
And it was Hamas that initially reneged on the hostage exchange, because they were supposed to start handing over not just children, but women. And then they're like, how about instead of women, we hand over the elderly? And people are like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
what's going on here? Right. Obviously something like really sus is going on now.
Yeah, have grandma back.
Yeah. You're like, oh, that's good. But like, what about the women that you said you were going to hand back? Why don't you want to hand the women over?
Yeah. Ugh. I don't even like to joke about that.
Yeah.
Question.
If you want to talk about national sovereignty, look,
you're asking me. I just want to know, do you think it matters what the Israelis wanted?
Yes. Listen, I'm responding to your point. If you're talking about national sovereignty, I was asked a question about how I think Israel should respond, and I gave you the answer.
Yes.
In terms of the argument of what the Israeli people want for their government to do, if you're going to make that nationalistic argument, fine. Keep my tax dollars out of it. Okay? Let America not be a part of it. We do not have to pick fights in a battle thousands of miles away. It was the advice of all of the founders, they were unanimous on this, that this would be the death of our country if we embarked in these entangling alliances. Okay. That's my position.
You think we could send a letter to Dave Smith that says, we promise we won't spend any of your tax dollars on this. The government. Sign the government.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there you
Because
go.
I mean, it would seem pretty easy just to keep his tax dollars out of it. Like there are enough people who support it to like, okay, we'll give the tax dollars to the people who support it, Dave.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna spend your tax dollars on clean energy.
America
Dennis,
shouldn't
and
be
then Cenk,
involved.
And we're almost out of time, so go ahead, Dennis.
Okay, so I asked what would you like Israel to do, and finally, when an answer was given, they should pick off Palestinian leaders and make an offer for a state. So you commit these horrors, kill more Jews than were killed in a day since the Holocaust, and we're offering you a state. I would think that the lesson that the Palestinians would learn is, hey, October 7th really worked. Look, the Israelis are sort of giving up, and they're not even striking us. What a great deal. It would be like the United States after Pearl Harbor going, look, Japan, we understand you have interest in the Far East, and we would like to accommodate you now. That would have been the analogy that I would think. So it would be a reward of atrocities. It would be counterproductive from an Israeli standpoint. And I keep going back to this. Even Israelis who want two states have given up for the time being. And I keep answering for the time being. Should Palestinians change? 70% of Palestinians support what happened on October 7th. But I got to say, the most depressing thing was what you said, like you say, atrocities on both sides. Your moral equivalence troubles me. That's the most disturbing thing I've heard in the 2 hours we've had together. That when she mentioned this woman who was murdered and her half-naked body paraded, and you said, well, I have lots of those people too, lots of Palestinians. Really? Can you name one instance of a Palestinian woman paraded naked by Israelis?
No, that's not what I was saying.
What were you saying?
Just meant
I was just saying
tons and tons of.
I mean, first of
No, you were responding to the specific example of that Israeli
I'm saying
Israeli
the
woman.
feeling that a family member would have of their family member being killed and wanting to get justice against that
okay,
person.
fine.
That there's been lots of that on the other side as well.
All right.
That's my point.
Right.
That's the
But-
same way that somebody would join up with Hamas because their little brother got killed in some Israeli strike.
Right. Okay.
That's the point that I'm making.
All right.
Okay,
So,
all right.
yeah.
So
By the
Cenk-
way, one other
Yeah.
point: the Israeli opposition. You guys, even my dear Batya, and she is a dear soul, is not on the Netanyahu bandwagon. By the way, I'm not on the Netanyahu bandwagon, and I'm not on the anti-Netanyahu bandwagon. I don't give a hoot who the Prime Minister of Israel is, for a very good reason. The opposition in Israel, the left-wing opposition, has announced they hate Netanyahu, and have announced we would do the exact same thing he is doing. Okay. That is relevant.
Okay, all right. Cenk, go ahead, respond, and try and keep it to 2 minutes, and then I'll get a last statement from everybody. Okay? All right.
So that last thing that Dennis said is deeply problematic for a reason I'll come back to. So first of all, on the sovereignty issue that Batya made, you got sovereignty to do anything you like.
Well, I just want to say, I am glad that Dennis brought up the position that, like, it is kind of insane that it's like, oh, after they've engaged in the biggest terrorist attack ever, you should basically capitulate and make a peace agreement with them.
Yeah.
It just seems completely untenable. And I'm curious if Cenk will actually address that and what he will say in response to that.
Yeah, I like your idea better, the pretend peace agreement. And then you
Well,
get
I
'em.
mean, sure, the people, the anti-Israel people would not like that solution whatsoever. They'd be very upset by that solution. So.
Right, yeah.
I mean, in a more realistic thing, it should have been like, and I said this from the beginning. I said Israel should just make the statement very, very clearly and say, we are going to invade Gaza and we are going to occupy Gaza. We're going to take over Gaza unless or until Hamas gives up the hostages and surrenders. And if they do, then there will be peace. And until they do, there will not be peace. Period. That's
That's a
just the end of
great,
statement.
that is a great way to phrase it, because then afterwards you can say, what? We meant peace after we invade Gaza, bitch.
Yeah, no, just be like, just very clear. And so whenever people talk about ceasefires, whenever people say, they say, listen, these are the terms. It's very
Right.
clear what our terms are. You know, you will abide by them, or there will not be peace.
Wait,
That's it.
but then they give the hostages back, and you're like, you invade, right?
Right. Because you're like, well,
Right.
we said Hamas has to surrender too.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, look,
Yeah. You said
peace
you
isn't
give the
gonna
hostages
happen.
back and Hamas needs to surrender. We as a country cannot live next to Hamas, period. End of story.
Right. Yeah,
Not
Hamas
tenable.
is never going to surrender anyway.
Well, that's part of the problem. Right.
But look, if you leave the Hamas part out, you might get the hostages back.
Sure.
They might just say, look, give the hostages back and it's good. We're all good.
Right. You were talking about the whole rug pull scenario. I was talking about a more
Yes.
non-rug pull scenario, you know.
I like the rug pull scenario better.
Right. Okay. It is funnier.
Like, just not with our money. So, and the $4 billion we're sending every year immediately, as long as they keep doing the occupation. $14 billion is unconscionable. Shouldn't send a dollar of taxpayer money. Don't tell me you want sovereignty and then come and ask us, demand us of our money and our weapons, etc. No way. Number two, you said that Israel's been trying to give them a state. That's not remotely true for the last 25 years, quarter of a century. They have not made any effort. In fact, they have gone exactly the opposite. Netanyahu is saying, I will never give them a state. They have propped up Hamas to make sure the Palestinians can never have a state. So they have been the obstacle to peace. If you say Hamas is an obstacle to peace, Netanyahu is 10 times the obstacle to peace. When you talk about kill ratios and you say, well, isn't Hamas terrible because of what they did to these civilians? I always agree, right? Our side constantly says.
I mean, I agree that Netanyahu's definitely been an obstacle to peace, but again, he's still constrained. This is just never acknowledged. Netanyahu is constrained, and actually, it is acknowledged when they want to bring it up. You know, they say, America, let's Netanyahu do all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Netanyahu is constrained by the world. He is constrained by America. He is constrained by Western liberal sensibilities and things of that nature. Hamas is not constrained by any of those sensibilities whatsoever. And so that means that the only people that can really decide for peace are the people that are not constrained by Western liberal sensibilities.
Isn't part of the problem that Hamas is constrained by Islamic sensibilities?
Well, they're constrained by their own radical religious view. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's I don't know if they're constrained by them. I mean, part of the problem is that like you have this weird leadership problem in Gaza where you have, you know, big chunks of leaders don't even live in Gaza. They live in Qatar and they're just absorbing aid money. So they're completely incentivized to keep the conflict going so that they can keep living richly. And then you have the people the people that are actually living in Gaza, they're incentivized to keep the conflict going because if they do say, okay, we're going to start, you know, we're going to have peace and we're going to build up, you know, the country and blah, 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 then guess what? Then you have to have elections and then people can vote you out of power.
Incentivized is a better word than constrain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is terrible. But when we say, okay, now when Israel did it 30 times worse, isn't that an atrocity? You go, how dare you? Of course it's not an atrocity because by definition, Israel. That's not an argument. It is they've now killed 20.
The argument is intent.
25,000. Imagine a basketball arena full of women and children, and Israel has killed them all. And are you saying that the IDF is the most incompetent military in the world? Golly gee, we accidentally murdered 25,000 women and children by dropping 2,000 bombs on their schools, hospitals, and buildings? That's not an accident.
See, here's where he makes the argument that it is intentional, that Israel is doing it intentional.
Yes, that is his position. He's always argued from very early on, beginning, that based on his feelings, Israel has intentionally decided to just wipe out the Palestinian people.
Right.
We accidentally killed all the humanitarian, not all, but a lot of the humanitarian workers, the journalists, etc. Oh, by the way, the accidents including sniper bullets to the neck. These are not accidents. In your world, Israel can do no wrong. So if they do it, it must be because they were defending themselves, and the dastardly Palestinians deserved everything they had coming, including the imprisonment for 75 or 57 years. Pick your answer. And look, you say that you can't have the idea of a Hamas leader being alive. That bothers you. He should be killed. Well, then,
I mean, first of all, I don't know. I mean, it's totally bullshit. Like, Batya's whole position, she said, was that she's very anti-Netanyahu, and she even called out specific things that she thought Netanyahu did that were wrong and that Israel's doing is wrong. So for Cenk to sort of just fall back on this, like, in your worldview, Israel can do no wrong, is a completely bullshit position that she's now advocated for. And I don't think most people that I've ever heard in this conversation have ever advocated for, in any part of this conversation. So this is a complete straw man. But and again, it's just no one talks about the whole fact that everything is a ghoulish, horrific calculation of, I'm going to essentially, like when countries go to war, there's this horrible calculation of like, especially in these sorts of conflicts, I have to kill X number of your citizens to protect Y number of my citizens. And what number of killing your citizens is acceptable to protect my citizens, essentially. That's the calculation that's being made in this conflict.
Right. Yeah.
Netanyahu has now killed 30 times as many people. So do the Palestinians then get to use your logic and say, I can't stand to have Netanyahu alive. Right. I want him dead. All right, so
we're going to have it. We've only got a couple minutes left, literally 2 minutes. So try, everybody, keep a 1 minute response. I would phrase it this way: instead of trying to respond to a simple question, let's just take the last thing you'd like the audience to be able to take away with. So Batya, we'll go ahead and we'll start with you.
I wanted to open with this, but I'm going to close with it instead. I'm going to mention all of the areas of common ground that we have here because there was so much of it. The first is, I think we all agreed that Hamas are terrorists who terrorize Israelis and Palestinians, and the world would be better off without them. I think we all agreed that Israel had a moral obligation to respond in some way militarily to what happened on October 7th. I think we all agreed that there are many innocent Palestinians in Gaza, and every death is tragic of those innocents. I think we all agree that if we could immediately remove innocent civilians from the line of fire, we would. I think we all, or at least three of us, agree that Netanyahu has made major mistakes in the past and in the present. And I think that we all agreed that ultimately we would like to see every person living from the river to the sea living in dignity with full civil rights. Okay. And so I'm so grateful to have had this experience and found all of this common ground with you all.
Well said. All right, thank you, Batya. Dave, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Okay, so it was a
Ooh, common ground. Destroy them. Call them fucking anti-Semites. Call them evil Hamas simps. Come on. That's what I came here for.
I like Batya. She's
no. Great. Stop trying to find
Look,
common ground.
No, I like it.
No.
She's like,
Fight.
Be friendly.
Fight.
About 200 years ago that Thomas Jefferson had this great quote. I do believe it was in 1824. Where he was speaking about slavery, and he said, I might butcher this a little bit, but he said, we've got the wolf by the ear, yes, and we can neither afford to hang on to it nor let it go. And I think this was a common objection to abolitionists that people at the time had. They were like, look, we've enslaved these people for so long. If we let them go now, they're going to kill all of us. And you could kind of see where that was reasonable at the time, to be concerned about that. But with 200 years of hindsight, we can all look at this and go, yeah, but you can't enslave people. And whatever problem comes after that, you just have to abolish this. And that's kind of the same way I feel about the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. It's been since 1967, man. You just can't do.
This is an absurd comparison.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing.
Because so with slavery, if there's this argument, oh, we can't, free the slaves because then they'll kill us. It's like, okay, wait a minute. That's a different, because you're talking about a situation which, first of all, you're doing something that you've created a situation entirely of your own doing, and you're perpetuating a 100% immoral situation against people who are not doing anything against you. You're not reacting. You're just 100%, creating and being the, quote, oppressor in the situation. and you're saying, well, I have to keep oppressing these people who have continued oppressing. They've never done anything necessarily wrong to me because I'm afraid of what the results will be if I let them go. Okay. That's completely fucking different than a situation where you say, we're been trying to give these people a country for 70 years and they keep fucking attacking us.
Right.
How
Yeah.
is that comparable whatsoever? Saying, okay, we're gonna, and even as not as long as 20 years ago, we said we're gonna pull out, we're gonna give you Gaza completely, we're gonna let you do whatever you want, and they're still fucking with us and won't stop fucking with us. Okay. How is this even remotely comparable to some argument about abolishing slavery out of fear? It's a ridiculous fucking comparison.
Yeah, I don't like the slavery comparison either.
Do this to people anymore. Mr. Prager used the example of World War II over and over and over again today. And I know I'm not a left-winger, Cenk is, and the rest of us aren't, but I know when I say, hey, we should make a peace deal after October 7th, a lot of people go, that sounds wimpy and left-wingy. How about forget the lessons of World War II? How about the lessons of Vietnam and Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya and Somalia and Yemen and a million others? Actually, we should be striving for peace. This isn't anything like World War II. This is a group of people who have been totally dominated by Israel since at least...
It's a retarded, I don't know, it's just a retarded. Again, it's like a horrible analogy. These are all like, okay, like right after, like you can't compare in on these conflicts where a peace agreement is eventually reached. They're reached because both sides basically engage in a horrible, bloody war, and they basically don't want to, the will on both sides, either reaches a breaking point, they can't stand it, or one side wins, and a peace agreement is basically forced upon the other side. Okay.
Right.
I don't know what none of these conflicts he's referring to. It's like, oh, one side engages in some massive terrorist attack and atrocity, and the other side just throws its hands up in there and says, oh, peace. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
1967. Israel isn't going anywhere. From the river to the sea is never going to happen. But these people can be given their freedom, and peace can be achieved.
Okay, well said, Dave. Go ahead, Dennis.
So I would love that too. Right now, most Palestinians would like to get rid of a Jewish state. I wish that weren't true. If it weren't true, I do believe there would be peace. I think that is the honest approach. I just have to say, even though it's my final statement, I nevertheless have to respond. The comparisons you make are remarkable. I mean, that the slavery of blacks and the status of Palestinians are comparable. It's such an insult to blacks. All you suffered was what Palestinians suffered?
No, it's a logical analogy.
No, it's not a logical. Well, no,
okay.
It's not logical because it's not analogous. That's the point. You can't have a logical analogy if it's not analogous.
Okay.
Okay, so one final word. The pariah state of Israel. That is correct. That was what, in fact, Chuck Schumer said, Israel twice in his talk, that Israel is a pariah state. There's a reason that Israel is a pariah state. It's because the left-wing media in the world have decided to declare, along with Muslim countries, and Israel a pariah state. So here is just a couple of statistics that are worthy of noting. In the last few years, 500,000 people have been killed in a breakaway province in Ethiopia called Tigray. Not one of you watching this probably knows about it. I don't know if anybody on this panel knows about it. 500,000 slaughtered and about 80,000 rapes. Is Ethiopia a pariah state? Of course not, because they're not Jews. So nobody gives a damn. How about this? 60,000 Christians have been slaughtered in West Africa since 2000. They've been slaughtered by Muslim groups. Does anybody call the Muslim groups pariahs or any Muslim country a pariah? Of course not, because nobody gives a damn about the black Christians of West Africa, because they're not being killed by Jews. That's the reason Israel is a pariah state. Nobody would like to acknowledge it. It's painful, but the truth is often painful.
Okay. All right.
So I do think it's like a really important and interesting idea here, which is that, yes, why is it that there's like these, like, I didn't know anything about this Ethiopian, genocide that was going on. or the West African genocide that was going on. I didn't know that, and it is astronomical. 500,000 people have died in 2 years.
Right.
It is insane. And none of these people who are get so fucking up in arms about this stuff give a fuck about this stuff. Now, I guess probably the response would be like, well, America's not engaged in funding it or whatever. But that's kind of bullshit because we all know that if America was not funding Israel, do you think any of these college campus kids would not be protesting? Do you think they would suddenly be like, oh, we won, let's go home? You know, they're still going to do what they're going to do in Palestine, and that's fine as long as America's not paying for it. You think any of these people on these
Oh,
college
hell
campuses
no.
protesting would
Of course
stop?
not. It's like a religion. They're
Yeah,
doing it
yeah.
because it's their revival.
Right. Yeah, they don't give yeah. It would have zero impact whatsoever on any of these people protesting. And now I don't agree necessarily with Prager that I don't think it's because they're Jewish. I don't think that's why they care. I think it's just like there are these weird cultural memes that get synced into people's minds. And for reasons which are kind of interesting and I should actually look into, the whole Israel situation has been latched onto by socialists. And there seems like there's been a history of this. And I think maybe it was because when Israel kind of turned away from accepting support from the USSR to America, and the socialists have been kind of planting a lot of these anti-Israel seeds ever since. I don't know, but that could be it. But it just seems like the left in America, and specifically the socialists in America, have just been so vehemently, disgustingly anti-Israel forever that tends to be the issue that they kind of hyper fixate on. And also because they kind of view it, and I've said this before, the leftists in America right now, they kind of view Israel as the evil white European colonizers attacking the innocent native brown people, where obviously they don't really give a shit if in Ethiopia or West Africa, black people are killing black people because there's no white person for them to kind of like latch their animus onto.
Yeah. I was looking up some numbers on how many Ethiopian Americans are in the United States as like a voting group.
Mhm.
Like how many Jewish people are in America as a voting group, how many evangelicals are in America as a voting group. And it doesn't match up. Like there are 340,000 Ethiopians in America. Like if there's 7.5 million Jewish people in America.
Right.
If there was 7.5 million Ethiopians in America, I think probably somebody would be talking about the Ethiopian thing.
That's true.
To make hay about it. They'd be like, look, this sucks. You should vote for me. I think this is terrible. We should send money and help these people. Yeah, it's all about voting blocks. Nobody's talking about it because...
Yeah, but how many Palestinians live in America?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Because
Let's look.
Because like say there were hypothetically 7 million Ethiopians living in America, so they were caring about the Civil War. Would there be a bunch of leftists defending the massacre, like the genocide or something like in Ethiopia, or would it be like a pretty one-sided issue? Everyone would be like, yeah, let's, can we not have killing all these fucking people in Ethiopia?
There are half as many, 170,000 Palestinians
Right.
in America, which would just explain why. Well, look, it's a weird thing because I do think the vast majority of Americans are in favor of Israel over Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a freak minority of college kids who are running around like reeing about Palestine. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are they really a voting constituency?
Right.
Yeah.
Cenk, go ahead.
So after 57 years of occupation, Israel's the victims, and they're special victims. Okay, so look, I care about both Israeli civilians and Palestinian civilians.
I mean, that's a pretty bullshit response as to like, why is it that there is this hyperfixation on Israel? Which again, I don't think it's because of the Jews, but there's something going on there. And you can't just hand wave it away like that.
And so if you say, oh, well, brilliant point about slavery, I said it about the North and the South before, before, hey, the black slaves would get rid of a white state. We can't have it. We can't have it. If we free them, they could kill us all. And they are so against the white state. They're so against America. We can never let them go. By the way, that is what is said in every occupation, in every empire, in every war. And after every war, they say, oh, look at how many of our people they killed. They killed our women, our children, etc. We can't make peace with them. And what does that lead to? It leads to more war, more killings, both on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side. Peace gets to peace, war gets to war. At some point, and this is the point, we have to say, stop going towards war. What are we bombing Iran for? Are we nuts? We want a giant war in the Middle East that drags us into it, robs us of trillions of dollars, let alone our kids who can get killed there, let alone the potentially millions of people who can kill. The moral cancer here that is causing every problem we're talking about is the occupation. You have to let them go. If you're Israel, you have to let them go. If you don't let them go, this conflict and this war will never end. And then you can call it any name you like. You can say, oh, they're terrorists and we're the good guys. But it doesn't matter because more Israelis are going to die and more Palestinians are going to die. Let's do peace right now.
Okay. Zero Hedge would like me to extend a thank you to tonight's.
Just let them go, Sitch. Let them go.
You know, yeah, Israel just needs to take a page from Elsa. Just let it go. Right? Just end the blockade of Gaza and just stop, and peace will just rain in, right? Just a magical peace will just rain in from Gaza. They just become hands off, right?
Yeah, let it go.
Just let it go.
Sponsor Public Square for supporting free speech and open debate. If you want to learn about them, you should re-listen to Dave's ad. I want to extend a thank you to all.
Well, there you go. That's it.
That's it. Look at that.
That was it. So I guess my closing thoughts are I feel like these conversations never actually address the important issues, which are what is the military logistical consideration? You need people that actually have military expertise to argue this, to really get to the bottom of whether what Israel is doing makes sense or whether it doesn't make sense. Everything else is kind of just a waste of time, as well as addressing the very first point that Dennis Prager brought up, which I think wasn't addressed, which is a very pertinent question, is if Israel announced that it was disarming, they would end up getting destroyed. If Hamas said that they were disarming, then there would actually be peace. And that there needs to be, from Israel's perspective, everything that they're doing is rooted in and justified by a security concern, where what Hamas is doing is not rooted in a security concern. It's rooted in a revolutionary concern. It's rooted in we want to basically maintain our own political power through violence concern. So
yeah. I was looking at polls for Palestine and support for Palestine. It's not high. It's not like overwhelming. Yeah.
Anyway.
All right.
Let me read some super chats.
Let's read some super chats. You want to?
Mike Azana for 2 hours says, you guys missed my last super. I could have worded it better.
Did we miss a super? You want me to dig in and see if I can find it? That would be from
that's
Wednesday,
right. I think
right?
you sent one like right as we ended the stream, the last stream we did.
Yeah, I remember that.
See if you can find that out.
I'll look for it.
Libertarian Trap for $5. Thank you so much. Says, yesterday was a very special holiday for a fly. So I was wondering if you can honor him with a song to the tune of Oh Xmas Tree, See Free Will Chat. Oh, I see. So then
that's Blunty Fly, right?
Because it was 420 yesterday. That's right.
Yeah.
You want to read? You want to sing this? You want to sing this song?
No, I'm not singing. No.
Why not?
Singing is forbidden.
But listen, I'm Jewish. I can't sing the Oh Christmas Tree song, right?
We sing occasionally on stream, and I always regret it.
You do?
Yeah, I think I'm.
You don't want me to sing? Is that what you're saying? You don't like my beautiful singing voice?
You're terrible too. Both of us should never sing. Right. Like I think the last time we sung, I made a pact with myself never to do that again.
Okay. Well, I'll read it then. You know what? I gotta get back. Paul Blart Mall lawyer.
Oh,
AI voice.
That's the singing.
Yeah. Or actually, I should get one of those. I should hook up so I can play it through the computer. You know those AI songs that you can like write in a prompt and it'll create like a 30-second song.
Yeah, those are
But
amazing.
I will read it. Libertarian chat for $10 says, "Oh Blunty fly, oh Blunty fly, you looks oh so very high. Your eyes bloodshot, a cloud of smoke as you exhale from your deep toke. Oh Blunty fly, oh Blunty fly, you look just oh so very high." Thank you.
Well, that's great. That was actually amazing. And you did a great job kind of rapping it like you did.
Thank
I
you.
liked it. So
That's
this is
right.
Mike Assange.
Mike Assange, yeah.
Is that it?
Yes.
The last super chat from Wednesday says, "My
Yes.
truth reminds me of standards of the dark ages. Truth is based on authority. Rejecting my truth is rejecting my authority."
There you go.
That's worded pretty good. Yeah, no. And that was the Wikipedia CEO and now the CEO of NPR, right?
Mhm.
Talking about how her truth is, how there are different forms of truth. And obviously her truth is like banger and
Yep.
everyone else's truth is like lame.
Yep. Hennessy for
Crazy.
$5 says, "Thank God you guys are going over this. I fall asleep every time I was trying to watch it. A team is best class, S class is subclass." Wow, terrible. But thank you.
This is a sleepy. No, I thought it was exciting. I liked it.
A lot of yelling, a lot of argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
Autocracy for $5 says, "Leftist counter to Prager argument. Of course, Israel wants peace. They already stole our land and lives. Wait, what? Of course, Israel wants peace. They already stole our land and lives."
Yeah, that's what they would say. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Like,
They're
oh
saying,
yeah, you want
look,
peace because you got away with it. I
yeah.
see. I gotcha. Right.
I
That
saw
makes sense.
someone in the chat say that. Like,
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting.
you stole the car. Of course you want
Peace.
you
Yeah.
want peace. Yeah.
Right. Well, I guess the car got
wanna-
stolen, quote, 75 years ago, so it's
You
time
want
to
to get
move the
away
fuck
with your
on with your
car.
life. You
Well,
lost. I don't know what to tell you. You lost 75 years ago, and you can't just forever whine about it. I mean, you can, but you'll just never produce anything of value or a good future for your children.
just in the context of the American framework, it's like a lot of property has been bought and sold, dozens and dozens of times since it was quote unquote stolen from the Native Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you factor that in? Like,
Right.
how are you living on stolen land when it's literally land that you paid for?
Well, this day was stolen like 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Yeah, and
Well, obviously they should have to give it back.
that person that stole it needs to give
Yeah.
it back.
No. The person who bought it now.
Oh, okay. See, I don't like that.
No, I don't either. Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, "Adam, you see Sitch got caught in 4K the other day transitioning kids. Is it true Tuesday's stream stopped because business went up and Sitch had to work? Explains why he stopped doing vids on his channel, A Team Forever."
Forever. Look at
go.
that. What is
Yeah,
that
there
all
was-
about? You got
There
caught?
was this weird comic that I tweeted out.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Or I
What was
retweeted.
going
I
on
didn't
there?
tweet it out. Yeah, someone drew a comic that was like making fun of like the whole trans kids conversation, and it was like a doctor who was like, quote, transing kids for money. And I don't know why, but they drew the doctor looks a lot like my avatar. And I was like, what the fuck? Why did they draw it like a Sitch guy? I mean, the person who drew the comic doesn't know who I am, so it was just a coincidence, I guess. But
Or
it was
do
pretty
they?
weird. I don't know why they drew it like a little like shadow guy. Because he didn't look like a black guy, he looked like a shadow guy. So it was very weird. Sketch for 21 months says, "Shout out to Dr. Sitch for the sex change operation." You're welcome, Sketch. You're welcome. Listen, I haven't got any complaints on any sex change operation I've given to adults or children. Okay. Now, that could be because it has a 99% fatality rate, but that's besides the point.
They don't
Equishadox
live
for
long enough
$10.
to complain.
There you go. English at Ox for $10 says it's a war so holy that they proudly film themselves committing atrocities on civilians and count themselves righteous for doing so. Framing this as a political conflict is bad faith. Yeah, I mean that's definitely. I think obviously there's a political element to it, but to remove the religious holy war conflict or holy war aspect of it, yeah, you have to include it in the conversation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Angry Bell Sprout for $5 says Torah justifies genocide from the Nile to the Euphrates, but Zionists never want to talk about that. There you go. Oh my God, you brought up the comic, Adam.
I did, but I took it down.
Terrible. If the Torah justifies like genocide, and the Jews are definitely not, haven't been, acting upon it. I mean, that would definitely be a count in the favor of the fact that Judaism has moved beyond that element of its holy, if it's religion, I should say, of its holy book. Kid Truck 91 for $10 says, I think cultural Muslim can definitely be a thing. I'm just not too sure of how Hassan does it. Cultural Christian connotates certain values that are derived from the religion and made secular.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Equal for $2 says, Dave Smith, quote, there is only power.
Power.
It is funny when Dave kind of goes, he has like a very leftist worldview in a lot of elements. So Trippy Liquids for 17 months says Dave was better on Legion of Skanks.
I don't think I've ever watched that show.
Yeah. Magna Defender 98 for $10 says C. Duncan did a recent interview with the Glenn Show. In it, C. Duncan discussed New York's overreaction to COVID. I went to New York City this year, and 95% of PPL operated like COVID was over. Was C. Duncan exaggerating or what?
Or were they trying to make it sound like NYC was still on lockdown?
Still? I have no clue. I haven't watched that, and I haven't been to New York since post-COVID. I have no clue what it's like over there. But I'm assuming that most people are operating in every country, every state in America, and every city in America, as if like people are not wearing masks or acting like COVID's still a big deal.
Yeah, as if it never happened.
Yeah.
LA is pretty liberal, and nobody's running around with masks on. I mean, I guess you do occasionally see someone with a mask, but it's not.
Sure. ADL 1992 for $5 says, Adam, I don't love Prager either, but I don't think anything he said was wrong. There you go.
Yeah, I don't really either. I just like obvious.
Right. Stockbridge $5 says, if the moral difference lies only in the scale, there's no moral difference. Such arguments are always idiotic. That is true. Or look, I mean, I think there is a slight difference. There's a difference, but to just boil everything down and say, well, all that matters is scale is kind of ridiculous. Like it has an impact, but there has to be, you can have a deeper conversation beyond the scale. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, people on the left fail to understand it isn't Israel that's radicalizing Hamas and other groups like them. It's the Quran.
Isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I don't even know how the society functions if people read the Quran and come to their own interpretations, or if they're like cultural interpretations that are widely held. So I don't know. Yeah.
Our Schmokey for $10 says, when someone punches you first, they don't get to decide how you punch back. Your logic is the same when a woman assaults a man versus the opposite. Yeah, to an extent, obviously. Someone punches you, shouldn't kill their whole family. but I understand what you're saying. And I do think that there's an idea that when you attack someone or you transgress on someone in some way, you are sacrificing your safety in that violent action. Essentially, you're gambling. If you go and attack someone, you're basically gambling your own safety by engaging that attack.
Yeah, violence is kind of like the Rubicon. Yeah. Like once you go there, like you've kind of opened up
a door,
a situation. Yes. Yeah, that could go a lot of different ways. So that's why we try to stay away from that. and dissuade people from going in that direction.
Right. Zammy Z for 5 months says, "Look, I am a freedom survivor." Wait, what?
Good job.
There
Free
you go.
will.
Glad. Freedom survivor, baby. Ginger Miss Prime for 5 Aussie bucks says, "This is all an act from Cenk. He can turn off when he needs to. Also, he's an apostate that defends a religion that wants him dead." What's weird, he said that. So that's why I don't know what the fuck he means when he says he's culturally Muslim. As a progressive, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, this is great because I always say, I'm an atheist for Jesus. Christians never really give me a hard time about it. So
Right, but then you say what that means. You explain what that means, and also I think people kind of vague, like, have an understanding of what that means.
yeah, they're like, oh yeah, that's right. That is right.
Right.
Our values are based. Yeah.
Hentai OG Taitoku 310 for $10. Thank you so much. Says, what does Cenk want the IDF to do? Count the amount of casualties and make sure it's the exact amount lost on October 7th. Now they'll be evenly scored. There you go.
It does seem like that.
Mhm.
That would be the intuition of fairness. Basically saying, look, they killed this many people, you need to kill this many people, and then it's over. Go back to your corners and get along.
Right.
But it's
ADL.
do
Yeah.
you count like a baby and bring us this many children? And I don't know.
Right.
It's weird.
ADL 1992 for $2 says, don't forget Cenk's denial of the Armenian genocide. Does he still deny
I'm
that? Or
not. I don't think
he changed. Yeah, I thought he acknowledges it now.
Yeah, I don't think he denies the
I don't
Armenian
know.
genocide. Yeah.
Dodo for 5 Aussie bucks says, Hamas not having aircraft carriers changes the threat to the U.S. It's completely irrelevant to their ability to threaten the safety of Israel.
Of course, because they're right on the border.
Right. True. Smoky Schmokey for $5 says, Dave forgot Britain chose how the land was divided after World War I. The rewriting of history is crazy in this debate. Also true.
And I like that name.
Well, it wasn't just
Schmokey.
It was Schmokey. Yeah, it wasn't just England.
Schmokey.
Like all the world powers did, but that one. Schmokey.
Schmokey.
Smoking. Oh, Sabo for $5 says, the Bar Giora began its terrorism against Palestinians in 1904. It's well documented. Excuse me.
And thank you for your first super chat there.
Thank you. Yeah. CJ46 for $10 says, the pro-Palestinian argument reminds me of the power plus prejudice equals racism argument. Hamas doesn't have the means to enact their goals, so the awfulness of their goals gets ignored by the left. Yeah, that definitely seems to come up in these conversations. So,
I mean, they did some pretty horrible damage on October 7th, so.
Yeah, for now, right. But before then, they're like, oh. So. Osabo for $5 says, Google the King David hotel tax by Zionists in 1946 against British and Arab civilians. Look how Israel celebrates them. You're saying Israel, if you ask Israeli person on the street, do you support the King David hotel bombing? They're going to tell you that they do. I don't. Is that what your argument is? I don't buy that for a second, but okay.
1946. That's just a while back, man.
It is kind of funny to go back to that, but okay. Twitter Sucks for $2 says, so Shlomo is a slur. Goodbye, monetization.
Is it really?
I hope not. I mean, that was the guy's name, but actually, it is a slur in terms of like on in 4chan and alt-right spaces and Groyper spaces. You know, they would throw out Shlomo just to mean like random Jewish person. So,
oh, that sucks. They got to ruin it for everyone.
Yep. Cameraman 502 for $2 says the PA was the ones who started the second intifada. It's true. That is true. Yes.
Palestinian Authority?
Yes.
Ouch.
Yep. Osabo for $5 says, never forget the Lavon affair where the Israelis tried to blow up Americans to get into war with Egypt. Never forget how they stole our nukes. That's right. I don't know if you know this, Adam, but Israel.
Did they really?
Is evil, and everything they do is evil and wrong. Okay.
Ooch.
I don't know if you know that.
Ooch.
Yes. There you go.
Ooch.
So therefore, I don't know if you know this, because Israel is evil and wrong, and they've all done evil and wrong things. Therefore, they're wrong now, right? Because that's the big brain logic.
Sometimes, well, you know, nations are composed of various people that change over time, right? Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if the Palestinians did something that was evil and wrong, in 50, 60 years ago, then that negates the thing that is evil and wrong that Israel did, right? Because that's the logic we're employing.
No.
Oh, okay, that's not how anything works.
No.
Angry Bell Sprout
No.
for $2 says ethnic cleansing has been going on since the 1920s. Ethnic cleansing has been going on everywhere since forever, but yes, that is true.
Cleansing
of the ethnics. Schmokey for $10 says the dumb thing is Cenk and Dave don't care about this war, only the views from discussing the conflict. This is a holy war, and unfortunately, only one side is being held account to secular rules. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I think Dave cares about it from his like weird isolationist perspective. I think maybe if America wasn't giving money, then I don't know, he wouldn't really have grounds to talk about it. And I don't think he would. As much as I disagree, I think Dave's isolationism is like stupid. I think he believes it. I don't think he's just grifting or something. So, and I think Cenk cares. I think he cares from his, we were talking about like the dignity, identity politics, projecting it onto his own, group of people. And also, as I said, maybe because he, maybe there's some level of signaling to the left that he's still on their side. I don't know. But I don't think, I think they care.
I think Cenk, yeah, I think both of them 100% care.
Yeah.
So do the people on the Israel side. Yeah, everyone cares. They all care.
Midas Matthews for 13 months says, sometimes you got to goof the floof. That's true.
Now the question is, do Sitch and Adam care? That's the real black pill, right?
Yes. But I agree. Sometimes you just got to goof the floof, right? Gotta be like, whoops, we just goofed the floof and they're all gone now.
Goofing the floof. Now that's a euphemism for genocide, right?
That is.
That's
that is,
what's the guy? L.
Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, came up with goof the floof, which means to commit genocide.
Yes.
And we've discovered goof the floof is pretty fun. It's much more fun to say than
genocide. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you say when you say the words genocide or ethnic cleansing, and it has like this horrible connotation to it. You're like, oh, these people died, right? But if you say like, oh, well, there's all these people here, and then we just kind of goofed the floof, and now they're all gone,
Right.
Yeah, it completely changed everything. You're like, oh, really? That's not so bad. Like they just got goofed the floofed.
From the goof to the floof.
Yeah. Who knows what happened to them? They just got goofed. Maybe they got like a pie in the face. Yoni Sagi, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yes, welcome.
Dodos for 5 Aussie bucks says, I'm not sure the building point works. If you're dealing with buildings rigged to explode when teams are sent to clear them, then your options are limited. That's a good point too. Yeah, I didn't even talk about that. That's a good point. Yeah. There'd be lots of booby traps and everything. I'm sure there were.
Yeah.
Gabriel Archang for 18 months says, in a world swept up by a mighty current we cannot see or feel, I can rely on Sitch and Adam as my political anchor. Unfortunate to see others swept away. Well, thank you. That's incredibly generous and nice of you to say.
We try to keep it real, right? Try to be the pragmatists, not get swept up in emotion or identity politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bellsprout for $2 says, chunky yogurt and Prager are both insufferable. Chunky yogurt. I've never heard this. Was this like a common name? Because I'm a Dan Hibiki for $2 says chunk yogurt is just so dishonest the entire time.
People do call him chunk yogurt a lot.
I never heard that one before.
Really?
No.
I don't know. I just it puts an image in your head, right?
It's a really gross image, right? Because no one wants yogurt with chunks in it. That's not good. That's a do not eat right there.
You think, oh, this yogurt's turned. Get these chunks out of my yogurt.
You're like, oh, look, delicious frozen yogurt. Oh my God, it's got chunks in it.
Sitch just takes the chunks out and eats the yogurt.
I mean, it depends how hungry I am. Okay. Lives in Deswall specifically for 11 months. Says there's enough elephants in this discussion to perform a reenactment of the Second Punic War.
Wow.
There you go.
Just
Is that a lot?
Israel
I thought
just-
most of the elephants died before they got there. I understand you the joke, but
You've got your boot on my neck.
Mhm.
Israel's just subjugating us. They don't care about the Palestinian people.
Yes. A lot of elephants.
Yeah.
Fiyaham 1,000 Ross for $10. Thank you. Says if I had to guess, he either means that his heritage or invoking the same feeling as a non-religious Jew.
Yeah, that's probably close.
Yes, but I just again, when people talk about like being culturally Christian or culturally Jewish, I know what that means. I don't know what I have no clue what a cultural Muslim means at all. Unless it just means that he feels a sense of shared, it might be what you're saying, feels a sense of shared identity or something, which I
You're
don't
like
think
a
that's
cultural Jew, right? I mean, you're culturally Jewish.
I mean, I would never say that ever. And I think it's a little different. I think people don't even say they're culturally Jewish. People say that they're ethnically Jewish because they feel like being Jewish is a different ethnicity.
Okay, well, I'm ethnically Christian then.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. No one thinks of Christianity as an ethnic group.
I'm ethnically American.
Like if you know, but that also doesn't make sense to say you're ethnically Muslim because there's like a bunch of different ethnic groups that people think of that are comprised. Like he's Turkish.
Is Sunni and Shia different ethnicities, or
No, they're
is
different
that like
religious sects.
what's different about a religious sect and an ethnicity?
Well, one's an ideology and ethnicity is like a group of people living in a specific region that gain some level of genetic
Oh, it's about
difference, right?
okay. It's about biological material.
Well, I guess it's also there could be cultural. Like I don't know what the exact biological difference is between like, like being
That
French
doesn't
and
make a lot
German
of
is a different
sense.
ethnicity, but I don't know what well, in America, a
Doesn't
lot of times
make
people say ethnicity, they mean race, but I mean in terms of like country of origin, I guess.
doesn't make a lot of sense when there's
Yeah.
Ukrainian Jews and there's French Jews. Doesn't
No,
make a whole lot of sense, does it?
well, but the idea is that
Yet you say it's an ethnicity.
so the reason for that, Adam, and this is a good question,
Mhm.
is that if you actually look into the DNA of like Ukrainian Jews or French Jews or Jews, in America,
Mhm.
they usually come
Mhm.
from like a
Mhm.
handful of the same places,
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
like Russia or Poland or something. So
Sure.
if
No,
they're Ashkenazi, that is, if they're
I don't buy
Sephardic,
it.
it completely changes. But
Well, I guess part of that is that Jewish people don't proselytize. So obviously there's got to be
it's a
some
more
sort
insular, yeah, right,
of, yeah, it's
yeah,
got to be
that's
some
why,
sort of, yeah. Yeah, because Christians are like, look, you guys could be Christians too. I don't care what ethnicity you are. Hell.
right. But I hear that's what I'm saying. I've heard people say that they're non-religious Jewish or ethnically Jewish, and that's what they're referring to. I've never heard. I mean, I haven't heard. Maybe people say it. I've never heard someone talk about being culturally Jewish. I don't know what that means.
I'm ethnically American. I'm planting
Okay.
my flag and
I agree.
the American ethnicity.
I mean, I consider myself American first and foremost. It's always my first identity.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me think.
Jewish is pretty low there on the list there, considering I don't practice any of like
Mhm.
Judaism whatsoever. So, Slate King for 14 months says Sitch, quote, crazy person in the office analogy applies to this debate. Everyone knows Cenk is crazy, so we can't expect him to acknowledge reality.
That's
you go.
mean.
That is mean, but also funny.
Cenk came on the show and God, he must have spent like 20 minutes just trying to get his microphone fixed. And I was like, that's pretty nice. Like
That's true.
that's a pretty nice gesture.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So we may disagree, but I think his heart's in the right place.
Mm-hmm. Donuts for 2 Aussie bucks says, Adam, you basically described 2019 Hong Kong.
Oh, good.
There you go.
I remember 2019 Hong Kong.
Oshacy for $10 says, I like that Sitch and I have the same take on Ukrainian You mean Ukraine? But I view the anti-interventionists as looking for excuses to save their morality. But I view the anti-interventionists as looking for excuses to save their morality by always being neutral instead of their money. That could be part of it, I guess. I don't know if I wonder. I don't think it's so much that they want to save their money, even though that's always the way it's framed. I think it's that they just feel like it's unfair, some like sense of unfairness. Like, oh, why does my resources? I guess it is. Never mind. I guess you're right. Just it is saving money, saving resources.
Well, there is, I think, some tinge of like it's none of our business. We're butting into other people's business. It's their business to take care of, which, yeah.
Yeah.
That's very honor culture.
Lucid Domain for 25 months. Thank you so much. 25 months. Look at that.
Wow.
Over 2 years.
Wow.
There you go. Look at that.
Lucifer's been with us for a long time.
Yep. Says none of these people understand country logistics. That's true. It never comes up in these conversations. El Caliso for 17 months. Thank you so much. Says, I need a podcast where Cenk and Prager are co-hosting and they just yell at each other. The amount of Cenk voices and memes that will come out of that. That would be, oh my God, that's $1 million idea right there.
Yeah, everyone hates Prager.
Because he seems like he's kind of like, well, because a lot of people on the right are kind of anti-establishment neoconservative, which Prager is, I guess. So I think, so people on the left hate him, and then a lot of people in the new internet meme right have kind of like turned away from him probably.
Right.
But yeah, you know what? That would be great content. Cenk and Prager just yelling at each other for like an hour on a podcast. I'd listen to it.
Depends. I don't know.
I think I might have to give up on Scott Adams. It's like getting unlistenable.
Holy. Thank you, God. My prayers have been answered.
You've been praying for this?
No, I don't pray for anything, but
you go.
Every time he comes up, I'm dumbfounded. And then every once in a while you mention, oh, something happened on Scott Adams, and I try to listen and I'm like, this is unlistenable.
Yeah, he's gotten to the point where there would be nuggets of things that would just be interesting or be interesting to hear, like what is sort of, he's kind of focusing on as like a barometer to see where some, aspects of the right are, but it's basically just completely unlistenable now. He's become so lazy and stupid in his thinking. It's kind of depressing actually.
Wow.
Because, I used to listen because I thought, he was interesting and intelligent, and even when I disagree with him, he was kind of bring up interesting points. And now he's unfortunately fallen to the very, very incredibly lazy thinking of like everything is just a deep state conspiracy.
No way.
Yes, everything is just the CIA and the deep state conspiracy. Everything is just what it looks like from a very, like he literally says, like everything is just what it looks like. Everything's just like a very lazy analysis of this sort of evil deep state conspiracy nonsense out to get, everyone that, the right and Trump and all this stuff. And none of it, he never even like reasons through it to explain it. It's all just like, well, I read someone on Twitter said this thing, and so I guess that's true now. It's like, okay, like what the fuck happened? It's so depressing. So
I wonder if it was the canceling that really got to him. Because I do think he tried to put a positive spin on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think ultimately, I mean, he's the author of Dilbert, right? Like he is part of the establishment. Like he is an establishment elite.
Well, he was, not anymore, obviously.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, and then all of that was taken away from him.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's really no coming back from that. Like he climbed the mountain and, fell back down again.
I think it was the canceling, but not quite in the way that you're saying.
Okay. So what happened?
I think by getting canceled, he basically became isolated. And so as he became isolated, he just started to listen to more and more like the dumbest fucking Twitter accounts ever.
Wow.
And he's like very active on Twitter. And so he just listens very uncritically to these retards on Twitter who just say the dumbest shit ever. And he's become very lazy in terms of like not like someone on Twitter says something and you go, oh, that's interesting. Let me go like research this myself to kind of see if it's true. It doesn't seem like he does that anymore. He just uncritically swallows like these dumb, like kind of like far right wing conspiracy accounts on Twitter and just regurgitates that on his show. And I think
Oof.
the canceling basically isolated him, and put him in that headspace maybe to start accepting that.
Right.
So it's sad, but I think it's over.
Okay, good. Look,
An alien
save
for
it.
5 months says, I'm behind the stream, but as someone who considers himself culturally Christian, Hassan saying he's culturally Muslim is dumb. He just means Arab, in my opinion. There you go. Edward Sr.
Yeah.
for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks. Welcome to members.
What's the takeaway for 16 months? Says, wouldn't D and C just claim SF were genociding Palestinians also? Why would the IDF be genocidal, but the SF would not be?
What is the SF?
Well, DNC is Dave and Cenk just
Oh,
claim the SF were genociding Palestinians also. I don't know. Totems for 5 Aussie bucks says, maybe you can help my pea brain understand the plan. Are the leadership negotiating the two-state deal before, after, or during the U.S.
Yes.
assassinated them? There you go.
yeah, the assassination. That's after they negotiate the peace
Oh,
deal.
special forces.
Okay, there
Just
we
claim
go.
special forces were genocide. Well, I guess they're trying to claim that like the special forces would be able to go into these buildings, these magical buildings, and like, in tunnels and save hostages and kill Hamas people with like magic special force powers without like causing, civilian casualties. That's kind of like their magic envisioning of the scenario, which
Dude, they're called special. It's right in the name. Okay.
oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Right.
Jeez.
An alien for 10 Aussie bucks says the Nazi Hamas comparison. Nazi Hamas comparison that Prager makes at the start is really key for me personally. And the fact that not pro-Palestinian people will address that in good faith is telling. That is interesting. Selling for $5 says if Cenk were in charge of a country, that country would be gone in 2 years.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I mean, I don't know. Cenk has adopted a tough on crime position recently, so might last 3 years, 4 years.
There you go. So you got 3 years. Listen, he would last longer if you, let Anna be in charge of some key places, okay?
What positions really destroy a country? What positions that Cenk has would destroy a country? I don't know.
Being soft on terrorism.
Okay.
Spencer Harmon for $10 says, I'm not going anywhere. I have a new blue nose pit puppy. I'm needing to get some training for it. I'll be back. Well, there you go.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Spencer.
Hope you have luck with your little puppy. Nomad for $20 says, I really do like these debate/conversations. People discussing a situation, figuring out a solution to it with very little bad faith. Then there's Cenk. Look, the guy makes me laugh, but man, he really sits back the conversation.
Oh man, poor Cenk.
Poor Cenk. Captain COVID for 1 year. Thanks so much. Says, do I bother arguing with my sociological professor when he claims that Florida's CRT ban is only because they don't want to teach Black history? Love the show. I mean, I guess that depends on what do you want. Do you care what your grade is in sociology? Or, some people get off on arguing and fighting. Obviously, me and Adam do, because that's why we were on the internet arguing and fighting.
I say do it. I mean,
I would say do
jump
it.
in with both feet. See if you can get some people in the classroom to join in with you. I mean, that could be fun.
Right. Could be fun.
And film it. Like, send it to us. I like to see
there you
that
go.
video.
It could be fun. Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah,
do it smart.
I want to can we go back to Nomad's super chat just for a second on Cenk? Because I have a question. I think a lot of the issue I have with Cenk is Cenk says things that are super incendiary, and I don't know if he recognizes that they're incendiary or not, or if he's doing it deliberately.
He does
Part of
say
me-
things that are hyper incendiary in these conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, but part of me says it's just like not really understanding how other people are going to take that.
Yeah. You're saying he's autistic.
Well, I don't know if I don't know.
Just-
Maybe it's just no. I think a lot of times people get inside their tribal bubble, and people talk a certain way, and it's not really offensive to the people around them. But then you get outside of that bubble, and it's highly offensive. Obviously, progressives should know this better than anything, right? Because they've categorized all these things that a lot of people at one time would have called innocuous.
Right.
But all of a sudden you can't say retard. That's like saying the N-word, right? But he says lots of things that are just would seem innocuous, I think, to progressives. But I'm like,
well, I don't know, because
he
he always says like, oh, the start of this conversation is like, oh, you're in favor of genocide. You're like, wait, what?
yeah, exactly that, and like, oh, you're irrational, and my position is totally rational.
Right.
It's like people don't like to be called irrational or emotional or any of that stuff. Yeah.
Going to the CRT debating or sociology teacher, and maybe the interesting thing too would be to be like, well, when you make the claim that Florida's CRT bill is to ban the teaching of Black history, what evidence do you have of that at all?
Oh yeah, that's
like make
great.
them actually defend that point. And then if you want,
Right.
like, you would bring up how like originally, if that was the case, why is it that essentially DeSantis they were going to allow the SAT, or I'm not sorry, the SAT, the APs specifically, they had a Black history AP course that they were allowing for the first time in Florida. And there were just some minor changes that they wanted. And so how does that, if they just want to not teach Black history, why would they even allow any AP Black history? Why would they even allow AP Black history to even exist in the state if that was the case?
Yeah.
But yeah, make the teacher prove the case that they, like, reading their mind, that they somehow know that they want to ban Black history.
Right. Yeah.
M8566 for $5 says, hey, Adam, what part of Cali do you live in?
I live in Los Angeles. The San Diego, yes, also near San Diego. San Diego is in Southern California, but like a lot of people will have this vision of, I mean, California is huge. San Diego is far away, even though both San Diego and Los Angeles are both in Southern California.
Yeah, it's like hours away.
Yeah, San Diego's way closer to the border. I think San Diego might even be like an hour away from Tijuana, which is on the Mexican border. That's like way south. Yeah.
Right.
Look at
Sammy
this.
G for $10. Thank you, Sammy. Says, nice stream as always, boys. Here's a little tip for being great media literate, enlightened centrist streamers. Also, hi, Adam.
Hi, Sammy. How are you
There
doing?
you go. Isn't that like just the worst term ever? Someone talks about being media literate.
Media literate?
Media literacy, yeah.
What does that even mean?
To me, it's like a virtue signal from like retarded Zoomer children who are leftists, who want to yell at people who don't assume their bullshit leftist values are being regurgitated in every form of media that they like.
Oh, okay. So if
That's
we
how I
disagree with some Zoomer, then we're media illiterate? Is that
you don't have proper media literacy because you don't understand how Helldivers is really fascist propaganda.
Okay. Wow.
Whatever, Doomer. I know you hate the term media literacy too. Get the fuck out of here.
Is Doomer in the chat complaining about media literacy?
Yeah.
Doomer. He should change his channel name to Doomer Media Literacy.
You should. Yeah, that's good.
That'd be good.
General Balzac. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. The Balzac's back.
There you go. For being discipline equals freedom for 22 months. So I asked if my mother knew who Cenk was while he was running for president on the Democratic ticket. She asked if it had something to do with Uygur, the card game. What game is that?
Ukraine?
Is
I
that
don't
how you
know.
say it? How do you say that word? I've never even heard of this. Do you know, Adam? Do you even know
No,
what that
I
is?
don't. I don't know what a
Oh, okay.
cards. What's that? How do those
Oh,
work?
Euchre. I've heard of Euchre, but I've never played it. I don't have any idea how to play Euchre. Well, there you go. Yeah, no one. Yeah, no one knew that Cenk was. Did his thing ever go to court, or did he just drop out? I kind of stopped
I'm not
following it.
sure.
Seemed like he had no fucking chance of winning that case.
This election
Obviously.
is going to be. Look, election night is going to be insane, Sitch. I want you to know that.
It's gonna be crazy.
Either way,
Yeah.
either outcome is going to be
We got to stay
insane.
up all night.
Oh, hell yeah.
Talk
Look,
about
I'm
it.
going to
Yeah.
stay up for like a month. It's going to be like craziness going on.
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to be, more insurrection, or it's going to be people losing their minds over how the fascism won.
Right.
It's going to be crazy. And I'm going to be there for all of it
There you go.
with lots of Watchmen memes.
Vosh for $2 says, I think my friend and some presidents just flew by. There you go.
Oh, sweet.
A Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $15. Thank you. Says Cenk is such a man child. Anna has the patience of a saint for dealing with him for this long.
I do love Anna's coverage on the Young Turks. But Cenk's, I do a lot of times I'm like, Cenk, why? Why?
Yes.
Why? But he is kind of like a bull in the china shop. He just says super insulting, incendiary things. It's so odd because like he would scream, "Oh, I have total empathy." I'm like, "What?" Yeah, maybe empathy for Palestinian people.
Right.
Yeah.
Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $6 says, will there ever be peace in the Middle East? Not how, just if there ever will be.
Oh yeah.
I think
yeah.
so, yeah. I mean, there's obviously a lot of conflict going on, but it seems like things are moving very slowly in the right direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, Gaza's going to be great.
Well, I don't mean in Gaza. I'm talking about the entirety of the Middle East. Things like seems like things are moving in a better direction than they were like 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
No. People
Stock
want
for $2.
They want to drive nice cars and drink fancy drinks. Yeah.
Right. Sug for $246. Thank you. Because I think the material conditions argument is like 99% bunk. They vary so widely from region to region in between time periods, and I don't think there's any meaningful correlation with any sort of violent behavior. Not even thievery. Frankly, I haven't yet finished Why Nations Fail, but it seems to me that all these violent revolutions stem more specifically from various groups gaining a few freedoms, not really that they're poor. That is, a group gains or has some influence or freedoms, and another more powerful group tries to reverse that influence or freedoms. But if the group never had those freedoms, the revolutions don't seem to happen.
That's true. Yeah. People are more likely to get pissed off about losing something, some asset or freedom or right than they are, dealing with some freedom or right that they never had. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think, and I've said this before, I think bad material conditions is energy. It's fuel. It is a fuel source and energy. And then the ideology or culture that exists in the region is the lens and how that energy is essentially focused, or if it's even focused in the first place in a direction. So I do think the material conditions matter, but it just kind of matters in a general sense. Where I think what you're, and I agree that whatever the ideology is or the specific condition of freedoms or whatever, that channels things or focuses things in a specific direction.
Yeah. There are a lot of people that argue, and I I don't necessarily know if this is true or true in 100% of the cases, but they argue that a lot of revolutions are started when certain groups of people lose some status as a group. And I've heard
Yeah,
some
we talked about
compelling
this.
arguments
Yeah.
for that.
Like
yeah.
some group of elites lose status, and so they basically, create a revolution, right?
Yeah,
To gain
counter-elites.
status again in a new paradigm.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily just elites. It's like middle class groups too can
Yes,
lose
right, but
status and
right.
yeah, people just and we have a psychological bias to that. People just hate losing shit.
That's probably. I mean, I think that's probably definitely true.
It's like if they can win $200 or lose $50, they're like, no, don't lose the $50. Come on,
Right.
it's like what?
Dr. Diddler for $5 says daily streams, huh? Those are videos, Sitch. What? You don't want our money? Is that what this is? Our money's no good here. Well, too bad. Take it anyway. So thank you.
We worked
also
very
s-
hard last week to
The-
get you guys a video every single
That's
day.
right.
So
That's right. Yeah, I hope you guys liked it. Seems like you guys
And
liked it.
the videos did pretty good too.
Yeah.
So
And also, Dr. Diddler says, I'm calling on all red-blooded patriots to make sure Sammy G's doggy doors are kept locked, so she remains in her comically sized hobbit hole until she learns to stop being small.
wow.
Wow. There you go.
Wow.
Gotta keep the doggy doors out.
I like little people.
Do you know?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, because you like to bully them. You like to pick them up and put them on the shelf so they can't get down.
Yeah. Look, punching down, right?
Right. I think COVID for $5 says not much backup in that class. One guy claims capitalism doesn't foster innovation, and I couldn't hold my tongue when Rittenhouse was brought up. LOL. Well, good for you.
Wow.
you.
Oh, this class sounds amazing to me.
It does. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a sociology class, unfortunately, so I guess it's to be expected.
You just got a bunch of NPCs. You got to go in there with like
Right.
an NPC mask on and go, I'm here to debate you guys. Look, we're equals now.
There you go. Lives in Deswall specifically for $10 says, reminder that the path to enlightened centrism begins by being able to break bread with those who may disagree with you. Go bake your neighbor some bread. Kindness makes hate spiritually expensive. I like that.
I do, yeah.
Kindness makes hate spiritually expensive. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I do like kindness. Too many people in the world despise kindness and like being giant pieces of shit.
Anyways,
That's how they get their pleasure. Such.
That
Oh,
is true.
anyways, that's it. Oh, okay.
That's it.
I was just.
Anyways,
feel like we just got started.
really?
I do.
7
yeah.
hours? You feel like you just got started?
I'm kind of exhausted.
I
Look,
could tell. I could tell from the sound of your voice.
I didn't sleep I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So
Yeah, I could
and
tell.
I'm starting to I'm like, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
I got like maybe 5 hours sleep last night. So
Ooh, ouch.
but I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I guarantee you. Probably
Good.
gonna start like in 15 minutes.
Okay. Anyways,
Anyway.
thank you all for coming.
Uh-huh.
You-
oh. What's up?
Is there there it is. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you, the people who are the enlightened centrists. You, who are obviously, the people who have the correct opinion about everything. Except when you disagree with me and Adam. Even when we disagree with each other. You, who are the true main characters of reality. You, who are the true isekai protagonists. And we'll see you all next week. Or this week. What am I saying? This week.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Oh, CT for 25 months says, happy anniversary. What'd you get me? Happy anniversary.